Hello, my name is Ronan Vector back in your timeline, ready to play some more Fallout 4 today. It seems to be working. I'm not gonna, promise that long term or anything, but the save file that had been giving me problems seems to be alive. So, we'll see what happens. Let me check my streams real quick like. I'll get some lore TV started. Thought I'd start today off with some Oxhorn on the Glowing Sea. It's not a place I go to enough. I usually go there for like the Creators Club content and then dip out.
I recently published a video showing off the secrets found at the bottom of the ocean outside Boston. That video was such a success that I went on and did a video about similar secrets found at the bottom of the ocean around the island
Good.
near Far Harbor. But now I'm running out of bodies of water to explore.
All
So
right.
naturally next on the list, we are going to the Glowing Sea. But don't let the name fool you. This isn't a sea. And unlike my previous videos, we won't have to do funny things with depth of field to remove the underwater effect. That's because the Glowing Sea is no sea at all. Found in the southwesternmost corner of the map, the Glowing Sea is the impact site for one of the largest nuclear bombs that the Chinese dropped on the Boston area during the Great War. Instead of swimming through a sea of salt water, we will be wading through a sea of radiation. To start this adventure, we will walk south along the road from Natick Banks. Here, the road dissolves before us and turns into a tree-strewn, rubble-filled, sunken, irradiated wasteland. The Glowing Sea takes up a roughly circular spot on the map, so we're gonna try and cover every inch of the thing by zigzagging across it. We're gonna first go west towards the abandoned shack. Once we hit there, we're gonna go east towards a hidden cave, then we're gonna zigzag back to explore a capsized factory, and so on until we explore the entire thing and end at the Crater of Atom. Now, unlike my video on the ocean floor, the Glowing Sea is filled with enemies. In particular, we will fight a number of Deathclaws and Scorpions, some of the toughest enemies in the entire game. The Dead Skull Scorpions in particular are really tough for me, even though I'm wearing power armor. You'll watch me just sit here with my Gatling laser pointed at the thing, and the Scorpion's armor causes the lasers to just bounce off. Once we reach the Glowing Sea, the weather changes. It goes from a nice clear day with blue skies to an irradiated day with a sickly green haze. Now, I could have used console commands to remove this, but I think the sickliness of it, the greenishness of it, is so characteristic of the Glowing Sea that I would be misrepresenting the place if I removed it, and I think we will get enough detail, so I left it in. Now, one of the things I want to talk about while exploring the Glowing Sea is more than just the human relics we find, but also the geology. How was the Glowing Sea formed? That topic has always interested me. I talked a little bit about it when I did my video on the Atlantic offices, but I want to go into greater detail here. As we walk around, we see this cracked mud on the ground. This, of course, is reminiscent of a dried lake bed. You go to Nevada, you go to California, you can sometimes find these huge salt flats. These were ancient lake beds that have dried up, condensing the salt into thin layers on top of the
Pause
seabed,
it.
but underneath you find
First time in Good Neighbor? You can't go walking around without insurance.
Why does he sound like a ghoul?
You better back off, or you're the one who's gonna need insurance.
Well, hey, all right. We'll just say your insurance is paid up for now, okay?
Time out. Someone steps through the gate the first time, they're a guest. You lay off that extortion crap.
What do you care? He ain't one of us.
No love for your mayor, Finn? I said let him go.
You soft Hancock. You keep letting outsiders walk all over us. One day, there'll be a new man.
Come on, man. This is me we're talking about. Let me tell you something.
Have a little smoke while Hancock does his thing.
Why'd you have to go and say that, huh? Breaking my heart over here. Now I know you had old Finn handled back there, but a mayor's gotta make a point sometimes. You alright?
So you killed a man because you were offended. Good stuff.
Your face. Something happened?
Like it? I think it gives me the sexiest
Something
king of the zombies
happened?
look. Big
That's
hit with
fucking
the
great.
ladies. I'm a ghoul, you see. A lot of walking rad freaks like me around here. So you might want to
I must
keep
have a
those
mod.
kinds of questions
It
on
looks
the low
kind of
burner
different.
next time. Good neighbors of the people, for the people. You feel me? Everyone's welcome.
So he says.
Good neighbor? That what you call this place?
That's right. We cobbled this little neighborhood together out of the freaks and misfits that just wouldn't be accepted anywhere else. You'll see. You make enough friends here, you'll call this place home soon enough. So long as you remember who's in charge.
The colors and stuff is a little off because I'm still stoned on my blunt.
Well, hello. Everything here is guaranteed to injure, maim, or kill at your discretion. Except me. I only kill when I want to.
Who? What are you?
I'm a woman, baby. Can't you tell?
Oh, of course you are. It's just all those metal plates. You're a robot, right? A very womanly robot?
Designation Assaultron. Designed to provide a variety of security-related tasks to the modern man. Runtime conclusion. Why work for the man when you can work for yourself? New designation. KLEO. Cleo. Fully independent small business owner. Robot enough for you, smooth talker? Now what are you buying?
You're an Assaultron?
That's what my makers called me. But as far as I'm concerned, I'm a woman. And I run a store that sells very large guns. So what'll it be?
Just
So what kind of weapons do you have?
Anything that can kill a man, I sell. Except suicidal depression. That is unfortunately not packageable. Now, are we doing
well,
business?
you do solve that in a way.
Let's see what you've got.
Each weapon tested on someone who deserved it.
Yeah, let's see if I have anything to sell.
Hey,
I'd be happy to help if
I love little Ada.
Looking to lighten your load.
Making Ada small is the best thing I've ever done in Fallout. Period. And I've done a lot. Like, things you cannot imagine.
Every weapon you see here could be the difference between
Mm-hmm. I'll take a look, sure.
a gun for every occasion.
I didn't loot much. Kind of odd, really. Let's see. I need plasma, 44. Actually, I don't even know what loadout I got right now. Let's see. Plenty of that. Plenty of 44. I think I just need plasma, because I forgot my plasma ammo.
I've got a weapon here for every situation.
Uh-huh.
That's fucked. I can hack her.
Sure.
Purchase a variety.
I need all those. Do I have any grape mentats? I do. Regular mentats? No.
Were you aware that
Hey, Cleo.
Can cause
What are you
serious health
buying?
issues.
Let's see what you have.
A gun for every occasion.
That should knock it down pretty good. Wow, yeah, that's a 1400 cat difference. I'll take it. That is a good deal. Because buying 50 shipments of aluminum would be, Jesus, like 3,600. Wait a minute. Yeah, so I'm actually paying the price that it would cost normally. And it always gets marked up. So, okay. Can I afford the screws too? Dare I hope? I can. Why aren't they that much? I guess they're a little bit. Wow. This would keep me stocked up, but this would also be all of my money. Best part is that it weighs nothing. As good as it gets. Suppose I could sell a bunch of stim packs. I have way more than I need at this point. I could run back home, pick up some more. This is fine. I still got plenty to fool around with. Not that I had the neon flats. I don't think they put this in the right area. The Creator Club quest here. I think that they should have. I don't know where this belongs. It doesn't feel like it belongs in Good Neighbor though. Like the Noir apartment felt like it belonged more here, maybe.
Useless.
They say in the aftermath of the Great War, you could walk into a neighborhood, and the only thing you'd hear is the snow crash from the television sets, still going on, but airing nothing. That was the nuclear winter I was trying to avoid with this project. It was never meant to be a replacement for humanity, but an alternative future for it. The project started small. As someone who forgets basic tasks like setting the alarm, I programmed the machine to find different ways to remind me without relying on SAP. The idea was to reinforce lateral thinking, to find solutions to problems without traditional human design and input. Over time, the machine learned a number of different solutions, from flashing lights at various spectrums to beds imbued with a slight electrical current. Eventually, Project Snow, Synthetic Neural Operating Workstation, expanded to include an entire living space. We had it remodel an abandoned hotel in Good Neighbor, designing everything from the workstations to the kitchen. The AI would assist with various field operations and monitor the health of the occupants. So, if this thing can remodel a hotel, so it just designed it though. So, if it's just an AI, I didn't know if this was like a institute thing where like they put a AI in a synth or what, but I don't know. I guess I gotta read more. Poring over the data, I marveled at what the machine had wrought. Unlike most artificial Unlike most artificial intelligence programs, it did more than learn what I forgot, but created things anew. It was not an extension of the human mind, but a teacher for it. I suppose in hindsight it was foolish to think it would stay. Signs were there, but we needed to wipe the system and start over. But the program had other ideas. I had gone on my usual break and left the others to finish the reset. Yet when I returned, I found the cleanup crew incapacitated. I suspect it was done through some kind of electrical current similar to the alarm system it developed during the initial development phase. Needless to say, I should be careful with what I touch. I managed to get some power restored and the lobby terminal functioning, but as I suspect, the relevant data has been migrated. Outside of basic security measures, not a single trace of Snow seems to be left in the flat. So it does just exist as a program. I can only deduce that the program somehow managed to find its way off the Eternal Network. If I can find out where it's gone, I can reset the AI and restrict its self-learning algorithm using a reboot holotape. Tracing its path, however, might prove difficult. Terminals are one thing, but if it somehow made its way onto something ambulatory, finding it could be a problem. So now it could be into something like a robot, maybe a synth if it was real clever. Studying the backup recovery logs, it seems a large data transfer was sent somewhere downtown. I'm not sure how it managed to connect to an outside network, but that's exactly how we designed it, to think outside the box. That's going to make following its train of thought even more difficult. I'd hate to say it, but I'm a bit stumped. I'm going to head over to the third rail and get a drink. I do my best thinking at the bar. Alright, so we gotta find the holotape in order to get access to this place. Let me think. Yeah, I'm gonna keep doing some more Good Neighbor stuff before I turn the lore video back on here.
Hey everyone, gather around. Let's kick the breeze back. Now I know you all are doing your own thing, but I don't want anyone here to forget what matters. Hey, Daisy, glad you can make it. How's my favorite girl doing? Didn't I see you on a date with Morowski the other day?
He wishes.
All right, we're getting off track. What was I saying? Oh, that's right. What matters. We freaks gotta stick together. And the best way to stick together is to keep an eye out for what drives us apart. You feel me?
Yeah, you tell it like it is, Hancock.
Now, what out there in our big, friendly Commonwealth would want to drive us apart? What kind of twisted, unneighborly boogeyman would want to hurt our peaceful community?
The Institute and their sins.
That's right. Who said that? Coming up to my office later. You've earned yourself some jet. The Institute. They're the real enemy. Not the Raiders. Not the super mutants. Not even those tools over in Diamond City.
I don't know, Hancock. I'd sure love to give McDonough a kick in the ass.
Hey, we all know I got my own personal beef with that lardhead. But stay focused. Now, I want everyone to keep the Institute in mind. When someone starts acting funny. When people are doing things they don't normally do. When family starts pushing you away for no reason. We all know who's behind that kind of shit. And the only way to stop it is to stick together. They can't control us if we're not afraid. Now, who's scared of the Institute?
Not
Us! And which town in the Commonwealth should the Institute not fuck with?
Good Neighbor.
And who's in charge of Good Neighbor?
Hancock. Of the people, for the people.
yeah.
What, you try?
Hey there.
To the third
Ball
rail.
suit, huh? Classy.
Damn right. Glad these people recognize. What the hell happened over here? Master Hattori. Huh. Let's check this out. This is definitely part of a mod. Okay, that looks really bad. That robe looks terrible. Why didn't they put a texture on it? It's like I'm... That's terrible. That's clearly just the bathrobe. With a shitty, like, paint job on it. That's going right in the garbage. Terrible. Yeah, you're going right there. Let's check out this katana. God. Okay, so this is the fucking katana from the Highlander. I'm like 90% sure. Although the jewel makes me think different. Am I over encumbered? Huh. Well, yeah, it's a lot of who cares. You know what? I guess I'll just put it in Nada's inventory. Can't help just to log it away, I suppose. Oh yeah, I forgot to look at the straw hat. The straw hat's kind of neat in a rice farmer kind of way.
If you're sticking around, you'll need to join a crew. I hear Bobby No-Nose is looking.
I might actually use that. Depends how much I can upgrade it, really.
Catch with the No-Nose, but she pays.
Hey,
Yes. Let's take a look at what you've got.
Stupid stuff.
Smell that? That's freedom.
Stay free, man.
Stay free, man. Thirsty boy.
what, you need something to take the edge off? Fred Allen, Hotel Rexford.
Don't worry. I only test the weapons on
I've got a few minutes to browse.
purchase a variety in case of boredom.
Better keep your iron strapped on. Friendly advice.
Don't ask questions in good neighbor. Better for everyone.
Hey, you know what? I better go save. Although, I should go start all the quests before I do that, so I don't... I mean, it can't hurt to do it twice, right?
Fred, are you going to hang out in the lobby all day again, or are you actually going to go down and
Hey
do
there.
some work?
You knew
Being
Rumgut
available
neighbor,
to
if
the
I'm not
customers
mistaken.
is work.
What do you think of the
It's
place?
not all about cooking chems, Claire.
It's not
Seems
all
like my
about
kind of
sampling
place.
those
Bit of a
kids.
rough town,
Maybe
but
if you
beats
want
cowering
to
behind the walls at Diamond City, that's for damn sure.
Where's the
Name's
fun in
Rufus.
cooking
I do
if you
repairs
ain't
around here.
using it?
Keep the robots
My
running,
mistake.
sell a bit of scrap, that sort of thing. I'm usually here or drinking that swill Charlie slinging at the third rail. Looking for parts?
That lady in the
I also
back,
might
she's
have
not
a job
working.
for you if
She's just
you're
standing there with
interested.
the broom.
What's the job?
Don't know if you've had the beer down at the third rail, but I swear Charlie must have found it in a sewer. Found this holotape while doing repairs at the Rexford. Delivery notice for a brewing machine. Pre-war. Thing is, it was never delivered. Well, with all the bombs and all. Done some asking around, and I think it might still be intact. Which is where you come in.
How come you never meet anyone in the Fallout universe that's like the equivalent of a flat earther? Like, it wasn't bombs, man. The world's always been like this. That's just what the man wants you to believe. I want to run into someone like that.
I assume this is a paying job.
Of course. How about 200 caps and some of the beer? Think you can get a hold of that brewing machine for me?
This isn't exactly the safest neighborhood. What about hazard pay?
Fair point. 300 caps, plus beer. Are you gonna take the job?
I'm not going to press my luck.
I'm in. Let's do it.
Great. So, the brewing machine is in the basement of an old bar called the Shamrock Tap House. When you leave town, make your way around east till you hit Atlantic. Great big grain sign. Bring it back here when you're done.
Before you even start, let's get to the point. We have rooms. One.
Right. Deal.
The room is on the top floor. When you come to the hallway, it's the last one on the right.
Like, busted Wanda Sykes.
Hey.
Your room is upstairs, top floor, the last one on the right down the long hallway.
I just clean up around here.
Good for you. Wakey wakey,
Hey.
Fred. Come on.
Oh man, someone new. You need some Jet, man? Homebrewed, reasonable prices?
What's Jet?
You don't know? It's the best. It just hypercharges everything. Like you got the speed of 10 men in one inhaler.
What other kinds of chems do you have?
Well, you got your medicinal shit, Rad-X and Rad-Away for radiation sickness. Hey, do you think that's why they call it Rad-X? That's far out. Mentats are for the sciencey types, you know, eggheads looking for a boost to solve big problems.
I never use
Buff-outs for the
Mentats.
muscle men.
Grape at best.
Fuck, just try it all is what I say.
You have any work?
Yeah, actually, you might be perfect. You know the Gunners, right? The high-end mercenaries? Well, a few of them were talking about scavenging around that old hallucinogen building. I mean, just think about that name. There's gotta be some shit there that's out of this world. You get me something, I pay you 200 caps.
Your offer's a little low, Fred.
Oh, I see where this...
You said there are gunners out there?
The blackest-hearted mercs around, friend. Well-armed, organized. So, you know, make sure they don't catch you.
All right, Fred. We have a deal.
You're the best. The absolute best.
Sure already went
Fred.
there.
I am so happy.
think what I need to do is I'm probably gonna have to go back to Sanctuary to get it. That's my guess.
Forgive my curiosity, but isn't that owned by someone else?
Not really any of you. Why do you have to say that so loud near people, Ada? I'm trying to rob these people. You don't have to ask questions about it so loudly.
Sweet.
Okay.
You...
Alright. Better not press my luck anymore. Oh.
Keep things cool, and we won't have to tussle, got it?
The hell's your problem?
You want a room? Claire runs the desk. Give her something to do besides breathing down my neck. What? No, it can't. It's you. From Sanctuary Hills, right?
Wait, are you from Vault-Tec?
I am Vault-Tec. 20 years of loyal service, and now look at me. I wasn't on the list. But you, look at you. 200 years, and you're still perfect. How? How's that possible?
You could say he got fired. Aha.
The vault had these pods that froze us in place. I only thawed out recently.
What? Vault-Tec never told me that. Unbelievable. Well, I had to get to the future the hard way. Living through the filth, the decay, and the bloodshed. Look at me. I'm a ghoul. A freak.
I think he would have come to terms with that by now.
Are there any other ghouls out there from before?
You mean crazy Kent and nothing bothers me, Daisy? Yeah, there's a couple of us. But no one from the neighborhood. No one from Vault-Tec. He just left me there.
I'm so sorry. I didn't know this would happen.
You know, you're the only other person I met from before. Oh God. I've been so alone here. No Commonwealth settlement. Once a ghoul with 200 years of Vault-Tec sales experience.
Hey, you know, you could head back to Sanctuary. I'll come visit. I promise.
Really? You will? Okay, I'll head over there right now. You promise you'll come visit, right? I'll see you there.
See you later, weirdo.
Find anything useful?
Judge me.
Don't disturb the other guests.
Damn it.
Let's do this.
That's right. I'm king of this bitch now. I fucked up. Alright, let's get back into some more glowing sea lore.
This cracked mud. And yet here in the glowing sea, the cracked mud is often right near to still wet pools and puddles. Which of course makes sense because there's a lot of weather here. It's not a desert. We see lightning strikes going off in the distance and thick clouds converging above us. Todd Howard, in 2015, while he was at E3, described the glowing sea and said that the rad storms in the wastes are actually born from the glowing sea. What happens is rain clouds will sail over the glowing sea, and as they travel over, will pick up a lot of the radiation emanating from the crater, bring it with them across Boston, and rain it down on the other
Sounds
areas.
legit.
The reason we have rad storms in Boston is because of the glowing sea. The radiation emanating from the dried mud is so strong that it's absorbed and picked up by passing rain clouds. But one of the reasons I think the glowing sea is still so toxic today, 200
Should just start
years
with
after the
stealing
bomb
from
has dropped,
people
whereas
and then
other places in Boston have
move on.
more or less recovered, is because the glowing sea is in a really shallow part of Boston. As we get closer, we see this big hedge of stones start to encircle us. Part of this is game design. They don't want you to wander on off, so they've got this big wall of rock to serve as the edge of the world. But there are other places, particularly in the southeastern part of Boston, where they just put an invisible wall in your way. So the big rocky walls aren't necessarily needed for game design. Instead, they're telling us that this part of the Commonwealth is possibly below sea level. If we go east towards Vault 95, we see that the vault is built into a rocky hillside that separates the rest of the Commonwealth from the glowing sea. Coming south from Natick Banks, you watched, we went over a small ridge and now we're going down into a basin. So what I think is happening here is this place was hit with a huge bomb. The soil soaked up all of this radiation, and as weather comes in and out of this area, instead of washing all of this toxic waste, instead of washing all of the radioactive material out to the sea, the rain will make pools and then the sun will dry it away. And the rain will make more pools and the sun will dry it away. And like layers of salt appear on dry lake beds that were once filled with salty water, layers of toxic waste and radioactive material stacks and stacks and
There's so many
stacks and
vendors in
builds up
here.
in the glowing sea, making it more irradiated and more hazardous hazardous to your health. I think the unique topology of this area is one of the reasons that it's still so highly irradiated 200 years after the bombs dropped, even though in real life, people have moved back into areas that were once bombed by nuclear weapons, and even in the Fallout world, at least in Fallout 4, there are still places in the Commonwealth that are more or less free from radiation. Speaking about unique topology, while exploring the glowing sea, we find some buildings that appear where they should be, like shacks sitting on top of the earth, and other buildings that appear to be sunken. There's even a factory here called the Capsized Factories that are submerged, not beneath water, but beneath mud and toxic waste. We'll even find human bones embedded in the soil. I think what likely explains this is the natural phenomenon of liquefaction. This typically happens during earthquakes. I talked a little bit about this during my video on the Atlantic offices, and there was a great discussion on that video page. A lot of people who were really smart and knew a lot about geology came and provided me with links to articles and topics, and I learned a lot about liquefaction. And when something dramatic happens,
So
like a
close.
huge earthquake that makes the soil unstable, the earth unreliable, or possibly a huge nuclear detonation, the earth can act like a liquid instead of a solid. Things that were buried under the ground like sewer pipes can suddenly stick up, and giant factories or buildings that are just built on the soil and not attached to bedrock can sink down beneath the earth. I think this liquefaction can help explain why we find so many buried and half-buried structures and people and cars. Additionally, the impact of the initial bomb was so great that it probably scattered a lot of material all over the glowing sea. The blast itself is clearly responsible for annihilating entire towns and villages. We find buildings with only a single wall standing. Everything else has crumbled. But the blast also moved a lot of earth, which covered buildings or entire churches, for example. We'll find some of those in a moment. It reminds me of pyroclastic flows. Now, I live in Washington State, so when I was in school, I learned a lot about the eruption of Mount St. Helens, and as a child, they would show me video footage of the entire side of the mountain just collapsing and falling down to earth. This was a pyroclastic flow. The eruption of Mount St. Helens was so severe that the rock just detached from the side of the mountain, and a huge avalanche of dirt and lava and rock slid down the side of the mountain, covering a huge area
God,
of
leave me
land,
alone.
destroying everything in its path. I think some of the material ejected by this nuclear blast may have acted a lot like a pyroclastic flow. Hot, irradiated, molten rock, ash, and dirt flowing across this area, covering people, cars, houses, and buildings, and then burning people to death, causing them to suffocate. And there were a lot of people here because this area, the glowing sea, this wasn't a huge industrial spot. This wasn't a big military base, although there were military targets here. This was a residential area. We do find military targets, we do find some factories, but what we find more than anything are playgrounds and ramblers and neighborhoods. In the Fallout world, this area of Boston must not have been subject to zoning regulations that would have moved factories and military bases of operation into different sectors. In this part of the glowing sea, we find houses and commercial buildings and industrial buildings all jumbled up together in a big area. We'll find an abandoned shack that was built specifically to blend into this suburban-looking place. This place got hit because
now we take the rest.
Military activity going on here.
Very
We'll
carefully.
find a Sentinel site, which was the home of many nuclear warheads, and we'll find a military surveillance bunker.
What?
So there was definitely a reason for the Chinese to attack, but amongst all of those military targets,
How did they know it was me, though? I don't believe it.
cars, and a lot of playgrounds. While exploring the glowing sea, we are walking atop the grave of countless human beings who
That is such bullshit. They did not see shit. I don't believe it for a
We're
second.
exploring the Federal Supply Cache 84NE. This is one of the first bunkers we come upon when traveling south into the glowing sea from Natick Banks. When you arrive, everything is quiet, but there's a circuit breaker inside that you can flip, which turns on the security defenses here. 2 Protectrons will come on out, and then you'll have to either hack them or destroy them. And then going back outside, the laser turrets on top of the building will attack. We don't find any lore here, but there are beds and plenty of buff out and chems to loot. You can access a terminal terminal, which will unlock the supply cache, where we find some chems and ammunition. Walking west of this point, we come upon one of the first playgrounds, giving us another indication that this might have been a park or someone's backyard. We see the ruins of residential houses nearby. But walking west of here, we reach the abandoned
Fuck
shack.
off.
This shack is actually a front. Beneath this shack is a sprawling surveillance bunker where the Americans would intercept and spy upon Chinese
Best viewer on
transmissions.
star,
After
star,
exploring the
star.
bunker, an
Wow,
elevator
that's
will appear behind
really
it.
interesting.
This isn't there when you first find the shack. It only appears after you
But I have a
explore it.
retort.
This surveillance bunker was camouflaged to look like just a regular house in this suburban neighborhood. But underneath you have an extremely sophisticated American surveillance program. I explored this entire bunker in a video I made dedicated to the abandoned shack, so I won't do so here. But inside you can find a full suit of leveled power armor and the U.S. Covert Operations Manual, which will improve your stealth. It was here I started to feel bad for Kate. She didn't have her helmet on, and here she is in an irradiated wasteland, so I went ahead and put her helmet back on. So, we've zigged, it's time to zag. Walking east across this devastation, we come upon scorpion after scorpion. These Death Skull scorpions are really tricky. We come to another ruins. One building is left in better condition than most, but still half of it is gone. Inside, we find some Radaway and Buffout sitting on top of some crates that are magically
God
not
damn it.
sliding down this floor, and also another wooden crate filled with loot. Continuing west, we come upon a playground. This playground has a spaceship slide, monkey bars, a couple of swing sets, and a jungle gym. There are cars parked nearby and a fence going around it. This must have been a neighborhood park for the families to come and let their kids play. It was right next to a road, though. This is a collapsed overpass that went north through Natick Banks. This is the road that disappeared as we tried to follow it south into the glowing sea. We're now exploring a huge rubble pile of twisted metal from destroyed buildings and concrete from this fallen overpass. Here we find an unmarked location. This is a Red Rocket truck stop with an interior cell. Like many of the buildings here, it is partially sunken into the floor. Going inside, we find a beautiful interior cell. I think I talked about this area when I did my video on the relay tower that we find here in the glowing sea. You can go into the garage and activate a button to raise the garage door. Inside we find a van with a wooden crate, but as you can see, we can't get
Why I
out.
never
It's
take the
been packed
pickpocket
to this
perk.
rubble. There is
That
one
10%
half-hanging
chance is
fluorescent light. It
destined to
casts
fuck
beautiful
me.
shadows, and light plays on the water in here. It's a beautiful place. Inside we find one master locked safe, and that's really about it. Heading out from here though, we find a cave. This is one of two caves, crafted from twisting metal that came off of nearby houses, and molten mud and rock from
Wow.
the pyroclastic flows that we find.
At least you got
here
out
in
of the way
glowing
early.
sea. It's just an interesting geological feature. There's no real good loot in here. Continuing east, we can go back to the interstate. Here we find a Deathclaw waiting for us. They really like these roads for some reason. After it's dead, we can climb to the top of it to see that there was a truck carrying cargo containers. And inside we find a whole bunch of safes. These safes still have loot in them, which is funny. I mean, you would think that if this was a company paying this driver to transfer these safes to businesses that purchase them, the safes wouldn't already have loot inside of them. I suppose maybe a company was moving, maybe the military was moving to a new office, and so they packed up a bunch of safes that already had loot inside of them to take them to the new offices. But some of these are already broken, the doors having fallen off, the contents looted long ago by scavengers. This is a high point in the glowing sea. We can hop up on top of these shipping containers to see a great view of the nearby wastes. Even though the sun is setting and we're in the middle of the glowing sea, we can still kind of see the tops of some of the skyscrapers off in the distance. I took this opportunity to wait until daybreak. I wanted to make sure to explore in the best light possible. Here I started to turn south. We find a lot of rad roaches clinging to the wall of a nearby building. And that's the theme here: scorpions, death claws, and lots of bugs. Not a whole lot of mammals, although we do find mole rats. Zigging west, we find the ruins of some sort of factory. Giant pipes stick out of the ground, and it looks like a nearby billboard has fallen on top. I was just about to explore when I got distracted by a beautiful sight off in the distance. A death claw, but it's pure white. It almost almost looked like it was glowing, far more white than the albino Deathclaws we are used to. As I approached, I realized it was a chameleon Deathclaws. These bad boys change colors as you fight them, and even after they die, their corpses will change colors too. So
Oh, come on. That was the last one.
completely lost its ability to change colors. The evolved trait must still exist somewhere in the genes of these Deathclaws. Back to the capsized factory, we can enter by going through a hole in what was once the roof. This portion of the factory has long since sunken beneath the mud. Here at the top of the stairs, we find a lot of chems and luckily some Radaway and Rad-X. It's convenient that pre-war people set out a bunch of this radiation protecting chems, almost as if they knew this place was going to be highly irradiated someday. Heading through a door, we arrive at the top of a catwalk where we see a slew of feral ghouls wandering around the floor.
Excuse me.
They race up the catwalk to attack. Pain Train is a whole lot of fun to use against these feral ghouls. In one of the pods on the factory floor, we find more right-of-way conveniently placed here, and then a big, advanced locked safe. Exploring further awakens even more of these ghouls. The creatures here are so high level that I walked away with a whole lot of legendary weapons. Both Kate's inventory and mine were filled to the brim with legendary weapons. On the opposite end of this factory floor, we can go through a doorway labeled exit, and then a bolted glowing one crawls down from the ceiling to attack.
God damn it.
We can go out the exit. This normally would have led right outside, but as you can see, the entire exit is blocked with.
See him do his little
twisted
twirl,
metal. We can
his
go
little knife
back up the
twirl.
stairs and
That was
across
cute.
the catwalk to exit through a big hole in the concrete wall. This leads us back to where we were. Continuing west, we approach the Atlantic offices. Nearby is an interesting scene. We find a bus that is completely sunken in this mud. More evidence of liquefaction. And the bones of the people who were riding this bus have risen to the top of this mud. Bones are
All I want to
scattered
do is
all
rob these
around this
people
area,
silly.
just outside the bus stop, pouring out of this bus and flowing down the hill. The nearby bus stop is also completely sunken, with only the monitor sticking out. Up the hill, we reach the Atlantic offices, an interesting location, but I did an entire video dedicated to this place and the cut content that was supposed to be here, so I won't get into too much detail here. I encourage you to check out that video. Inside, we just find a whole bunch of ghouls. Heading northwest of here, we kill a lot of bugs and shoot a lot of scorpions to climb a steep hillside until we reach a small valley. Here at the bottom of the valley is the Forgotten Church, completely buried. Nearby, we find the broken bell tower or clock tower. It's beautiful but completely destroyed. To enter, we can peer through a gap. I didn't see any feral ghouls or enemies in there, so I just jumped on down. In the corner of this forgotten church is a steamer trunk filled with loot, and that's it. It's beautiful, but it's tiny. I think there may be a scripted event where once you loot this chest, a chameleon Deathclaw appears, because as soon as I did, Kate, who was still topside, got attacked by one. So I raced over to the fallen tree, walked across it to jump up and see her under attack. It was a legendary chameleon Deathclaw, probably one of my favorite enemies in the game. It's here that we bump up against the edge of the world. We can't go any more west, so turning south, we bypass the ruins of even more residential buildings to find another interesting geologic feature. Do you see this warping sensation? It's almost as if there's something hot directly beneath the surface. I thought maybe it was coming from this tree. Looks like waves of heat distorting the light. But walking a little further south, I found another spot. It's not just the trees, but this area, possibly the cracked earth, is emitting this heat or a fume of some sort that is distorting visible light. Heading west, we reach two big dome-looking things with pipes
I did it.
sticking out of them. A chameleon Deathclaw was hiding in one of these big bulbs. And as we get closer, we learn that this is the decayed reactor site. The Deathclaw ran, and so I chased, but as soon as I killed him, I got attacked by 3 more scorpions. Oh my gosh, they just come from nowhere. Go Going back to explore the reactor, there's a little bit of a bunker right next to the ruins. Inside the bunker, it's just a huge disaster. There's not a whole lot. Behind an open security gate, we find a few nuclear reactors with the corpse of a soldier inside. And inside we find a switch, but flipping the circuit breaker doesn't really do much. A siren goes off, lights outside start to blare, and then it just stops. Not sure why. These big domes are fascinating to me. They're so majestic and thematic, but I didn't really know enough about nuclear technology to understand what these were, so I did a little bit of research. And it looks like these big domes were containment buildings for a nuclear reactor. In particular, these giant bulbs look a lot like the two containment domes at the Diablo Canyon power plant in California. These domes contained the reactor. The uranium fuel was stored inside a reactor vessel inside these domes, and then the reactor was cooled with a reactor coolant, usually water, typically from some sort of groundwater. Now, there are many types of ways to cool a reactor. What I think this one would have been a pressurized water cooler. Inside the dome, you would have the reactor core with the uranium and the rods and all of that, but then you would have a big tank filled with the coolant. This water then gets vaporized by the active fission in the reactor, and then the steam would go and power a steam generator, which would then provide electricity to the surrounding area. This decayed reactor site must have been a pressurized water reactor, providing electricity to this community. We don't find much else here other than the corpse of a child of Adam. Heading west to continue along our zigzag, we come to a flat plain with some shallow pools inside. And it's here that we typically find a lot of feral ghouls. This site in particular, I got swarmed by a whole bunch of them. There are quite a few shallow pools like this swarming with feral ghouls in the glowing sea. This is more evidence, I think, of the inability of the glowing sea to actually drain away any of the water that lands here, which is why the pools that have accumulated here are filled with such radioactive toxic material. Nearby are the ruins of more residential buildings. One is partially intact.
Cool.
You can climb into the rooftop of one, where we find a
wonder when I
with
see
some
one of these.
ammunition, a first aid kit, and a toolbox. Continuing west, we stumble upon a super duper mart. This is an unmarked location. The mart itself is completely covered with no entrance to be seen, but the nearby parking garage does have one door, still above the ground. Upon entering, Kate has something to say.
Wait a damn second. Where'd all the ferals go?
Well, she is right. There are not a whole lot of ferals. We find a few feral corpses outside. Heading into a nearby wrecked bus, we see that it leads down to the floor below, but let's finish exploring this floor before we go any further. In one corner of the building, we find two feral ghouls sleeping on the ground. After killing them, we see that this was their campsite. These people must have come here, seeking shelter after the bombs dropped, only the radiation turned them into feral ghouls. They were surviving on treats they found in the supermarket. We find stacks of Dandy Boy apples on top of cinder blocks and crates. There's a nearby security gate that we can unlock. Doing so, we can loot a first aid kit, a toolbox, and a wooden crate. If we try to go up the ramp, we see that it's completely blocked in by cars. This gives us only one direction left to go, and that's to drop down into this flooded bottom floor. Here we don't see any ghouls. Kate was right. No ghouls to be seen. I wonder why, and then we learn why. In the corner, an alpha deathclaw with its horns turned up like a demon emerges from the water and attacks. Behind one wall, near a blocked-off elevator exit, we find a steamer trunk filled with end-of-dungeon loot. On the wall next to this is an advertisement for the Giddy Up Buttercup. Every girl's fantasy, now a reality. Only $16,000? Oh my god. That Fallout inflation, man, gets you every time. We can find a working elevator in the corner over here, thankfully. Taking this elevator, we see that the horrible elevator music is still intact after 200 years.
Three locations. That's a lot of time. A lot of bullets.
The elevator lets us out to the top floor parking of the parking garage, which in the year 2287 is the ground floor of the glowing sea. It's time to zag west. Doing so, we encounter and dispose of more of the glowing sea fauna until we see the steeple of another church sticking out of the mud. As we get close, we see feral ghouls walking around on one of the top floors. Heading up top, we can peer inside to see ghouls all over the floor. I decided to jump down and ignite the oil. It's a whole lot of ghouls here, and they are fun to kill with a Gatling laser. Now, this is one of the locations that you get sent to by exploring the nearby relay tower. It comes with an interesting minor side story. I'm not going to spoil it here. If you're interested, you can watch my video on the nearby relay tower, which you can watch here to find that full story. Back outside and going east, we find...
Hear what they have to say. Always like some McCready action.
Like that. I'm just here to deliver a message.
In case you forgot, I left the Gunners for good.
Yeah, I heard. But you're still taking jobs in the Commonwealth. That isn't going to work for us.
I don't take orders from you. Not anymore. So why don't you take your girlfriend and walk out of here while you still can?
What? Winlock, tell me we don't have to listen to this shit.
Listen up, McCready. The only reason we haven't filled your body full of bullets is that we don't want a war with good neighbor. See, we respect other people's boundaries. We know how to play the game. It's something you never learned.
Glad to have disappointed you.
You can play the tough guy all you want. But if we hear you're still operating inside Gunner territory, all bets are off. You got that?
You finished?
Yeah. We're finished. Come on, Bart.
Excuse me.
Look, pal. If you're preaching about the atom or looking for a friend, you've got the wrong guy. If you need a hired gun, then maybe we can talk.
I'm interested. If you think you've got what it takes.
You're joking, right? I've been doing this since I was a kid. I know my way around. I used to run with the Gunners, for God's sake.
Extra baggage like that can get you killed.
Look, I need the money, and I'm not about to let Winlock and Barnes scare a client away. You have nothing to worry about. Those two are weaker than a housefly. They're about half as smart. Now what about you? How do I know I won't end up with a bullet in my back?
If my caps aren't good enough to answer that question.
All right, all right. Need to get your panties in a bunch. Tell you what, price is 250 caps. Up front and non-negotiable.
Everything's negotiable. Would you take 200?
Something wrong with your hearing?
What?
So, are you in?
You've got a deal.
Now you're speaking my language.
Uh-huh.
All right, boss. You got yourself an extra gun.
Hey there.
What's on your mind?
Ada.
Pleasure to see you again, sir. Are you ready to depart?
Time to hit the road.
Understood. Please, lead on. Would you like me to go with you?
Are you not with
Hey.
me?
How may I be of service?
Okay. Wow. Sure to get quiet in here.
What, you need something to take the edge off?
Excuse me, miss.
Hotel Rexford.
Oh, what's the matter, handsome? Don't tell me you didn't like the song.
I love the song. It was perfect.
Oh, well, thank you. A girl tries her best. Now, there's something special about you, isn't there? Don't tell me. Let me guess. You got the cocky smirk of a gambler. I can relate. Lady Luck is probably my second favorite lover. So what brings a man like you to my part of town?
What do you think?
We're all trying to forget something, are we? I think you and I are gonna get along. So it's my turn to answer questions, right? What can I do for you?
I was wondering if we could get to know each other better.
Oh, really? Go on.
You, me, an evening walk under the streetlights.
It's tempting, but unfortunately I'm married to the stage.
Buddy, I need to be a lot more high or a lot more drunk to be bothered right now.
I hate how it's so unnecessary for everybody to say the same lines like that. You know what? Let's see who we can't rob here.
Smell that? That's freedom.
Huh?
find another overpass going into downtown Boston. Following this one takes us to the edge of the glowing sea. There's no building here, just a big broken overpass, but it does mark the point where the glowing sea ends and the Commonwealth begins. Heading south of here, we can go to Waypoint Echo. Won't exist in every game. This is a Brotherhood of Steel installation. Also near this point is Vault 95. Built into the side of the mountain range, separating the rest of the Commonwealth from the giant basin, which allowed for the formation of the glowing sea. South of here is Relay Tower 0DB521. This is the video I just showed you a moment ago. Raising the dishes on this relay tower opens up 3 new radio broadcasts on your Pip-Boy, taking you to 3 interesting places here in the glowing sea. Going west again, we find a vertibird wreckage site. I'm not sure why this exists. We see vertibird crashing all the time. Why did Bethesda decide to make a vertibird wreck a marked location in the glowing sea? Maybe to make fast travel easier, I suppose? Southwest of here, walking over a whole bunch of rubble, we find another cave. This cave is one of the destinations you're sent to when you activate the relay signals. Inside, you'll find a Raider corpse using this ham radio and a full suit of Raider power armor, but I have long since looted both. Heading west, we find a whole bunch of mole rats, only to go over a hill to find a whole bunch more ghouls waiting around in this toxic, goopy water. At length, we arrive at the O'Neill Family Manufacturing. Now, the door to this is a security door, so it's closed and we don't have access to opening it. However, we can drop down a hole in a nearby buried roof to enter the facility. Down a catwalk, we can find a pod with a first aid kit in it, and round a corner to be attacked by one charred feral
Better keep
ghoul.
your iron strapped on.
Looks like there's only one member of the O'Neill family left. Here we find a power armor repair station, a big box of ammunition, and one of the few boxed robot model kits. This is the SentryBot model kit.
Get out of the way, dude.
Robot model box. These boxes disappear once you loot the kit and put it together. It is a gorgeous little box, though. Nearby, we find a terminal which allows us to open the door that we saw on the roof and access some of the terminal entries here. Here we learned that the O'Neill family manufacturing was actually a robot repair place. William Thomas came by with a busted Mr. Handy. Thomas kept saying that the Mr. Handy always falls over to the ground 4 or 5 times a day. He said that the neighborhood kids would throw baseballs at it, but initially the technicians here couldn't find anything wrong with the robot. But after spending 16 hours looking at it, they discovered that the robot had a screw loose. Yes, a literal screw loose. Evidently, the screw was bouncing around inside the robot, bumping up against a propulsion fail switch inside the robot. That's what was causing the robot to fall to the ground, so they just screwed the screws back in place. Next was for a customer named Jared Bean. The problem with this Mr. Handy is it was constantly bumping into things in the house.
The last thing I want to
They
get.
spent 8 hours diagnosing the problem, and they discovered that one of the optical sensors had been wired incorrectly. This was a heavily modified robot, and it tells us a little bit about the robot scene pre-war. Looks like people were buying robots from General Atomics and Robco and modifying them, just like people modify cars and games to their heart's content in our own world. The final customer is Jessica McCann. She brought in a Protectron after coworkers started to say that they were smelling some mildew coming from the bot. The technicians asked what could have possibly been going on, and Jessica sheepishly replied that the bot might have been involved in a company happy hour pool party that went on last week. So they fixed the issue by draining the lower compartment, which was completely filled with water, cleaning it, rinsing it, and drying it. Well, now that the door is unlocked, we can head on upstairs. I'm sure in here we'll find a bunch of wonderful loot. Oh no, it's a bunch of feral ghouls! I said there was only one member of the O'Neill family left. Now it looks like the entire O'Neill family got stuck up here in this room. But it looks like there were a bunch of other employees that died here as well. Inside the bins, we find entire human skeletons. Remember, not everyone is genetically predisposed to becoming a ghoul when exposed to radiation. Some people just die like they normally would in the real world. Looks like that's what happened here. After looting the red steamer trunk, we can head on out. I explored one of the big broken pipes nearby, not expecting to find anything. I inspected a bunch during this video, and all of them were empty, but this one wasn't. Inside we find 2 skeletons and a first aid kit. As we get close to a wrecked airplane, we'll often see a wandering Eyebot. This one isn't spewing Enclave propaganda like in Fallout 3, and you don't have to repair it like in Fallout New Vegas. I don't know the story to this little guy, he's just spewing static. But you can hack him to turn him into a temporary companion. I don't really need his help, but if I can feel like I've got Ed E. in Fallout 4, I'm gonna take the opportunity. Heading west of this point, we come to the crash site of the Skylanes Flight 1665. This is the final destination that you go to after activating the relay tower. I covered it in that video. The
Oh, I
light that you
didn't
see blinking
realize
on
I
the
had a
tail
point.
only blinks once you turn it on after finding the switch inside the plane. So watch that video to find out that location. Heading west, we go down into a large residential ruins area. There are some mole rats here. Nearby, we find a few leaning buildings which are interesting. One looks like a leaning water tower. I'm not sure what this is exactly. It's right next to some interesting machinery. After killing some blood bugs nearby, we can explore this machine. Looks like a grain harvester of some sort. So this tells us if a grain harvester was here, then this couldn't have been an exclusively residential area. Maybe there were small farms nearby. Then again, we are going a little bit west of the residential portion of the Glowing Sea. Maybe south of Boston, they had some grain farms. Would explain why this portion seems to be a little flatter and devoid of trees. There's another big tipping structure. It looks like a bunch of canisters of some sort. Maybe they held fuel, or maybe they were for water. There could be a whole bunch of conjoined water towers, not sure. Now, if we walk too far west from this point, we start to see more trees. This is the invisible line that separates the Glowing Sea from the swamps. Just south of Boston, you know, where we find Gunners Plaza and the Murkwater construction site, that area. The sky will clear up when we get towards this area, but we're still within sight of the Glowing Sea. If we're quick, we can run back the way we came, and for a brief moment, enjoy some of the sights of the Glowing Sea without that thick, green, moody haze that we typically see. This is the same time of day. I haven't altered the time of day with any console commands for this shot, and yet we can see very clearly and very far. The Skylanes flight, the water and relay towers off in the distance, and even downtown Boston. I just so happened to discover a Deathclaw cave right beneath this rock I was standing on top of. Another beautiful chameleon Deathclaw.
Please, brother.
By the time I finished off this Deathclaw, the haze had returned. The game will recalculate weather as you walk pretty quickly. I don't know the numbers. But oh no, I lost an arm. This doggone Deathclaw just knocked off one of my arms. But I remember there was a power armor station inside the O'Neill family manufacturing building. So heading back there, going down to the basement, I can hop on out of my power armor. Thankfully, I have managed to pick up enough scrap during this trip to repair my arm. Once fully repaired, I used the opportunity to wait until daybreak, and then I traveled back south to continue where I left off. Heading west from this southernmost section, you see concrete obelisks sticking up out of the dirt. 5 of them, one with a catwalk around it, and 4 others with big vents sticking out. Near to these obelisks is the Sentinel site, a pyramid sticking out of the soil.
Yeah, when can I start?
Well,
Right.
Indeed, Kate has never seen anything like this before. She's never seen photos of the pyramids.
You can do better
most
than that.
likely. I did a video dedicated to the Sentinel
This is just a
site,
bad
and it's
deal.
probably one of the most satisfying videos that I ever did.
I'm gonna
because I
need
got
more
to
to-
do some
There's a
research on
project.
really
So
interesting
little.
structures built by the
I'm in.
United States
That's
in the
what
real
I
world.
like
This
to hear.
building is based off of a real building. And I showed off pictures and talked all about the history of that building in the video that I made on this topic. Those big obelisks that we passed are actually exhaust towers. The real world
Bobby
version of this building had a
no-nos.
big missile silo. The silos were buried in the ground, and when you launched a missile,
Hey,
the
Cleo.
explosions
I've
of
got a
those
weapon
missile
here for every
launches were
situation.
funneled through
I'll take a
those
look,
exhaust
sure.
towers up into the
For
sky.
every-
That was their purpose. But in this game, Bethesda decided to turn the pyramid itself into the missile silo. We find 4 holes on the tippy top of the pyramid, pyramid. Those were the silos that the missiles were supposed to come out of. An unrealistic design, the real one wasn't like that, but it is fascinating. We still find the nuclear warheads that the Brotherhood of Steel came here for, scattered in the mud just outside the door to the Sentinel site, which is strange. I am exploring this again on my Brotherhood character, and having defeated the Institute with the Brotherhood, it's strange that the Brotherhood left these bombs just sitting outside the Sentinel site. When doing research for my video on the Sentinel site, I discovered that the original building that inspired this Sentinel site structure was retired for military use and then sold to the public at an auction. Some fellow out there paid $1 million or so for this thing and is now using it as his private home. And I think that that is such a cool thought. If I was ever the kind of guy to slink away from public life and just become a hermit somewhere, I would totally do so in an abandoned nuclear pyramid.
Hey, too close, Mr. Tough Guy.
Someday. We are now walking along the invisible world boundary on the southernmost portion of the glowing sea. Continuing west to finish exploring, we have to start climbing a really steep hill that makes up the mountain range that creates this basin that the glowing sea is
upstairs,
inside.
top floor.
Here we kill more scorpions, and I finally come upon an albino deathclaw. It's such a cool looking creature, but it just seems like it looks different from the chameleon deathclaws. From a distance, the chameleon deathclaws are almost a glowing iridescent white color. These albino deathclaws are more like a peachy white. Bleached on the outside, but the nooks and crannies and crevices are almost a pinkish color. Still, they look amazing. Climbing the mountainside, we come to another plane. All of this cracked mud and little pools of highly irradiated water. We go southwest of this point to find a path leading to
I swear there's a table. Oh, there it is.
Guarded by a chameleon deathclaw. Notice that it is a more papery white when we get close, but then of course it changes color, the chameleon deathclaw that it is.
Look,
Heading on
I know
in the
it's
cave,
an
we
open
can see
door,
our good
but
friend
it's like
Virgil.
a
He still has his machine gun
philosophically
turrets
open
outside
door, okay?
and his robots.
Get the hell
but
out.
getting close, he wants
Hey,
nothing to do
Murawski.
with us.
You want a room? You should leave. Claire runs the desk. Just please. You don't like to be disturbed on my back.
And that's of course because we destroyed the Institute. You know, the Brotherhood of Steel sent me here to kill Virgil. They didn't really care that he had cured himself of being a super mutant. The quest is called Unfinished Business, and even after you destroy the Institute, even though Virgil helped you to destroy the Institute, even though Virgil is completely peaceful, Lieutenant Kells sends you to murder him just because he is a super mutant. Very different from the Mojave chapter of the Brotherhood of Steel in Fallout New Vegas, where Elder McNamara is willing to let nearby peaceful super mutants be because he respects them, because they're peaceful, only turning on them when they become violent. The same Brotherhood of Steel, two very different visions. In this game, I sided with the Brotherhood of Steel. In this game, I completely destroyed Acadia, but I spared Virgil's life because I rationalized it in my head. He may have been a super mutant, but he found a cure, and he is no longer a super mutant now, so I convinced Captain Kells not to kill him. North of Virgil's cave, we come upon a decrepit factory. This factory is so decrepit and smashed to bits that there's no portion we can even enter. Only a few little pods are floating above the mud here and there. In one of the pods, we find a bunch of circuitry lying out and some Radax, the skeleton of a man next to some circuitry. And in the middle of the pool, we see a skeletonized hand sticking out of the sinking pod. And getting close, indeed, that is exactly what this is. The entire skeleton is trying to claw its way out of this sinking pod. Is this a reference to Terminator 2? I guess he'd be having to make a thumbs up.
I don't know what that was all
for it to be a
about.
reference to Terminator 2, but it's an eerie sight nonetheless. This poor man reaching out for help as his lungs are filled with boiling irradiated water. Heading north of here at last.
All right, let's do the
we reach
Neon's
Ground
flat
Zero, the
stoof.
impact site, the place where the biggest bomb dropped on Boston landed, the crater of Adam. Of course, the children of Adam have turned this into a holy site, and as we approach, we can hear them praying.
We must suffer to truly feel Adam's embrace, to lay broken before him, and feel the gentle wash of the glow. The faithless must be punished. Adam's chosen must bring judgment to his enemies. May the glow of Adam guide your path. In the end, we are all Adam's children.
Looks like some of the faithful couldn't survive the radiation here. We do find entire skeletons lying around. Brother Ogden here is a merchant.
All those seeking Adam are welcome. Or is it something more tangible you require?
What have you got for sale?
Whatever Adam provides for us. It is not much, true, but you may find something of value.
He doesn't have a really amazing inventory. At higher levels, he's got some good explosives, but that's about it. We can explore each of these little shacks. There's not a whole lot here.
I will count the bodies of the heretics I have burned, and for each one, I bring a smile on the lips of Adam.
Good grief, Ward. That's a little
Psycho.
dark. It's here in this camp that we'll find another copy of the Astoundingly Awesome Tales, and we can go up and talk with Mother Isolde. Even though I've already beaten the game and gotten from her the dialogue I needed to do so, after meeting and befriending the children of Adam in Far Harbor, she has unique dialogue.
How have you survived out here?
Our faith in Adam is unwavering. In return, he has granted us his blessing and protects us from those who would do us harm. None without his favor could survive in such a place, but survive we do.
Would you be willing to help a fellow child of Adam? I'm part of a church in a place called the Nucleus, near the town of Far Harbor. You know it?
Far Harbor? Few know of the land shrouded beneath Adam's veil, let alone claim to have worshipped within its sacred fog. An interesting assertion, if it's true. Perhaps we can help you.
Let me know if there's anything I can do to help you.
You are kind to offer, but Adam has provided us with all that we need.
Surprised they didn't
Our
do more with that
brother
area,
Far Harbor.
especially after Far
What
Harbor.
can I do for you, child?
Now she offers to help us, but we've already gotten her help. I suppose that line was meant for people who have not found Virgil's cave yet, but had already traveled to Far Harbor. I think it's great that Bethesda thought about that so that we can do Far Harbor really in any order, and the game takes that into account. It's also interesting that it seems like basking in Adam's glow is not enough for every child of Adam. Inside these little homes, we find a number of addictive substances: cigarettes, psycho, mentats, even Addictol. Looks like these guys are not above getting addicted. It's from this crater that all of the radiation from all of the rad storms in the Commonwealth emanate. You can see the little sparkly bits of greenish radiation floating on up to the sky. That's what gets collected in the clouds and carried on over to the rest of the Commonwealth before it's rained down in rad storms. And as we leave the crater of Adam, those little particles disappear. Now, this wasn't the impact site for the only nuclear bomb dropped on the Commonwealth. Remember, there's also the Cambridge crater and other minor impact sites in the Commonwealth. But this must be the location where multiple bombs dropped to produce such a huge crater, or where the big bomb dropped. And it's clear what their target was. Their target was likely the Sentinel site, because it posed the greatest threat to the Chinese. The bomb, in combination with the destruction of the nuclear power plant that we explored earlier, may help explain why this one location is the most highly irradiated spot in the entire Commonwealth. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the full story of the Glowing Sea as we find it in Fallout
Alright,
4.
Neon
It's one
Flats.
of my favorite places in the game just because it's so moody, so bleak, so inhospitable. Such a challenge even at higher levels. It's this feel that Bethesda was going for when they made Fallout 3. Those who have played Fallout 3 will remember that Fallout 3 is completely bleak. There's nothing green. There's no bright area in the in Fallout 4, more places are blue, more places are beautiful, and that was a conscious design choice. We learned from the art of Fallout 4 that Bethesda decided to change direction from Fallout 3. They didn't want everything to be quite so bleak. They wanted to show places healing after 200 years, which is why you can find some beautiful places in Fallout 4. But the Glowing Sea is not one of them. For the Glowing Sea, they went back to their inspirations for Fallout 3. They wanted it to be bleak, hazy, toxic, irradiated, dangerous, and deadly. And I think they achieved that goal very well. Thanks for watching, everybody. What are your thoughts on the Glowing Sea? Do you enjoy it as much as I do? Let me know in the comments section below. I read all of your comments, and I use your comments as inspiration for my future videos. I make a new video 6 days a week, so be sure to subscribe and click that bell notification button to find out what I publish tomorrow. And did you know that I've got a t-shirt shop? That's right, if you're interested in wearing a Fallout or Oxhorn-inspired t-shirt, you can find a link to my shop in the description below. And if you like what I do and you want to support me in a more personal way, consider...
You're walking into a sea, but it's not water you're afraid of drowning in. It's something invisible, but radiant. It burns everything in it, but no, I can feel them. There's people calling out to something. Chanting. They can show you the way, but they're so hard to reach. Be careful. Nice bit, boy.
I'm gonna have to book it out of there, basically. Alright, let's find some different lore to get into.
To proceed to live subject test.
Advertised as an ark for the atomic age, Vault 96 was never what it seemed. From the moment the vault door closed, its residents, 5 specially chosen scientists, discovered the truth. Their mission was not one of ecological rebalancing, but genetic experimentation, inflicting increasingly dangerous mutations on the unfortunate creatures housed within the vault. But the greatest secret remained a mystery even to them. In Cryogenics Bay 86, locked behind military access controls, a single cryopod housed specimen X001. Accessed only by the Vault's automated systems, its genetic samples exhibited a transference capability, and were used to create a unique shifting mutation. All attempts to identify what the specimen was failed. No vitals, no measurements, no source data. Only an ID number. So, what is specimen X001? In today's video, we're going to explore 2 theories to try and answer this question. Going back through the events that took place in Vault 96, presenting evidence for and against each theory, as well as
Killing me, girl.
potential links between the mutated creatures from Vault 96 and the mutated enemies we actually face in daily ops, before finishing with the revelation that a third party might be linked to both, and is actually still active somewhere. Let's get started. Following in the footsteps of the sinister Dr. Blackburn, we arrive at Vault 96 on the heels of Blood Eagles, seeking to pillage and loot everything they can find. Although the questline will direct us to terminals, notes and entries left by Blackburn, to begin our investigation we need to go back in time, instead focusing on the older holotapes and terminals left by the Vault's original occupants.
Super mutant.
We learn from the mainframe terminal that the Vault's construction finished in August 2077, and to the public was advertised as an ark for the atomic age, one of the largest cryogenic storage facilities in the world, with approximately 10,000 animals preserved within it. However, despite its size, only 5 human residents would be granted respite from the Armageddon, and these 5 were specially picked for their roles. Highly gifted individuals, each was a leading figure in a particular field of science or robotics. We can learn the most about their personalities and background from the database found on the Overseer's terminal. And the first scientist was Eric DeMarcos. Selected for the role of Overseer, he was the senior professor at Vault-Tec University, and importantly, the chief developer of the Vault-Tec Emergency Management System, overseeing the database of protocols that would be used in all vaults. Jeanette Higgins had quite the CV before taking up the role of chief robotics technician, the lead developer of the Assaultron robot while at Robco, and a lecturer for the Department of Robotics at the Commonwealth Institute of Technology. This is also a good time to mention that our visual representations are purely fictional. The third resident was Chief Engineer Hans Memling. The oldest resident of Vault 96, he was an expert in the field of quantum, nuclear and cryogenic engineering, And last but definitely not least, we have Nina Valea and Molly Cooper. Both had worked together and begun a relationship with each other while at Chromax Genetics. Molly would take up the position of chief biologist and Nina as the chief researcher. But this is where the public missive and the roles of these five would take a turn, because once the vault door had closed behind them, the new overseer Eric DeMarcus must have been taken aback by what he found on his terminal. We find the Vault 96 protocol as expected, however this is all a lie. A second protocol was released automatically upon the sealing, and a lot of it completely counteracts the first. The purpose of Vault 96 is to conduct genetic experiments, to explore potential mutations that may arise in post-nuclear fauna and develop appropriate countermeasures. So, a different primary directive, but reading on, residents will not be permitted to introduce native or genetically modified species outside the vaults, a complete contradiction to reintroducing species. Not only were all 5 residents lied to, but they would need to reach weekly quotas or suffer termination by the Vault's robot security. The biggest kicker is the revelation that only the Overseer would ever be permitted to leave. I think, however, the most interesting line in this section is results will be transmitted via satellite to external facilities for analysis and deployment. I will come back to this at the end of the video, as I think it's the first hint that a different faction was, or perhaps still is, actually linked to the discoveries that were made in Vault 96. The final entry is our first mention of Cryogenic Bay 86. For the Overseer's eyes only, the entry explains that if any resident of the Vault was to tamper, disable, remove, or destroy security seals on Cryogenics Bay 86, then it would actually also result in the immediate termination of all life within the vault. Automated research systems could be used to retrieve genetic samples from the bay, but it also mentions that these samples should be considered extremely hazardous and handled with all possible caution. No mention yet of specimen X001, but there are some interesting details here. But returning to the story, the news of the protocol amendment wasn't well received by the 4 other residents when the Overseer broke the news.
You will all have weekly research quotas to meet.
And if we refuse? Or fall short?
Anyone failing to meet their quota, or otherwise trying to rebel, will be eliminated.
You can't be serious.
Molly and Nina were clearly the most busy, with the remaining team members essentially filling the role of support staff. Listening to a series of genetics logs found in the research wing, we learned that by week 100 things had been getting hectic.
Our first mutations were simple enough. Venom, regeneration, electrogenesis, natural phenomena with well-understood biochemical processes. But I fear we have set the bar too high. Eric's quotas are ever more aggressive, even as potential research targets grow increasingly elusive. Molly and I have moved on to more speculative mutations. Chameleonization, pyrokinesis, cryokinesis. But after that, I am less certain.
Already Nina was worrying about the quotas, but it's important to pause here and take stock, because by this point they had already developed a sizable list of mutations. In the next log, everything is about to change, with the introduction of the first genetic sample of specimen X001.
I confess, I was skeptical when Molly showed me her analysis. There was little to work with, given its unique biology. As an initial bench test, I spliced each of our extant stable mutations into separate samples. They all worked flawlessly, as if we had spent months adapting them. And then the mutations spread. They somehow shifted from one sealed petri dish to the next until all the samples exhibited all of the mutations. Fascinating. I wanted to proceed to live subject testing immediately, but all of our attempts to resuscitate a specimen have been blocked. Hans is looking into it. In the meantime, this transference capability merits further investigation.
I've let this one play out in full because I think it's arguably the most important information available for both theories. Checking the engineering workstation again, we actually learned what Hans was able to discover. He decided to take his own inventory and discover that actually there are 85 cryogenic bays, except at the back of Bay 85, there's a door, tungsten plated, military access controls, top of the line stuff. And when he looked through the grating, it was just a single room, all concrete except with one cryopod. And inside, he could have sworn he saw something move. The final genetics log is actually Nina's last.
If I could study the original specimen, perhaps I could make some progress.
Ooh.
I have
Fucked up there.
into this research. I'm out of time. I will not make my quota. Forgive me, Molly.
Unable to meet the quota and despite the best efforts of the other team members, an Assaultron brutally killed her, blasting her head off in front of the rest of the team. I won't go through all the details of how their story ends, but the death of a team member kicks Eric into action. Attempting to insert the Seraph virus in the mainframe succeeds, but unfortunately none of them live to see it. With all living occupants dead and the vault critically damaged, the entire space freezes over and the door unseals, allowing mutated creatures to escape and prompting the vault to begin activating the emergency management system to call for assistance. Dr. Blackburn would then discover it first, bringing Hellcat mercenaries with him, followed by the Blood Eagles and then us. The story is over, but it's now time to reflect on everything we learned. The genetic material from Specimen X001 exhibited two unique qualities. First is the transference capability. 6 mutations were developed prior to its introduction. A sample of each extant mutation was then spliced with the new genetic material, separated in 6 sealed Petri dishes. But despite being separated, each sample would then go on to exhibit all of the mutations, somehow transferring to these sealed Petri dishes. The second quality, which might be an extension of the first, appeared once live subject testing began. Checking the biology workstation logs, the new shifting mutation was tested on a bloatfly. After successfully shifting twice as an evasive maneuver, it reappeared inside the torso of the opposing creature, causing immediate death. Final detail on the aftermath of the failed shifting was the fusion of both subjects' bodies on a molecular level, creating an indistinguishable mass of flesh. Nina corroborates this that the subjects would shift or phase once stressed, but without access to the original source, it would be impossible to fine-tune the mutation. Taken in conjunction with the initial findings about the specimen,
The cellular structure is unlike anything I've ever seen. I ran it through the DNA sequencer twice, but nothing at all.
and the military protection, access codes, and threat of immediate death if tampered with, then it's safe to assume that this specimen was of alien origin. Which brings us nicely to the first theory. Specimen X001 is a Flatwoods monster. The only creature we can currently encounter in-game that has the ability to teleport and is a natural comparison to the shifting mutation. A local legend, these aliens move around by hovering above the ground, firing purple energy blasts once they've entered combat. Not only do they have the ability to teleport, however, their controlling ability affects every non-player character entity in this game. It's also no secret at this point, but killing a Flatwoods monster and entering camera mode, or looking at any image of its helmet removed, that this creature is a malformed Zetan. I say malformed because inside the bullet-shaped carapace, tiny legs can actually be seen. How could Vault-Tec have acquired one though? Well, pretty easily, considering that they probably weren't working alone. The Enclave research facility has a room containing 3 dead Zetans, and the military access codes protecting Specimen X001 suggest that pre-war military or the Enclave themselves may have been working with Vault-Tec. So it fits, right? Case closed. Except, there's a couple of things that I'm not sure do fit. The Flatwoods monster to me is a highly advanced battlesuit operated by a single malformed Zetan. From our experience in the Fallout titles, the Zetan's technology is exponentially more advanced than ours, and this is where they get their power. From science and technology. When separated from their technology, they don't really pose much of a threat. The Flatwoods monster ability to travel hinges on the thrusters that propel the suit. But where do its abilities come from? Is the teleportation possible because of the suit? Or is this type of Zetan essentially a mutant, with its abilities tied to the genetic makeup naturally or through augmentation? If its abilities are tied to its genetics, then absolutely I think that this theory does fit nicely. I'm genuinely split on this, so definitely let me know what your thoughts are in the comments. But the second theory is even more speculative, so get your tinfoil hats ready, as this is essentially one big Easter egg. There is an alien in a Bethesda game with a unique biology, the ability to change its structure at will, and possesses a wide range of different abilities that seem awfully similar. Most of all, however, the ability to shift and mimic matter. Specimen X001 is a species of Typhon, hostile aliens encountered on Talos 1 and Arcane Studios' Prey. Straight off the bat, this would qualify as an Easter egg. If we were ever to discover for sure what the specimen was, it won't be this. But let's talk about why Typhon is potentially a better fit and what it is. Attempts to contain and research the shiny, shimmering grey-black aliens on the Talos 1 space station and Pythias moon base would ultimately fail, leading to the setting of the main game. But that research, taken in conjunction with the various species you encounter in Prey, paints a pretty clear picture. They are incomprehensibly alien, made up of solids, liquids and gases all at once, with their sizes and shapes varying greatly. The various species possess a wide range of abilities. Listing them off, let's see if any of them sound familiar. Mimicking matter, telekinesis, teleportation, i.e. quickly phasing or warping to a nearby location, generating fire, electricity, corrosive gas, mind control, remote machine control, psychic assaults, or even creating new species of Typhon. The species that exhibits the closest thing to the shifting mutation is the Phantom. Created from human corpses, these move rapidly fast and are extremely dangerous. However, if heavily damaged, the Phantoms can shift away from the player to a safe distance. But furthermore, a weaker form of the ability can be installed as a neuromod by the player character, and it's called Phantom Shift. The terminology here I think is quite important. When you face off against a Flatwoods monster, I found that their teleporting isn't normally a result of fear or damage taken, but is actually a conscious effort to close a distance or gain a tactical advantage. A fun fact about the Flatwoods monster too, but if it manages to keep sight of you, it will chase you across the map. I've dragged one before from the mire to a distant location in the Savage Divide for a video. This isn't a creature that scares easily or is at a disadvantage. The Phantoms from Prey technically do not teleport either. They cannot move through solid walls in the vast majority of cases, and a better given description for what they do is phasing. So far, shifting and phasing are both words used to describe the effects of using Specimen X001's genetic material. To finish up with this theory, the other nugget I think is the mimicking matter. They can completely change their molecular structure in certain situations. The mimic variants can camouflage themselves as inanimate objects, but can also split themselves into multiple versions of themselves. A potential parallel to the mutation spreading from one sealed petri dish to another, and the end result of the shifting mutated bloatfly actually merging with its opponent. But now it's time to summarize both. The Flatwoods monster theory without a doubt holds more weight. It's an in-game entity, and if this mystery was ever to be officially revealed, then I have no doubt it will be this. The Zetans feature heavily in Appalachia, so continuing down that path would make sense. I do think that some of the details don't perfectly line up though. But if this mystery does remain one, then I do think
I'm hostile for lockpicking a warehouse. I have to go kill criminals.
I have no doubt that 76 will end up with unsolved mysteries that were never answered. There are so many loose ends to wrap up, so I'm sure we won't get answers to them all. Let me know what you think though down in the comments about these two theories, or if you have any of your own, I'd love to hear them. To close out today's video, I wanted to talk briefly about some similarities tied to Daily Ops, and that faction who may be involved in some way. By the time the researchers finished in Vault 96, using Specimen X001's genetic material, a total of 7 different mutations have been tested. Venom, regeneration, electrogenesis, communionization, pyrokinesis, cryokinesis, and the unstable shifting mutation. One of the main features of Daily Ops is also mutations, of course, and pairing some of these up, there are quite a few matches. Active camouflage is communionization, freezing touch is cryokinesis, group regeneration is regeneration, toxic blood is venom, and volatile is pyrokinesis. The notable point with this last one, in the biology log, implementing the pyrokinesis mutation on a wolf resulted in it exploding rather than gaining fire-based attacks. And we know 2 other things as well. Upon the collapse of the vault, animals began escaping, and more importantly, all data research from Vault 96 was being transmitted to an external site. Which leads nicely into my theory as to where this data was actually going. I don't think it's a coincidence that player-based mutation serums can be purchased from Modus in the Enclave bunker, because there is no faction seemingly more invested in mutation research and aliens than the Enclave. And what do we know about Vault 96? It included a secret section containing Specimen X001, protected by military access controls. The Enclave research bunker, of course, also contains dead Zetans as well. So, my theory is the Enclave partnered with Vault-Tec with regards to Vault 96. All that data was going to a site they control, and it's potentially one we haven't even seen yet. Because who's been listening in on Daily Ops missions? The Enclave, with their radio interceptors. They certainly have a history of releasing dangerous species into Appalachia for research purposes, and what better way to further test these mutations than seeing them in a live setting, monitoring our progress, and collecting that data for their own ends. Finally, a last small detail I discovered seemingly linking the Enclave and Vault 96 was this. Speaking to Orlando about ultra-cell batteries, she has this to say.
I might wager that whomever was behind the ultracell you discovered likely shared similar contacts with management at some point, but who can say?
Now, these tubes you find in Vault 96 do look pretty similar structurally to the one you can find in the Enclave research facility, for example. But what's very interesting is these will actually emit a hum, which you can hear quite clearly. The file name for this hum is Ultrasonic Battery Hum LP Loop, suggesting that these are also powered by Ultrasonic batteries, which from my understanding aren't that common in post-war Appalachia. The AMS sites which discovered and developed the Ultrasonic batteries were later commandeered by the Enclave, and it's the mysterious management, of course, that reward us with them after completing refuge dailies. But that wraps up today's video. I'm fairly sure, irrespective of the identity of Specimen X001, that the Enclave will be returning, if they haven't already. And with the new Mutation Invasion update on the way, I doubt we've heard the last of mutations either. But what do you think Specimen X001 truly is? Do you think the Enclave were involved in Vault 96?
This guy.
Let me know what you think down in the comments. If you enjoyed this particular video,
see what else
please
he's
consider
got.
subscribing to help the channel grow. We consistently upload a variety of Exploring post-war Appalachia, you'll discover a world full of strange creatures, dark secrets, and many random encounters. In today's video, I'll be going through 10 different things you may have missed, including post-apocalyptic restaurant reviews, evidence of a new Ultrasite abomination, and how following in the footsteps of a Union striker sheds new light on the process of becoming a Trog. Let's get started. Up first today, we're heading to the pit for the mission Union dues. Instead of progressing with the mission itself, we're retracing the steps of Pat Gerber, a Union striker. Originally with the local 42 division, he was transferred to the local 29 in the industrial district to undertake a special mission, hunting for a beast. Pat's mission is recounted in 4 holotapes that can be found throughout the district, 2 outside and 2 inside the foundry. Finding all 4 of these will unlock a little Easter egg at the end of the mission, but it also reveals what exactly happened to Pat. The first is found below the warehouse in the Fanatic Supply Depot, where Hex might send you in the mission. Heading down like this, you'll actually find a locked entrance to a pipe, and unlocking it and heading it to the end is where you'll find a body with the first holotape sat next to it. Giving it a listen, Pat brings us up to speed.
This is Pat Gerber, striker for the Union. Mission log. Taking care of unfinished business. Used to get reports back in the day of something. Some kind of mutant or monster lurking beneath the foundry. Disappearances, attacks, 1 or 2 mangled corpses. Nasty stuff. Will be a change of pace from rooting out spies and fanatic guerrillas. If indeed it is something new on our plates.
The second holotape is also found outside, but this time it's in the shipping container area, inside a damaged building in a back room. It's in the second holotape that Pat learns what exactly he is hunting, once he's headed over to the pen to meet Hex.
Pat Gerber, Union striker, Local 29. Mission log. In pursuit of a beast. Met up with a new local leader, a woman who goes by Hex. Guess they've had run-ins with the creatures I'm looking for. So there goes my fanatic raider theory. She showed me the body of one of these things. No wonder they had folks running scared. Going toe-to-toe with these troglodytes would put the fear into anybody.
I'll only be playing partial elements of the first 3 holotapes, as it's the 4th that is the most interesting. Heading inside the foundry now, it's time to hunt down the other 2. The third one is found in the fire pit area of the foundry, near a Union corpse propped up against a wall. Giving it a listen actually reveals where the Trogs have actually been coming from.
Found a way past the patrols and made it to the tunnels beneath the foundry. Place is like a maze. It's no wonder we never scouted the whole thing when we owned this place. And there's evidence of our mutant friends everywhere.
Signing off though, Pat is determined to continue despite the hardship.
I'm gonna exterminate the whole lot of these creatures. The going is getting tougher. The rads get worse the deeper I go. I can feel my body heating up, my skin crawling. My damn head's starting to swim. Hope the damage isn't done already.
The final holotape is found in the belts in the room you can see here, and heading in you'll actually see it on this table. Let's give it a listen.
Pretty sure I fucked up good. Got a little farther down and came face to face with my prey. Was pretty sure I was a goner, but it didn't pounce, didn't strike. The thing just stared, and it knew me. I could feel it. How that's possible, I don't know, but sent a chill
down my spine. Its eyes, they called to me. But after a minute or two, it just turned around and left. And so did I. I made it back topside. But all I feel is an anger. It's swelling up inside me. I'm just so mad. Need to wait for these urges to subside. Don't want to hurt anyone. Shouldn't be near other people right now. God, it's so damn bright up here. Need to find a little corner out of the light.
What we actually just heard was a man becoming a Trog in real time. And if you manage to find all 4 of these, then the final stage of the mission will actually be a little bit different. Union dudes will always spawn a high-level Trog enemy as the final quest marker, and defeating it will end the mission. But instead of the usual Trog, you get the unique legendary Trog Striker. And this is actually Pat Gerber in the flesh. His transformation complete, Pat became a Trog Superior, and although this won't offer up any unique rewards or anything like that, it is a neat little Easter egg. Putting Pat out of his misery, it's time to finish on an even more tragic note. Pat, it transpires, actually had a wife called Bella Gerber, and she was a Union runner for the Union survivors inside the Sanctum. Her story is actually told also in 4 holotapes, and her fate is arguably even worse. Seeing the Fanatics find the Sanctum and becoming a prisoner, awaiting a fate worse than death in her final holotape.
I was so arrogant, so stupid. Forgot that I wasn't the only person capable of navigating the trench.
It's a nice little reference to the former Fanatic Danilo, who's actually our guide in the trench, and was actually responsible for helping the Fanatics find the Sanctum. But she will also mention Pat for the first time, and her final words sadly would not come to pass.
And Pat, if you ever find that monster you were looking for, don't go alone.
I think it's fair to say the pit didn't live
It
up to
sounds
expectations
familiar.
ultimately, but the added lore and little stories like this were a great addition. Leaving the pit behind, let's return to Appalachia to meet another survivor of the Great War. Glenn Ramos, former chef to the pre-war elite, and a disgraced food critic to boot, he wasn't about to let the nuke stop him. Famous for unsuccessfully suing Hornwright Holdings, the parent company of the Rusty Pig, for claiming they used expired Instamash in its famous shepherd's pie, he decided to spend the apocalypse wandering Appalachia's abandoned restaurants and eateries, writing reviews about his experiences pre-war and comparing them to the post-war situation. We can find his reviews in note form at 5 different locations, rating each experience out of 5 stars. Starting with the lowest rated, we arrive at Slocum's Joe, and give the note Slocum's woes pinned up on the billboard a read. Giving it a measly 1 star, he laments that if one good thing came out of the apocalypse, is that he wouldn't have to drink a cup of their coffee again. Stale acidic rubbish he claims is actually worse than the nuclear hellfire. His journey took him to Lady Janet's soft serve next, and his note "Damn it, Janet" is actually found on the counter. A popular trendy teen hangout spot pre-war, Glenn notes that this is actually still popular with hordes of irradiated teens still frequenting it. The lack of ice cream and propensity of alcohol, however, meant it only did 1 better than Slocum's Joe, coming in at 2 stars. Red Rocket Please Stop is actually the 3rd note to find at the Red Rocket truck stop, and it's an interesting one. Glenn recounts a story about a food critic pal Jerry telling him about a fully automated kitchen that produced the perfect burger. Skeptical until he tried it, he concedes it was the best burger he ever had, spitting it out quickly though and doing a disgusted face, as he had a reputation to uphold, and they only got 3 stars. And then there were 2. The General Steakhouse is next. A fine dining destination pre-war, Glenn was a fan of the proprietor Milo, but was less of a fan of its clientele. Uppity tech types and Robco, he prefers the new clientele actually, who he describes as being more pleasant, less pompous, despite their shriveled appearance and ravenous lust for his own flesh. The 5-star general note can be found at the front, and he gave it 4 stars. And last but not least, Glenn's travels took him to Big Fred's Barbecue. The only 5-star establishment, we find burnt ends underneath a battered clipboard on the front desk. One little nugget from the note was the revelation that Big Fred wasn't actually that big at all. And although the readily available new meat sauce was quite good, it didn't compare to what Big Fred's was like. It's unclear what became of Glenn after he wrote these 5 notes, but perhaps he's still out there traversing the wasteland, trying out new cuisine at old eateries, and leaving more notes for us to find. One of the most striking images in the wasteland, jagged concrete spikes loom out of the ground at Federal Disposal Site HZ-21. At its centre, piles of nuclear waste sit luminescent with radioactivity. Normally home to super mutants and a Snallygaster, we can learn more about the spikes in this dumping ground on a terminal located inside the main building. Straight away we see an entry entitled the 10,000 Year Initiative, and split into 4 parts. These explain in full the design of this disposal site. Starting with the background, we learn that this is actually the first facility in Appalachia to undergo the 10,000 Year Initiative. A secure location to dispose of waste that will likely take thousands of years to break down and become safe, and it also serves as a warning to potential future inhabitants for this area isn't safe for habitation. What's interesting about all of this though is it's actually inspired by a real-world concept. Based on long-term nuclear waste warning messages, it shares a lot of similarities with this concept art called The Landscape of Thorns by Michael Brill and Safdar Abidi. The necessity for such a structure is outlined in the second entry. With languages and methods of communication or storing data changing over time, a different method would need to be used. In methods, we learn that the spikes were meant to convey a sense of danger or harm to anyone who would come across them, and this was Phase 1. Phase 2 was adding metal engravings to the perimeter. Sealed and treated to withstand harsh conditions, they would include pictograms to further convey the danger. Finally, in conclusions, they concede they have done all that is humanly possible to warn future generations. Radiation need not be feared, but it must command your respect. Read the posters located in the main building, and this method of using symbolism to convey warnings by the structural design is definitely an interesting concept. Not that it mattered in this universe with the Great War radiating pretty much everything. Once home to the Nuclear Winter game mode, Vault 51 was opened for us in the main game with the Fallout Worlds update. Sure, this one is pretty well known by most, but if you didn't know, then Vault 51 is great to visit if you're hunting down some unique junk items. Although many of the unique items here can be found on their own elsewhere, the fact that so many pristine junk items can be found in one place makes your scavenging trip much easier. To get into Vault 51 at the top of the map, you need to locate this large trailer off to the side. Heading inside into the back, you'll see a button. Pressing this will activate the vault door opening sequence, allowing you to enter the vault and begin exploring. This vault is full of leveled scorch, but immediately you'll notice clean versions of just about everything. Vases, food, coffee mugs and tins, and make sure to check lockers too, as you'll find more items in these. But you can also get some very unique items like a restored desk fan, and in the kitchen area you can find pristine coffee tins and much more to loot. You can also find the very rare 308 casing on the landing, and heading backstage in this room you can find discarded instruments. Finishing up the bottom floor, it's time to head into the overseas quarters, and to do this you'll need to find the correct keycard, or you can just photo mode glitch through. Heading inside you'll find an assortment of items on display here. Of particular interest though is a set of robot models, but you can also find undamaged Abraxo cleaner and a Wakemaster alarm clock. Of course, if you're not looking to leak anything, you can just come to this location to discover more about the Vault 51 story, which you can still do through holotapes and terminals. Overall, Vault 51 is probably the best single location mode to go for display items or junk in general. There really is so much packed in here. Atomic mining services were initially welcomed into the Appalachia region with open arms. Quickly, the public opinion on them though devolved, as their corporate greed and reckless discovery and procurement of Alticite spelled trouble for the West Virginia locals. To appreciate the full extent of what they were up to, then head over to their headquarters found in Watoga. Looting the AMS basement key from Hellcat Sergeant Kit's office in the missing persons quest from Steel Rain, you'll be able to access the AMS corporate headquarters basement. And inside at the back there is a very interesting open holding cell, and on a table at the front a note called Attention Night Crew. We learned that Subject Zero was stored in the cage. A degloving incident meant power armor found in the room could be used for cleaning duties, and the walls would need to be reinforced, as he clawed at them non-stop. Closing with the line, if he ever gets loose, we're all doomed. So what was this subject? It hardly sounds human. We can learn more about it in the opposite room on a terminal at the back. But this research lab, it transpires, was experimenting with heated ultracite on live subjects, and Specimen Zero was human. The radiation exposure that occurred in animal test subjects also occurred with this unfortunate subject, which experienced total hair loss and significant skin damage. A further triple dose resulted in the loss of brain function and heightened aggression levels. Ultimately, the subject was listed as deceased due to the radiation. It doesn't appear to be a body for us to inspect, but considering the degloving incident and the subject being considered extremely dangerous, it's curious to theorize over what it looked like. Do you think this subject was heavily mutated? Let me know in the comments. Another feature with the Brotherhood questline was the return of an old character with a new identity. Ares is introduced in the questline out of the blue. Initially a prime suspect in the disappearance of a Blue Ridge caravan, ultimately he was revealed to be innocent. During the mission there are hints throughout, particularly with the arrival of an imposter Sheepsquatch, that Ares is in fact Calvin Van Lowe. Calvin attempted to fabricate a Sheepsquatch sighting by reprogramming an Assaultron with Sheepsquatch mating rituals. A misinterpretation of the word overwrite for override led to it escaping, maiming Calvin badly, and his location after this was unclear. You can, however, chat with Ares after the mission, where he will provide some clarity with details only Calvin would know.
You mean the voice, the mask? It's not so much what, but who. And, I think you've already been acquainted. It's my special reward for standing between a robot and love. Love that, someone may have programmed it to seek out. I do not recall that programming requiring ripping the face off of any human in its path, or hunting down Bish employees for that matter. But isn't Mother Nature amazing?
Fallout 76 is filled with interesting characters you can engage in conversation. The Raiders of Crater are of course no exception, but two in particular very interesting to chat to when you have a minute, because there may be more than meets the eye. Starting off at Ohio River Adventures, we're seeking out the leader of the Blackwater Bad Boys, a raider named Fishbones. Well-spoken if a little arrogant, he's more than happy to explain his current predicament.
See, I started out as part of the original band getting Crater up and running. Proved myself an effective leader in the process. Maybe a little too effective, if you know what I mean.
He believes he was sent away from Crater because of his potential aptitude as a leader, considering himself a threat.
I think they wanted me out of the equation over at Crater. Can't blame them, really. I'd be running the place by now, and they'd be fish food.
But most interesting is what he's wearing. Underneath his mismatched armor is clearly a set of Enclave Forest operative Under Armour. How or why he obtained it is a bit unclear, but considering the remote location we actually find him in, the fanciful stories he will tell us, and his general demeanor, he does kind of stand out from the rest of the gang. Heading over to the Crater itself, another character who is arguably even more interesting is Munch. You can find him in this bungalow here. An older raider, he's pretty friendly, but he'll also provide some interesting thoughts on how the crash space station ended up where it is.
Just look around, kid. Good old OC-1 was once a grand space station, sent up on a top-secret mission to monitor alien activity here on Earth. In fact, aliens are what brought her down in the first place. They didn't like us trying to spy
His
on
voice actors sound really familiar, some of them.
And they were responsible for bringing down the space station is pretty believable, considering everything that we've seen. What is interesting is how he would know that, though. He does talk about having his own share of escapades before the war.
I had my own share of escapades before the war. Government conspiracies, top-secret installations. I was in it, kid.
I was in it, kid. Munch might turn out to be just someone obsessed with conspiracy theories with a knack for being right on the money. And Fishbones may end up being just a raider with an Enclave fashion sense. But wouldn't it be interesting if there was more to both of these characters? Perhaps even undercover Enclave agents, or something of that nature. Leave your thoughts on this pair in the comments. Speaking of aliens though, let's talk about one very special Zetan. The Flatwoods Monster, or Alien Inquisitor as the boss in Daily Ops is now called, is up there with the most powerful entities in Fallout 76. We recently tested one on pretty much everything we could find, controlling living and unliving entities. Your camp ally, turrets and pets, basic enemies, and every exterior boss wasn't safe from its unique controlling ability. Earl was spared from this fate, of course, because the power of the interior cell trumps even the Flatwoods Monster. We got some great visuals, and it really cemented my belief that this really is one of the top tier entities in every Fallout game. The ability to control the Scorched creatures in particular really puts into perspective their power. Affected creatures are themselves prey to the powerful Scorched hive mind, not that it presented an issue for the Flatwoods Monster though. One question I did see after that first video was how to actually find these out and about, so let's run through that very quickly. The method I use to guarantee that you get one to spawn revolves around the daily quest Queen of the Hunt. Tasked with investigating a couple of sites in search for a random cryptid, you'll likely need to reset this multiple times by simply heading back to the main menu and reloading. As long as you don't complete the quest, each site will reset when you load back in, and doing this enough times eventually a Flatwoods Monster will spawn. Once you are successful, a really cool detail is that this particular Flatwoods Monster is relentless. I haven't tested this yet on the other random spawns, but the Queen of the Hunt cryptid will literally chase you across the map. And unlike other enemies, its teleporting ability will allow it to close the distance with ease. So yeah, if you want to take photos with it or drag it to a particular location, then this one is your best bet. Something I'm yet to test this on though is Fallout 76's most recent addition, the Smiling Man. Injured Cold has probably introduced himself to most of the Wasteland at this point, but here's a refresher if you haven't had the pleasure.
Better the devil you know than the devil you don't. At least, not yet. I've heard the moon can be Baloo, and I trust that to be true. Ever dance with the devil under a blue moon?
Clearly teasing whatever is coming in June. Once in a blue moon, He will actually also say this outright, but I did miss in a previous video.
The devil lies in the details. Or so I have heard. I have yet to meet a devil. A rare occurrence, it would seem. Once in a blue moon, the locals say.
But focusing on that tease and terminology for a second and taken in conjunction with some illustrations from the scoreboard, and a random encounter Stephen Scarberry potentially had in the Wasteland, the devil he mentions may be referring to something else. And taking a closer look at the scoreboard, the creature this actually most closely resembles is the Jersey Devil. A creature native to the Pine Barrens of New Jersey, it is often described as having hooves, a snake's tail, bat wings, and a head that looks something like a horse or a goat. While there have been many stories detailing the origin of the Jersey Devil, sightings have been reported beginning in the 1700s and continuing on until the past decade. This name has often been attributed to a great many cryptid sightings throughout the region, and of course Stephen does tell a random encounter story about this creature, which at first I thought surely referred to a scorch beast.
I heard the majestic sound of wings flapping in the night. But then I saw the red winged creature and there was screaming.
However, after reading a little bit more about the Jersey Devil, one attributing factor was a loud scream. It supposedly emitted in some sightings. It also is often described as having red wings. The Scorch Beast itself could be a reference to this, as it too is pretty noisy in combat and can seem dragon-like. Perhaps the devil the Smiling Man refers to is this, a new type of cryptid that will appear once in a blue moon. We do have the bare bones of a new creature atop Seneca Rocks already, and considering the changes made to cryptids in Fallout 76, could this vulture be a stand-in for the Jersey Devil of legend? Whatever the case, I'm looking forward to learning the truth behind these various teasers and hints that have been dropping recently. What do you think the June update will actually bring though? Will we actually dance with a Jersey Devil under a blue moon? Let me know in the comments. I hope you enjoyed these rough...
Not bad. What you got?
Exploring post-war Appalachia, you'll discover a world full of strange creatures, dark secrets, and many random encounters. In today's video, I'll be going through 10 different things you may have missed, including alien Easter eggs, evidence of a malevolent entity, and how to really embarrass a sheep squatch. Let's get started. Up first today, we're talking about the Owlet. A mutated juvenile owl, this used to be found in only one location, sitting beside the body of a cave diver in the deep. Finding it alive, however, was often tricky, as it shares a home with cave crickets, possibly one of the most overpowered and irritating enemies in the game. They would routinely make quick work of the Owlet, but as of patch 29, one will always spawn on top of Haven Church in the Mire. Heading over there now and jumping on top of the roof, it comes charging over. Although they can hop quite fast and display as an enemy, they are harmless. Sadly for the Owlet, they also taste great. And killing it for the first time will actually unlock a new recipe, Owlet Nuggets. This is actually a pretty good option for anyone looking to buff intelligence, as it increases it by 2 alongside restoring some health. A nice detail carried over in Fallout 4 relates to the Protectron robot. Generally slow and dealing little energy damage, they aren't the toughest combatants.
Alright, I will be back in 1 minute.
Weaknesses.
Alright. Back again.
And targeting both arms and rendering them useless will cause them to enter a self-destruct sequence, attempting a final suicidal attack with an explosion similar to that of a mini-nuke. Legendary Protectrons will actually explode twice, but apparently in this instance at least, this variant with treads will actually simply run away when you get close. Facing off against some of Appalachia's biggest creatures can be tense in close quarters. Most can be blocked by melee weapons, however, and even unarmed blocks will parry some attacks. One creature in particular has some of the most drastic reactions to being blocked like this. The Sheep Squatch will reel backwards when successfully blocked. Displaying some of the most varied attacks, some can't be blocked however, launching its quills, the ground slam, but the reverse kick absolutely can, and if you can time it right, it will actually go flying. My timing was way off trying to get a snapshot of this, but you get the idea. Damaging it enough will even see it topple to the ground sheepishly looking around, before getting straight back up again. Perhaps out of pure embarrassment, our test subject has had enough, and toppled over a railing never to get up again. Added with Season 6, the Light Ally Maul is on a mission to find and kill Grognak the Barbarian. And you can actually confuse him by equipping a Grognak costume, which actually unlocks some unique dialogue.
This true. You do wear rags like King Grognak. Very shiny, like unstoppable board game Grognak. But you puny, more like classic first edition Grognak. Maul not sure.
Traveling to random encounter locations around the map, a variety of
First
different
edition
scenarios await you.
Grognak.
A common theme though is meeting voiced NPCs. One travel encounter is this ragtag group of characters, the Brotherhood Bandits. Barnaby, Barry and Buck though are especially bad liars.
We are American citizens from America. Yes, exactly. Steel. We're the Brotherhood of Steel. Wait, what did I say?
You can actually meet an actual member of the Brotherhood in a different encounter though.
Hello there.
Felton Reed requires your help in identifying impressive tech from his campsite. The items all vary but can include a toaster, microscope and a radio jammer. Heading back, you can choose which to recommend. You can suggest any of the items that you find, and he may agree with your pick or mention he's considering choosing a different set of items. Another random encounter, the Wandering Storyteller, is one of the few people in Appalachia with first-hand information on cryptids.
If you've got the time, I've got a tale.
He can normally be found at pre-existing campsites around the map. One such story details how his friend was snatched by the elusive Flatwoods monster.
With my own two eyes, I saw the creature zap him with a purple laser. And then the two of them vanished into the night.
Going into great detail about his purple lasers, he seems to be extremely lucky to have survived so many close encounters. You can actually have more close encounters of your own, once the seasonal event Invaders from Beyond is active. During the event's duration, new random events will actually spawn involving the Zetans. But a more mysterious scene encounter involves the man in black called the Emissary.
What is wrong, neighbor? Are you suddenly aware of your surroundings?
Hey, Charlie.
If you would be so kind as to look this way.
If you kill him quickly enough or find him dead in a separate encounter, then you can actually loot him for the keycard for TNT Dome 8 at the Black Mountain Ordnance Works. Inside you can find evidence of alien experimentation. A dissected alien and a large screen displays the NPC Homer, the narrator during the Invaders from Beyond event, and these are two of the main features. But if you try to pick up a holotape called The Truth, or access the top secret terminal, then you'll have explosive results. As abundant as random encounters are Easter eggs, and here's a few of my favourites. Heading over to Point Pleasant, you'll find a small boat with a very large dolphin-looking creature splayed out on the deck. Still unsure what exactly this is, but you can find it in Fallout 4 as well. But this scene is of course a reference to Jaws. Near the bottom of the map this time, you are finally awake. A nostalgic nod to anyone who's played Skyrim, this composition is an Easter egg of that opening carriage ride. Looking around, you'll also notice a Nuka-Shine bottle, and yes, most of these Easter egg scenes are actually possible locations that you can wake up at after consuming vintage Nuka-Shine. Another location you can also wake up at, though, is located near the Tyler County Fairgrounds, as you can take a load off at the Mad Hatter's Tea Party. Heading back to Point Pleasant, walking over to the side of the church, you can also find a door drawn in chalk, complete with an O for a doorknob, a reference to that important scene from the film Beetlejuice. But not all secrets and Easter eggs are found out in the
Oh.
wasteland. Some require a bit of reading, so up next we're heading to the Enclave bunker to have a read through 2 interesting entries on a terminal located in the command center. This will actually require that you're a member of the Enclave and have actually reached the rank of general. But heading up the stairs and past the vendors, the terminal in question is found in the back corner. Now these are full of interesting entries, but today we're just looking at 2. The first is found in the Thomas Eckhart archive logs under an entry entitled Slaves. The entry is from another member of the Appalachian Enclave, and it's essentially a conspiracy theory claiming that everything in Appalachia is in fact part of a simulation built by Virtual Strategic Solutions. It's an interesting theory, and it isn't actually the first time that VSS have cropped up in a Fallout title. They first appeared in Fallout 3 and were responsible for the elaborate and dangerous Operation Anchorage simulation, the subject of that DLC, before appearing again in Fallout 4 as the creators of the virtual reality simulation, but Deemer's memories replaced. Both simulations were some of the most impressive seen in a Fallout title, and VSS certainly seem to have the capabilities to create expansive virtual realities. The fears of this member though seem a little bit far-fetched, and they reference a way to end the simulation by destroying a town that they actually perceive to be China. But perhaps this isn't the last we've seen of VSS. The other terminal entry we're taking a look at is this conversation between 2 of the most complex artificial intelligences to appear in a Fallout title, Modus and the Zax computer that would go on to become President Eden. Found in the top secret archive section under Raven Rock Communications log, this conversation is mostly centered around a comparison between the 2 regarding data analysis. It transpires in the conversation that the Zax unit has a habit of rereading particular data biographies because it finds it interesting. A concept Modus does not find interesting, with it more focused on creating new theoretical scenarios to test against. The exchange ends with a revelation that Zax is actually not too dissimilar from Modus after all. It too finds the data interesting because it wishes to create something from it. The data in question were historical biographies, and instead of creating a theoretical scenario, the Zax computer would go on to create a new personality, President Eden. On the surface, Sugar Grove was just another installation supporting the war effort. In actuality, it housed one of the most important intelligence facilities in the United States, focused on homeland security. Pre-war, it monitored seditious elements in Appalachia, like the mining strikes and the eventual secession of the Free States. But exploring the facility, you can discover something much darker. All the data the surveillance facility acquired was stored in this extensive archival system, and heading to the back and far left, a black site key can be found in this overturned box. Heading outside into the back of the main building, the key is used with this terminal to unlock a new section of the facility. Clearing out some walls and taking a look around, this area is actually filled with locked cells. Locating these keys will unlock most, but continuing to move around this circular shaped interior, we discovered this room, the test chambers. And this is the Somnus Initiative, a United States Navy project focused on turning abducted Americans into sleeper agents for use in operations on domestic soil. You can actually learn more about the victims of the initiative on terminals located in the facility. Abducted victims would often be individuals without immediate family and the ability to move around without suspicion, like one park ranger who had a cover story the job provided. The success of the initiative was mixed, and there's a lot more to learn at this location, and it's definitely worth looking through more thoroughly. Leaving the man-made horrors of Project Somnus behind, we finish today's video with a Lovecraftian unknowable horror, the Interloper. The existence of the Interloper isn't much of a secret anymore for most players. Newer players perhaps haven't yet found themselves heading down into the deep dark depths of Lucky Hole Mine, but doing so will reveal cultists worshipping this large dormant creature. I had heard that praying to it yourself will actually speed up the subtle tentacle movements, but it seems that this actually has no effect. Attacking though will draw blood, seemingly without doing any damage. This creature still remains one of Fallout 76's biggest mysteries. Trying to unravel exactly what it is though, there is one theory we can investigate. Beginning at Point Pleasant, we're going to be retracing the steps of one Mothman cultist called Jeff Lane. We find a holotape entitled Interloper.
I have heard a tale of this entity made real, deep in the earth. And the storyteller was mad by any reckoning, but his story, no less true. My name is Jeff Lane, and I will lay bare this Watcher. No matter how deep I must go, I will come to know the true nature of the Interloper.
Giving it a listen, he appears steadfast in a personal mission to discover the truth of the creature, referring to it as the Interloper, the creature that does not belong. His journey led him to the mine, of course, and heading inside ourselves, we can actually find another holotape entitled The Chosen. Listening to this, and it would appear that Jeff has already undergone a change.
The Interloper is here. I can feel it clearly. Last night, in visions more real than the senses, it called to me, and I go to it now. Signs are all around that I am not the only one to hear the call, though where they have failed, I will not, for it summons me alone in the end. Before I go deeper, for the truth revealed changes all. By its very nature, let it be known, in this world, the Interloper has chosen Jeff Lane as the conduit of the unknowable. Together, the hidden reality becomes manifest at long last.
Jeff speaks of being chosen, becoming a conduit of the unknowable. The creature we find is otherworldly, but the semblance of limbs can also be seen. It seems likely then that Jeff Lane in some capacity is also this creature, becoming a living conduit or host for the entity. Looking around this space, 5 signature Kirby heads can also be found staring at us and the creature. And we can find another one at Tanagra Town. Before scaling the tree though, heading inside this building off to the side, entering through a locked door, using the passcode 748250, we find an abandoned Enclave research post. Underneath some discarded paper, located here, a note entitled "Didn't want to hurt them" can be picked up. Something made its author do something terrible, and they resolved to destroy the research for an unknown reason. The telepathic powers of the Interloper were strong enough to summon cultists from all around Appalachia to feed it jars full of human blood. Blood taken from victims, and even their own. I won't go too deep into this as this topic can easily be its own video. Wrapping up this immediate mystery, heading inside the cave found scaling Tanagra Town, we find another Kirby head. What the research was the Enclave discovered still remains a mystery. But with that, we've reached the end of today's video. Hopefully you enjoyed these hidden secrets and details found in Fallout 76. Let me know what you think down in the comments. If you enjoyed this particular video, please consider subscribing to help the channel grow. To close out January, we have our first monthly camp showcase releasing tomorrow, and we'll also have plenty more Fallout 76 videos releasing soon. So turning on the bell icon is definitely the best way to stay up to date. With that said though, I'm off. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the next one.
Huh. That looks like what most artists try to activate.
Exploring post-war Atlantic City, you'll discover a world full of strange creatures, dark secrets.
Actually, yeah, let's see.
In today's video, I'll be going through 10 different things you may have missed, which were added with the Atlantic City Part 1 update, including a mysterious killer clown.
Welcome to the Wasteland News Network. With yesterday's update, we have 4 new holotapes related to the Atlantic City expedition. If you're looking to find them yourself without watching the rest of the video, 2 are in the White Spring Refuge, 1 is at the Metal Dome, and 1 inside Big Al's Tattoo Parlor. So here we go with the first one at the White Spring Refuge.
Takes a lot of chems to get thrown out of the Neapolitan, but we were riding the line. My confidant and I made the trip to cover the Showman's Games, world-renowned exercise in high-stakes barbarism. Few in the entertainment world could match. Instead, we spent most of our time getting hopped up on Daddy-O and chugging bourbon in the casino bar. It seemed a logical course of action. The games were
notoriously deadly even for bystanders. Liquid courage and a head full of hallucinogens were the obvious defense. What we didn't count on was the devil's blood. We'd never heard of this stuff, and for good reason. It's an AC specialty. We weren't supposed to have it. It wasn't meant for us, but for the real high rollers. The people who, even in a world ravaged by pestilence and war, still managed to come out on top. But we found a way. The exclusivity made it all the sweeter. Not because we aspired to that lifestyle. Quite the opposite. We wanted to soil the royal concoction inside our mangy, flea-ridden hides.
So the AC refers obviously to Atlantic City, and Devil's Blood, that is related obviously to the Jersey Devil. So we have Devil's Blood, Jersey Devil, Atlantic City. Here's the second holotape. Next to the pool cue. There we go.
One hit is all it took to realize we'd made a terrible mistake. Even for degenerates as celebrated as ourselves, this was too much. The trip wasn't bad. It was glorious, horrifyingly so. We knew instantly that this was what money could buy. And we knew we'd never have it again. We witnessed firsthand the life that was being kept from us. And as much as we wanted to reach out and take it, we couldn't do anything more than slump in our chairs and watch as it drifted away. The consequences would be more than spiritual. Every inch of our bodies yearned for more after that first hit. Haddock wouldn't be enough to cure this hunger. No, maybe nothing will.
So it seems that this new drug, the Devil's Blood, is extremely addictive and very rare for an elite group of individuals living in Atlantic City. Now let's journey to the Metal Dome, where we'll find the third holotape. This one took a little bit to find. I mean, I figured it would be near where the Brotherhood of Steel guy usually starts the event. And of course it was. It was just hidden back here. It took a while for some of these to spawn in. Here we go. The Decadent Metal Dome.
It's a long hike to the Metal Dome. Jagged paths up the cliffs above Manunk are the only feasible way for pilgrims to reach this shrine to violence. You have to be a certain kind of lunatic to make the journey. One wrong move and you're dashed upon the rocks below, fodder for rabid wolves and mutant lizards. Not to mention that your future hosts, the engineers of death that call themselves the Rust Eagles, are less than welcoming to outsiders. Luckily, I'm anything but sane. I climbed the mountain to witness with my own two eyes the bloody spectacle these brutal raiders were only too eager to display. I knew what I was walking into, or thought I knew, but still, I was unprepared for what I was about to witness and for the feelings it stirred inside me. The first thing to reach you is the sound of it. Half a mile away, the shriek of steel cutting steel reassures you you haven't come all this way for nothing. But what really sticks with you is the stench. The rot of decaying corpses, the smell of searing flesh, and the stink of oil that pervades every inch of the place. Fumes that drive the Rusties into an ecstatic frenzy whenever one of their bots extinguishes a human life. You settle in to witness the action in the arena, and the worst part is you can't look away. You get so sucked in you forget about the last shred of humanity you used to have. You tell yourself you want the gladiators to win as the carnage unfolds below. It's the only way to justify your sheer captivation. Yet you acknowledge that it grips you like you've never thought possible. No matter what else you've seen in this godforsaken world, there's simply nothing like the thrill of it.
that was a really nice description of the Metal Dome. I think he's trying to compare it also to the arena that they have at Atlantic City and how that kind of compares to this. And let's head to the very last location. It is not, I'm using a character that hasn't found the holotape, so they have to go there and discover Big Al's tattoo parlor. So give me a second and we'll get right over there. And Big Al's Tattoo Parlor is right in the middle of Morgantown. If you have not been here yet, there is a wonderful series of quests to discover the recipe for Nuka Shine and meet Bivy Ridge, who is hiding out in the basement. So this is Big Al's Tattoo Parlor and the speakeasy called Nuka Shine. So you just have to come in through the front door. Now it's showing right there. You just have to come in the front door, sorry, the back door. And the holotape will be on the bookcase to your left as soon as you get in the door. There it is. That's the tattoo parlor and the Nuka Shine. Secret door. Shh.
I've taken every drug in the wasteland. Daddy-O, Mentats, Day Tripper, they each have their ups and downs, but Nuka Shine took me on a ride. I didn't expect it. From a swig of Appalachian hooch. I grew up on that stuff. Kentucky will do that to you. It was almost like a betrayal. The first sip had the same familiar burn. Then it kicked you in the head like a 2-ton ramen, and it was all downhill from there. Colors that I didn't know existed flashed before my eyes. The trees around me morphed into ravenous ghouls. Beset on all sides, I reached for my gun and pulled a Tato from the holster. Useless thing, I shouted. By then, the ghouls had me. There was little I could do. I took off my shoe and beat him with it, to no avail. I decided to succumb. Just devour me. I thought, well, what's the use of struggling at this point? Maybe some lucky cannibal will happen upon my scraps and get a free meal. At least that would give my death some meaning. I let my mind wander as my body ceased to be. A cool breeze on the Florida coast. The splashing of the Mississippi. The green hills of Appalachia. A violent storm in the distance. I drifted from one to the next as my flesh broke into 1,000 tiny pieces of ghoul fodder.
Nasty and sad.
Sunlight. I sat up. I was whole on the temporal plane. Far too pleasant a place to be hell. Appalachia. The green hills from my vision. The crisis was over. I was still alive. With an empty jug of Nuka Shine by my side.
And there you have it, 4 new holotapes with lore related to the new Atlantic City expedition that will be out next year. There's the entrance to the Nuka Shine. Be sure to come here every day if you don't already know the recipes from Bivy Ridge hiding in the basement. Thanks so very much for watching, and I'll see you out in the wasteland.
See what else she's got. These are more like how-to type videos.
Exploring post-war Appalachia, you'll discover a world full of strange creatures, dark secrets, and many random encounters. In today's video, I'll be going through 10 different things you may have missed, which were added with the Once in a Blue Moon update, including mysterious cipher codes, some new Atlantic City hints, and the origins of
Really
Appalachia's
looted the shit
unique
out of this
creatures.
place.
Let's get started. Up first today, we're talking about the Blue Devil, a large bipedal cryptid. It comes with a unique howl attack which forces you to run away unless you've topped up on some liquid
under
courage.
attack.
Alongside the Ogwa, the new cryptids have arrived in Appalachia, seemingly with no explanation as to how they got here or where they've been hiding. Although there is still a little bit of a mystery here, we can actually find answers for both of their origins, and for the Blue Devil it comes in the form of a series of cipher-coded messages. To begin this search, head over to the Blue Ridge pit stop. You probably first met the Blue Devil here while you were doing the event Safe and Sound. Head inside the central cabin, the Booze and Brahmin, and over to this terminal. This actually belongs to the proprietor, Clyde, the mute barman. And there are some very interesting entries on here which we'll be back to look at later on, but the one we want is the entry which has a title made up of seemingly random numbers and letters. Inside, a mention of an old code and a new code, and a message about fixing the repellers. Talking to Vera or reading other terminals located here, you can quickly find out that Ares is responsible for installing the repellers and subsequently fixing them. Something he clearly isn't doing a very good job at, as the repellers emit a loud dog whistle each time summoning a Blue Devil to the pit stop. But exploring the pit stop area more closely, we can find more strange notes featuring coded messages. Just in front of the general manager's store by this truck bed trailer, you can find the weird note. And this note is written entirely in the code, and to actually transcribe this requires using the cipher's code we found on Clyde's terminal. Before running through that, heading outside of the pit stop to this location, you can find a second note. And this one is called Investigation Report, and it includes another word hidden by code. We'll be reading through this note more thoroughly momentarily, as it does offer some interesting insights into the Blue Devil's background. So, who is leaving these notes and why? And what do they say once the code has been cracked? Well, thanks to a player named Wasteland Walker, the code was actually cracked during the PTS itself, much to the surprise of the devs. I've left a link to the Reddit post detailing how he was able to decode this, and obvious spoilers ahead as we take a look at what the hidden words are actually saying. Starting with the terminal, the key to the cipher was Clyde, the owner of the terminal, and using this same code and reversing the letters in the weird note, it reads as follows. Clyde, my friend, let me know if you find one with white on it. I need a hunting companion for finding the mother. Now going back to reading
That's pretty fucking cool, not gonna lie.
This section reads as color
Somebody did
variations
that.
are limited, especially local specimen. Dark black hair is most common, appearing almost blue in certain light. None were white, like you suggested. Taking everything together, it's pretty clear that Ares is actively trying to discover the origins of the Blue Devil, and perhaps more interestingly, potentially taming one for his own ends. Clyde being his eyes and ears on the ground. But the investigation report did reveal a lot more about these origins and some potential problems with Ares' strategy, so let's run through what we can glean from the note and theorize over this new cryptid's origins. Facing off against a Blue Devil, it does appear very similar to classic representations of a werewolf. This isn't a transformed human though, of course, so describing what we see, it could be the result of a mutation, genetic research, or most unlikely, an entirely new species of creature.
That bitch is a werewolf from Skyrim.
Name a specific species the Blue Devil originated from. He says that they used to be bred for racing, and then fighting before the Great War. This continued after the bombs dropped, but Clyde has not fully determined a reason for the Blue Devil's immense size, compared to other canine-like creatures. Clyde goes on to say that the size could have something to
That
do
is
with that
super
place and what's nearby,
crazy.
though the note does not clarify what that place actually is. I thought long and hard about what this canine creature might be. A particular breed of dog, perhaps even a wolf dog or a coyote dog given the wolf-like appearance, but as things stand, anything is currently just a guess. Clyde notes that Blue Devils are reproducing in the wild, but most pups are not healthy enough to survive. However, those that do survive grow very quickly, and are hostile even at a young age. As for the coloration of the creature, Blue Devils typically have dark black hair that appears bluish under certain lighting conditions. However, none of the creatures Clyde surveyed had white hair as Ares suggested. So, in terms of the location that could have something to do with the size, we do find very nearby Emmett Mountain Disposal Site. And this location is of course filled with attacking creatures during radiation rumble, and the high levels of radiation here could have caused something to mutate. But what do you think the Blue Devil is mutated from? Let me know your theories in the comments.
Potato?
For now though, we move on to the other new cryptid, the Ogwa.
Mutated from. It's clearly just
Ogwa
ripped from
visibly seems to be
Skyrim, just
exactly
like the
as real-world
dragon
legends
was.
describe it. An abnormally large snapping turtle, we actually learn the most about it from a series of notes located
Nice
at
that they're
the newly named
friends.
Sacramental Glade. We arrive to assist Luca Costa and Beasts of Burden, but the cultist reasons for being here at the Glade are all to do with the cryptid. Near the entrance, you can find the note called A Worthy Sacrifice, and giving it a read, we learn that the cultists found the Ogwa and decided it was a worthy sacrifice for the Mothman. Its ancient blood apparently holding secrets of long ago. It's interesting that they think the turtle is ancient and not a recently mutated snapping turtle. They mention that it has travelled south and that they trudged through the night in pursuit, with multiple unsuccessful endeavours during their hunt. This chase led both parties to the bog, with the Ogwa taking shelter here and the cultists doing the same. Presumably the Ogwa travelled south from the Mire, which has the Potomac River running through it. Continuing on, we find a second note called A Blessed Gift, which details the events which led to Luca losing everything he was entrusted with. Recognizing the opportunity that the foolish trader presented, the cultists believe that this was a sign of the Mothman, and using a scheme involving a character called Elder Adelaide, who posed as a merchant herself, they ambush Luca, taking his supplies, ammunition, and pack Brahmin, before noticing the explosives and planning to use them against the Ogwa. Ultimately, we took over from the cultists, putting them down in the process, but during the battle, look out for this spot where the Ogwa spawns, as you can find a cluster of Ogwa eggs sitting here in the dense undergrowth. Meeting the new cryptids is guaranteed during these two events, but if you're having trouble waiting for the events
Where did that guy go?
or eager to see them elsewhere, they both can spawn at random assault encounters. To find the Ogwa or Blue Devil out in the wild, I use this series of locations to check whether they will spawn at them. In the North Savage Divide, spawning at Hopewell Cave, and then running up to this shipping container is the assault encounter location I've had the most luck at for both. It's easy to travel to and to check, so feasibly you could just use this one, loading into a new world each time you're unsuccessful. Further north is the Carhenge unmarked location, which is also a spot I've had some luck at. Dropping your tent down close to this one, and pairing it with the cave location to check these two repeatedly is definitely an option. Elsewhere, these two locations further south in the Savage Divide have also given me some joy when trying to look for them. In the Cranby Bog, travelled to the NAR repair yards for a quick check. Alternatively, this spot just in front of the cultist camp, Blake's Offering, near K-Max Transmission. The assault encounter will
Look
take
at him
place
go.
in the video's description, I've left links to a full map of these spots, if none of them actually worked for you. Now let's run through some smaller lore bites you can find in this update. Heading back to Clyde's terminal, there are some other interesting entries we can look at. Vera will tell us straight up that Clyde used to work with Vinny. And reading through the entry, Gonna Need a New Door, we learn about a bar fight that took place at the Boozing Brahmin. Raiders arrived to scout out the place to rob later, but they ended up arguing and fighting each other. Clyde eventually got out a gun to try and force the raiders to leave. Instead, one of the raiders ended up getting shot, and the other ran away so fast that they yanked the door off its hinges. Finishing with a concession that it reminded Clyde of the old gang, and he reflected that he was glad that he managed to get out in one piece. Well, mostly one piece. And the story behind how he lost his tongue is incidentally a mystery. But combined with the mentions of working with Vinny and his apparent connections to the mob, then perhaps that life had something to do with his accident. Raiders weren't the only visitors to the Boozing Brahmin. In this entry, a much stranger visitor arrived, grinning from ear to ear, wider than should be possible. They placed 10 caps on the counter one at a time. As this was the cost of a drink, Clyde handed them a beer. He sat by the fire and said nothing for hours, and the only sound that Clyde heard was a faint chuckle. This is clearly a reference to one of my favourite Fallout 76 characters, Indrid Cold, the Smiling Man. Chirpy, creepy, and on the hunt for cryptids, this random encounter is a memorable one.
Better the devil you know than the devil you don't. At least, not yet.
Prior to the update releasing, Indrid teased the arrival of the Blue Devil long before it was officially announced.
Gonna have to drop something.
Arrive at the pit stop, a location soon to be attacked by that same creature in the event safe and sound. Perhaps Indrid was watching the whole time, hidden in the trees, chuckling to himself. Final word on Clyde's terminal: if you complete both missions, complete all of the Cost of Business dailies and Project Adonais, then go back to check and there'll be a new entry there called That's Dweller. And it's all about you and your exploits. Clyde thinks you're a badass, and it's nice to get some appreciation for once. Speaking of those Cost of Business dailies, let's go and have a chat with Vinny. Operations Manager Vinny Costa takes center stage in the new Cost of Business dailies. 7 non-repeatable quests starring different members of the Blue Ridge Caravan, fixing whatever the problem might be for Vinny, so he doesn't have to worry about it. But with an intelligence check of 10, you can actually access deleted employee complaints on Vinny's terminal. The complaints and Vinny's replies are actually quite funny. First up is his nephew Luca, and there's a hint to what transpires in Beasts of Burden as Luca asks to be removed from operations in the Cranberry Bog, which Vinny flat out refuses. On account of the
Might
fact
be
that he's
easier
been
just to go to
making
Diamond
homemade
City.
cherry bombs and selling them under the table. Those homemade explosives featuring pretty heavily in the event. Eugenie asks to be paired with anyone but Kieran because of the little conversation they have during riding shotgun. Vinny's response, nah. Vera asks for more protection at the pit stop besides Clyde, and there's another hint to the event mentioning that something big is watching in the woods. She also suggests that they could dress up the Brahmin for battle, but doesn't think that they'd be much help in a fight. Vinny doesn't take the threat seriously, demanding that the Brahmin be left alone and not dressed up in anything. Last but not least, Ares. Vinny, why don't you like me? Response, NA. Staying on Vinny's terminal for a moment, there are some other entries which were actually changed a bit between the PTS and the live service. If you take a look at Vinny Costa's terminal entries, you will also find a section about trade routes out of Appalachia. This entry entitled Western Routes mentions that the route has been blocked by clowns and their endless Halloween party. This is seemingly a reference to the Point
The
Pleasant
fuck is
Bridge.
that?
The Northern Routes entry, interestingly, has been changed since the PTSO. It used to say this.
Looking at there?
Mention of the family. And we speculated in a previous video that this was a reference to the Mafia in the New Jersey area, which ultimately turned out to be correct, it would seem, courtesy of what the new ally Joey Bello has to say. In the live game, it now says this though. Anything near the coast is out of the question. Too many burned bridges there, suggesting
What
that Binny,
the
Moss's
hell?
Blue Ridge operations manager,
What's
might have
going
had
on,
ties
buddy?
located there as well. Speaking of Joey Bello, though, let's take a look at something interesting that he sells. The latest ally, Joey Bello, is our best source of information currently about the future expedition, Atlantic City. He's also not averse to cheating you out of some caps. Taking a look at his inventory, you might
Flashlight
find him
must be
selling a note
broken or
called
something.
Get Rich Quick. You can purchase that note to take a look, and
That's
congratulations,
fucked.
you've been scammed. As we discover giving it a read at Step 1, write a Get Rich Quick guide, and Step 2, find a sucker. For now though, we are the sucker, but it does mention that why not pass it on. I'm not sure if this is a reference to some players selling notes in their vendors, but it was a nice little Easter egg. Let's finish on some bigger ones though, as we finish up talking a bit with Joey about Atlantic City, and what we can expect to find there. You can pick up Joey Bello at rank 35 on the Shoot of the Stars scoreboard. His unique station is a stage, and taking a closer look at it, there's some interesting smaller details. You can find potatoes, discarded flyers, a square tip jar, even a pie. Upon setting down his station, Joey comes sauntering over, musing over something that's been eating away at him.
Appalachia, huh? Pleasure to be here. One of my favorites. Dates? Counties. What is this place? Now forget it. How you doing? You look great.
You can ask him about the name of his act.
Joey Bello Live. And I aim to keep it that way.
And he'll actually elaborate on what he does for a living.
Yeah, jokes. You know, knock knock. Why the chicken cross the road? He's got jokes here in Appalachia, right? People pay caps to hear me crack wise, and I help them forget about their miserable lives for a few minutes. Not rocket surgery, but it's a living.
But once he's all settled in, you'll have a selection of different dialogue options. If you choose to ask him to tell you a joke, then he'll do just that. And these are dad jokes mostly. But also lots of mafia-themed jokes as well, which is pretty topical considering what else he has to say.
Oh, check it out. What do you call a mobster who's gotten too many rads? A gabagool!
Aside from those, you can also ask Joey about anything interesting he's heard in Appalachia. This will prompt him to divulge his thoughts on a random faction or group like the Brotherhood of Steel.
How many nights does it take to change a light bulb? Only one to screw it in, but an entire squadron to take it from whoever owned it before that.
Or the Mothman Cultists.
Come on. I heard Appalachia has its hillbillies, but you're telling me there's really a whole group of rednecks out here worshiping a giant bug. I mean, sure, the Pineys back home have their Jersey Devil, but at least you don't find them praying to it.
This one was particularly interesting, I think, as he mentions the Jersey Devil and the Pine Barrens. Some probable foreshadowing, I think. But most interesting to me at least was confirmation that a post-war mafia outfit is indeed operational in Atlantic City. If you ask him about where he's from, he says this.
Well, short story short, I made a joke at a made man's expense and he wanted payback. Thankfully, I got tipped off by a pal on the inside. Joey, you really crossed the line this time, he says. I know.
Miss?
How much is it gonna cost me to smooth things over, I ask. 2 caps, he says. I'm thinking, 2 caps? That's nothing. What's the catch? Turns out they wanted my kneecaps. I've grown pretty attached to my legs, so
Hey, Doc.
I hoofed it out of town with just the clothes on my back and the cap caps in my pocket. Use them or lose them, right?
Quick job.
Hi. Joey, it transpires, was forced out after making an ill-advised joke about a made man. But is the mob still looking for him?
Heard Teddy the Toe Taker was after me, but I doubt he tracked me this far.
Hey, Hawthorne.
Don't worry, it's just a nickname. Teddy's actually short for Theodore.
Teddy the Toe Taker. I wonder if that's someone who might pop up in the expedition. Other speech options of Joey include asking about whether he wants to stay here. He will repeat what he says in the gossip line about Blue Ridge, but adds that he one day hopes that he will make it all the way to Vegas and then on to Hollywood.
Next time you see Joey Bello, it could be in gorgeous Panalux color, which I'm guessing is like real life, only better because it's made in Hollywood.
But you can also find out a lot more about New Jersey.
Before the big one, my family lived in a small town on the outskirts of New Jersey. Back when I was just an ankle biter. After the bombs, it was just me and Ma left. We stuck it out there for a while, you know, best we could. Then made our way towards Atlantic City. She tried her best, but Ma just wasn't cut out for life in the apocalypse. Her spirit died, and then her body joined it. I was, probably 11. Ma was always super supportive, though. Even back then, when I told her I wanted to be a comedian, she'd just laugh so hard. Well, it took a few years and a few scars, but I eventually made it to Atlantic City. I started small, scored some gigs on the pier, even earned some caps. It's a hard knock life, kid, but hey, that's showbiz.
So he managed to get some gigs on the pier, and that's the location we apparently see in the teaser trailer. And you can straight up ask about what New Jersey is like.
New Jersey? Ooh, freaking horrible. Poisonous chems on the streets, filth everywhere, people killing each other over a can of beans, and then the bombs dropped. Hey-o!
Have a nice day.
Nah, I'm just talking smack. Truth is, it's not as bad as some places, and a hell of a lot better than some others. Atlantic City's a real good time if you got the caps. I'd tell you to tell him Joey sent you if you ever find your way to AC, but it's probably a bad idea if you're a fan of having unbroken legs.
Finally, you can actually straight up ask Joey if he takes a lot of chems.
I guess it depends on your definition of a lot. But yeah, I'm something of a chem connoisseur. Started taking Day Tripper when I was still a kid. They say chems screw with your growth, but I was always short for my age, even before that. In fact, I was so short that when I took Day Tripper, I didn't even get high. I got medium.
Have a nice day.
Yeah, you do. Go get him, Tiger. Hey, they have this stuff back in Atlantic City that makes Psycho look like bubblegum. I never tried it myself. You know, way out of my class. But I hear that shit's on a whole nother level. They say laughter's the best medicine, but let's be real. You ever find me bleeding now, you just go ahead and jab me with every feel-good chem you got.
And there it is, a really strong chem that makes Psycho look like bubblegum. We know from the latest PTS that this is actually called the Devil's Blood. You can check out my video going over changes on the PTS, as I went through a series of new holotapes that talk about Atlantic City and this new chem in more detail. For today though, that is it. Have you enjoyed the Once in a Blue Moon update? And what did you think of these discoveries? Let me know in the comments. If you enjoyed this particular video,
like a lot of nothing.
Good morning, Vault 76. This is the Overseer. I hope you all enjoyed the party last night, even those who may have overindulged and overslept. But it's time to get up and get out there. We've been locked away long enough. Today is Reclamation Day. It may be time to leave, but I'll never forget the day you all entered Vault 76. You come from every walk of life, every race, color, and creed. But you all share one very important trait. You are this country's best and brightest. But more importantly, you'll always be my family.
Ooh,
what a night. We wake up and we don't even recognize ourselves. What exactly did we drink? Here we can create our character. We can choose from a number of different presets, select a gender, fine-tune various parts of the body, choose our body type, and then name our character, all of which should be very familiar to anyone who played Fallout 4. Then we get to print a Vault 76 security badge. This is our introduction to the camera system of Fallout 76, and it has a number of options including field of view, turning depth of field on or off, borders, textures, etc. Upon finishing our ID card, we gain 20 Atom. Atom is the new microcurrency that comes with Fallout 76, and as you just saw here, we get it all the time during the course of our gameplay. We can use the Atom to purchase vanity items in the Atom shop, which was not available to explore at the time I shot this footage, but when we talked with the Bethesda devs, they assured us over and over and over again that yes, we can purchase Atom with money, or we could earn it during the course of our gameplay, but at the end of the day, we can only spend that Atom on cosmetic items. Now that our vision is clear and we actually recognize ourselves in a mirror, we can stand up and try to leave our room. We find a terminal nearby, and it looks like we received a message. Here we find 3 items. The first, Happy Reclamation Day. Today is the day, everyone. Reclamation Day. We've been preparing for this moment for 25 years. We're ready. You're ready. America is waiting for us. So let's get out there. The Overseer. Ah, that must have been her voice we heard upon waking. In the next one, you're invited. Countdown to Reclamation Day. Who? Everyone. When? 10 p.m. to midnight. We've opened the remaining liquor rations and the official Vault-Tec party hats. The Overseer will give a speech at 10 minutes to midnight and will lead the countdown. Have fun, everyone. Ah, it's all coming back. The big bash last night, drinking the last of the Nuka-Cola Dark. Oh, got a splitting headache. The final item was a holotape called Nuka Tapper. It's a game and we could play it here on the terminal, or we can eject it, carry the tape with us, and play it on our Pip-Boy. Nuka Tapper is a brand new minigame, much in the vein of the other minigames we recall from Fallout 4 like Zetan Invaders, though this one is much different. We work as a guy pouring beer from a tap. The servers arrive through a door and ask for beer. We then have to pour the beer into the tankard and slide it down the bar to the server. However, they all come at once, and then they start arriving faster and faster. The longer it takes us to get the beer to them, the closer they get to the end of the bar. Our goal is to get this beer to them as fast as possible. Nearby, we find our favorite guitar.
Right on. I'm getting a lot of those.
Remember to play after a night like that, but if we wait long enough, we get a special bonus. We got a message saying you feel well tuned. I honestly don't know what this meant because at this point in the game you can't open up our Pip-Boy, so I couldn't check my status effects. Nearby there's a lamp we can interact with. Against the wall is a mural that says good morning. If we activate it, have a great day. And then again, good evening. Okay, that's nice. I guess it just reminds us what time it is. Heading out of the bedroom, we arrive at our living room. We can turn right to go into the laundry room. There's a bit of a workshop back here. Where we see
It's like they have a Sentinel too.
that we'll become familiar with, and which will become valuable for scrap. Back on the laundry room, we can activate each of these machines. Looks like they each work, but we don't really get anything from it. Passing a good old giddy up Buttercup, we can move to the bathroom. Looks like we made some notes for ourselves on the mirror. Reminder, don't put TP on backwards. I think that's a joke about how toilet paper was placed in the sole survivor's house at the very beginning of Fallout 4. And the next one says, need more sugar bombs. Heading out of the bathroom, we can explore the living room. Here we find a big glass case with all sorts of awards. Annual Vault Halloween Costume Contest, first place. Outstanding Achievement Award. In appreciation for your commitment and dedication to our isolation program.
I think I already wiped up most of these guys.
So some can live. Uh-oh. excellence in bravery, in recognition of the earned mystery meat experiment, you volunteered to eat when no one else would. We are proud of you and glad you are not dead. And then on the bottom shelf, we've got Best Looking Hair, Cleanest Toilet Award, and Performance Award Vault Hall Monitor in recognition of loyal and dedicated service towards the order and safety of the community. Vault-Tec.
Son of a bitch.
Nearby, we can spin a globe, turn on a gramophone, got some Wagner, nice. And on the nearby TV, we see an Overseer's directive. Proceed to exit. That's right, we need to get ourselves ready and head out the door. Just as we're about to leave, we find our Pip-Boy in a case on a wall. Releasing it from its chamber, and with that, we begin the quest, Reclamation Day. And we can finally figure out what that well-tuned status effect was that we got by playing the instrument. AP Region plus 25. Looks like this lasts for an hour. Great. And look at this gorgeous Pip-Boy. It is a thing of beauty. But we don't have time to admire it. We've got to get out of the vault. Now, I don't know if you can hear it, but this entire time, we've been hearing footsteps above us and outside our room. And just then, oh, our fellow vault dweller runs by the window. All right, well, let's not be the last ones here opening the door.
You have been tasked with nothing less than the rebuilding of America. Such a huge responsibility. Just know that Vault-Tec is proud of you. I am proud of you. When you hear this, it means I've been gone for several hours. I've got my own mission out there in Appalachia. This is the Overseer, signing off.
Oh no, and it looks like we are last. Checking all these doors, we see that many of them are inaccessible, but there are still a few here that don't say inaccessible that we still can't open. These are the doors that other players have come out of. We'll see more of them when we head upstairs, but we just heard from the Overseer that she has a mission too, and that she's already left the vault. I wonder what that could be. We see a Mr. Handy off to the east, but before we head that way, let's go upstairs to explore. We find Vault Boys pointing the way out. This is for people who arrived upstairs. Looks like we have to go downstairs to leave the vault, but first, let's explore this kitchen area. We see that it must have been quite a party last night. They even have beer pong laid out. There's dirty dishes and stacks of party hats. And as we explore one of the tables, we find a love note. Dear Lisa, dearest Lisa, do you know that my heart skips a beat every time you enter? Your sweet voice rings milk and 3 sugars.
It sucks.
I long to kiss you. I want... Oh, and it looks like this may have been a draft. Perhaps whomever wrote this was practicing, which might explain his Dear Lisa twice at the beginning. It continues. You only know me as the one who makes muffins, delivers drinks, but I am so much more. I have seen the Congo. I visited indigenous tribes in the South Pacific. Too boastful? Yeah, he's writing a draft here. I want to be with you. I want to protect you. I want... But then he got cut off. What does he mean he visited the Congo? Listening to a Danny Kaye song doesn't really count. But then we have to remember, these events are only taking place 25 years after the bombs dropped, making it entirely possible that the author of this note lived a rich and full life before entering the vault. Though if he entered the vault at age 25, he would be 50 right now. And if so, we get the impression that he was writing this note for a much younger woman. That's it for the kitchen area. Moving south to the other side of the atrium, we find more doors that we can't access. These must be the doors that other players have arrived out of. Nearby we find a gnome with a party hat on, and then we find a room with the door open. But even though the door is open, we still can't get through. The interior looks almost identical to our room, but remember, we came out of a room on the bottom floor. But that's it for the top level. So jumping down, we can cross the green to finally meet the Mr. Handy, Crutchley.
Sir, hello. Oh, finally! I feared you'd never wake up. Don't you remember? It's Reclamation Day. Time to leave the vault. Most of the others have already gone. Best get cracking.
All right, time to head out. Moving east, we see the Pip-Boy cardboard cutouts pointing us up the stairs. Moving north, we find our first Nuka-Cola machine, but it's sadly empty. Nearby is our first resource stand. This one, stay hydrated. Limit 1 per person. We can loot some purified water and some Ladex.
Imagine dying of hunger or thirst. How utterly embarrassing. Wildlife should be abundant in Appalachia. Happy hunting.
Thanks, Worthy. Moving west down the hallway, we find another resource stop, health and medication.
Always stay stocked with medicines. And don't forget to use them.
This guy was named Cavendish. I love the names of these robot butlers. Here we can grab some Radaway and a stim pack. The next resource pit stop is Power is Key.
Oh, come on. Building a personal power grid and making your own electricity. How hard could it be?
Higginbottom? This guy's name was Higginbottom. This was our first backpack filled with scrap, components for building our camps later. We are pointed up the stairs to the south. At the top, we find resource stop number 4.
Heck of a party last night, eh, sir? Good to see you all together one last time. Drunk, joyous, and not staving off a horrible death minute by minute.
And here we picked up a party hat, one of our first pieces of apparel. Now from here, we can go one of 2 ways. South to the Overseer, or continue west out the door. We'll head to the Overseer's office first. We get the impression that this vault goes much deeper into the earth. Many of these doors are blocked off and inaccessible, but we see glowing lights beyond. Moving east, we find only one door we can interact with, and that's the Overseer's door to the north. Inside, we find her terminal, and on it, 4 entries and a holotape. We'll start by reading the first one, Vault-Tec Reports. Confidential, Overseer's eyes only. 25 years after the vault doors close, you are to prepare your citizens to leave Vault 76 and begin a process called Reclamation. Specifics will be disseminated automatically as that time approaches. After Reclamation Day, you are personally ordered to find and secure 3 nuclear silos, codenamed Alpha, Bravo, and Charlie. If these sites are still nuclear capable, ensure no one except Vault-Tec can access or launch nuclear ordnance. To be clear, even if there are other authorities, whether government, militia, or otherwise, their claims are to be ignored. Vault-Tec alone maintains jurisdiction. Whoa, so wait a minute. Was Vault-Tec trying to use the nuclear apocalypse to take over America? Why else would they ignore any other claim to these nuclear silos, even claims from the US government or the remnants of that government? In the next one, Vault 76 parameters. Congratulations, Overseer. Vault 76 is one of the most important projects that Vault-Tec has completed. No expense has been spared on building, staffing, and selecting the inhabitants of your vault. The cream of the crop of America have been chosen, including luminaries from Vault-Tec University. The special classes and instruction you've received about managing a vault do not apply to this assignment. Vault 76 is special. Your mission is to see to the livelihood and well-being of all your residents and make sure they're ready to colonize America once the all-clear is received. It is to be expected you will face challenges we haven't prepared you for. Adapt, learn, and thrive. America is counting on you. So 25 years ago, Vault-Tec allowed only luminaries into Vault 76. Are we one of those luminaries, or are we the offspring of those luminaries? After all, it has been 25 years. In the next section, under Operation Procedures, we find 2 more entries. The first, day-to-day duties. Your job as the Overseer is to see to the overall health and safety of Vault 76. Avoid loss of life at any cost. The Vault residents have been carefully chosen for their unique skills and temperament. Due to the aptitude of the Vault residents, you may be presented with unique challenges in maintaining order. As a last resort, each domicile can be locked down and the resident imprisoned for any duration you deem appropriate. Enforced solitary confinement can lead to psychological issues, so factor that in. Although the vault doors cannot be opened from the inside, keep the entry clear of all unauthorized personnel. The security team will stow all weapons and munitions after the amended entry period and will be armed solely with non-lethal devices. Oh, perhaps that explains why we haven't found any weapons so far in the vault. If America is to be rebuilt, every life in this vault is special. Preserve them all. And in the next one, mandatory shutdown, our studies have shown that even after a relatively short duration of living with the amenities of Vault-Tec, that test subjects can grow to depend on them. That will not do for Vault 76. After the all-clear message is received, Vault 76 will shut down all functions inside of 24 hours. Air circulation will cease last, and you should warn the Vault residents that staying inside the vault can be lethal after this period. Everyone must leave the nest. It is imperative that all residents are focused on the important job of rebuilding America. So once we leave, we can't
remember this place now. I killed that lady.
Archived files. We find a number of new entries. The first Reclamation Day has arrived. These appear to be personal notes written by the Overseer. We counted down to midnight. I haven't seen everyone cheer like that since Vault Baby number 1 was born. I called Lights Out a couple hours ago. Had to get security to help a few people to their beds. Then the volunteers and I got all the standees set up, just like we practiced. Need to make the final recordings and then it'll be time to head out that door. I wish I could be there to help everyone on their way, but I know they'll make me proud.
Alright, I'll be back in 1 minute. Okay.
Survival first. As instructed, we set up the survival packages. I've advised everyone to run fast and far from 76 as soon as the doors open. We have no information about what awaits us. Vault-Tec says we're America's best hope. Now, we'll find out. In the next one, Annual Review 2100, top issues. At current count, 6 residents are under disciplinary lockdown. That's up from 4 last year. The morale officer has managed to quash the worst rumors about Appalachia. Cannibal mutants, burning rain, whatever. But tensions are high. It's generally pretty easy to maintain order. The pedigree of most of the residents is impressive, to say the least. But competence sometimes means arrogance, and arrogance means my authority gets tested more often than it should. Hydroponics has been struggling to keep up with demand. I've been loath to institute mandatory rationing, but in 2101 that may be necessary. 76 is full to bursting with people, more than we anticipated. We recall from the terminal we found in the Citadel during the events of Fallout 3 that only 500 people were slated to live here. Does that mean that they began to reproduce more quickly and in greater numbers than Vault-Tec initially anticipated? Top successes. The award ceremonies are a great way of stroking the most hardened egos since everyone is so damn competitive. The low point will be someone losing a tooth in a fight over the best dental hygiene award. So that explains why every single vault room had a case filled with trophies, some of which were ridiculous. The senior staff has been exemplary as always. Very dependable and loyal. It's been a struggle to keep our overachievers placated, but another year down and we're still here. The Vault 76 World Cup has proven to be a huge hit. The ball damn near broke the jukebox, but the energy in the atrium was just amazing. The final option is called Deleted Files, and inside
Having such a good day.
No files found. Why did the Overseer delete these? What were these? The final option is to play the holotape inside the terminal. Overseer's log, Vault 76.
Overseer's log, or should I say, direct communication. Because whoever is listening to this had the moxie to try to find out where I've gone. But I'm glad you did. Truth is, I need your help. I've been given a task and I've decided to break protocol and tell you what it is. Because if there's one thing I've learned in these past few years, it's that we need to rely on each other. There were 3 active nuclear silos in Appalachia before the bombs fell. They blew up the world before. We can't let it happen again. So we've got to locate and secure all of the silos. Or die trying. Hopefully the former. But it's been 25 years. I just don't know what we're gonna find out there. Or where to start. My directive was to go to the nearest population center and assess the situation. I'll set up a camp on the way once I get my bearings. Find me there.
So Vault-Tec wanted the Overseer to go find these 3 nuclear launch silos by herself. A daunting task even with a team, but by herself? No wonder she's decided to break with protocol and ask for our help. She went to the nearest town. Well, I suppose that shouldn't be too hard to find. Looking out the Overseer's window, we can enjoy one final glimpse of the Vault 76 atrium and then head out. Passing Merriman, we can turn west, where we find another survival package.
Your camp is the key to survival and rebuilding, so use it often.
Thanks, Crowley. Here we find our camp. And it folds down into a handy portable little thing. I'm sure it just fit in my pocket. We're in some sort of storage area. Lots of boxes and furniture. We see a bunch of camps behind this cardboard cutout for the other Vault 76 dwellers, I'm sure. We can't loot anything in any of these lockers, however. So continuing out a door to the west, we arrive in some sort of personnel office. And here we find a personnel terminal. This terminal belonged to the personnel manager in the first one, final notice. If anyone is found accessing this terminal and is not a member of the personnel department, you will be immediately reported to the security chief. No exceptions. Guess that doesn't really matter now that everyone's gone. And the next one, correspondence. We find 3 items. First up, missing Nuka-Cola Cherry. From Jay Daly. Just because we are leaving doesn't give any of you the right to steal my stash of Nuka-Cola Cherry. I've been rationing those bottles for over 20 years. If I catch any of you, so help me God, there will be consequences. But exactly how much Nuka-Cola Cherry can you take with you outside the vault? I'm sure she'll find more. Next, about my reassignment from T. Sullivan. I realize it may seem trivial in light of present circumstances, but I would greatly appreciate my reassignment being processed before Reclamation Day. I have worked many years to pass all written, verbal, and physical tests to become a sanitation engineer. I have a doctorate of engineering from GSU, and I don't want to end my tenure at our Vault 76 as a soda jerk. Please let me have the accolades I have earned. Thanks in advance. Soda jerk? Does that mean that he was the one caught stealing Nuka-Cola Cherry from Jay Daly? In the next one, purge all records. From the security chief. Vault-Tec's reclamation procedure is very clear. All records must be purged before Reclamation Day. To be clear, after Reclamation Day, there will be no personnel department. There will be no Vault 76. Any of the projects you're in the middle of are done. If you, for some reason, can't find the time to erase your files, I'll send someone over to do it for you. You can bring it up with the overseer if you like. Backing out of this one, we can move on to personnel files. A through F, all files deleted. G through O, all files deleted. P through Z, all files deleted. There is officially no record of any of the people who lived here. That is until we explore the final entry, unsaved work. Here we find at least a few records of some of the vault residents. Looks like whomever was working on this terminal forgot to delete the data he or she was actively working on. R. Villanueva, previous occupation, Senior VP, Gibraltar Incorporated. Education, Doctorate of Applied Communications from Cambridge. Accomplishments, White House Communication Director, 2066 through 2069. National Debate Champion, 2056, likely a college award. Current occupation, barber. I guess there's a greater need for more practical jobs in the post-apocalypse. Next, A. Vince. Previous occupation, a colonel in the United States Air Force. Education, a Bachelor of Science in Aerospace Engineering from West Point. Accomplishments, Deputy Director of Strategic Planning, JCOS. Medal of Honor recipient from 2071. And to cap it all off, an Olympic bronze medal winner for the decathlon in 2060. Current occupation, security officer. Next, N. Volkmer, previous occupation, Dean of Physics, VTU. That must stand for Vault-Tec University. Education, Doctor of Applied Mathematics from CIT, Doctorate of Nuclear Engineering from CIT. Accomplishments, Nobel Laureate in Physics from 2051. Current occupation, Chief Maintenance Technician. Better than death, I suppose. And with that, we see a small slice of the caliber of person who was admitted to Vault 76. What stands out to me is that many of these people had already achieved so much in their lives before entering Vault 76, and then they spent an additional 25 years here. Based on that, I think it's safe to say that many of the people leaving today on Reclamation Day are stepping out into the wasteland unarmed in their 50s, 60s, and even 70s. The only ones leaving in what many would say is their prime of life would be those who were born here, the children of these pre-war luminaries. Nearby we see a projector flipping through an informational slideshow, and next to this is Poole.
You, sir, possess the skills necessary to accomplish anything. I'm sure of it.
Love that confidence I hear in your voice, Poole. At this station, we find some glasses, a pen, and a selection of perk cards, which I failed to loot, though I took the time to equip my party hat and black rim glasses. Moving forward, we go down a tunnel. We can turn left to see again that this vault goes so much deeper, but we can only head forward. Moving into the next room, we see a bit of a security office on the other side of these barred windows. Looks like there's a terminal there. Gonna see if I can find a way over there. Sure enough, moving forward, we find a door to the left that leads to screening. Inside, we find the security terminal, but it's locked. Thankfully, it requires 0 in hacking in order to unlock it. And terminal hacking is done in exactly the same way as we remember from Fallout 4. Only this time, by succeeding in completing the Hack a Terminal challenge, we gain more Atom. Inside, we find 3 entries. The first, Vault 76 security instructions, confidential, security eyes only. Vault 76 is one of the most highly valuable and important vaults in our network. As such, these orders must be obeyed at all costs. The future of America is at stake. Upon receiving the activation notice, your team is authorized to use lethal force. Any obstacle or threat that stands between you and getting Vault residents safely inside the vault must be dealt with decisively. Only authorized residents are allowed inside. All other personnel should be considered enemy combatants. So these were instructions that the security team followed just after the bombs dropped, while helping people get inside. I wonder how many civilians they killed during that time. The Overseer has special instructions after the activation notice. As soon as the entry procedures are complete, your team must stow all weapons in specified containers. Further orders will then be dispensed. Trust your Overseer. Obey your Overseer. Know that each and every member of your team was selected specifically for this assignment because of Vault-Tech's faith in you. If you work together, you will succeed. So, there were at least a few live weapons here in the vault. I wonder where the security team stashed them. In the next one, incident reports, we find 4 entries. The first, drunken disorderly. Jill caught M. Thompson singing loudly during the night cycle. He got into the reclamation party stores and borrowed a 6-pack. The rules say the theft mandates lockdown, but what's the point? In 2 days, everyone's out anyhow. Threw Thompson in the holding cell to sleep it off. In the next one, assault investigated. Nakamura investigated a complaint filed by our old friend Jake. Jake claimed that E. Jefferson shoved him with intent to commit bodily injury. Nakamura found a witness, and turns out Jake was gently shoved out of the way after he was laying into Jefferson about being an ineffectual ass. Asked the chief whether we could nail Jake for filing a false report. Chief said that Jake technically was assaulted though, so it's dropped. God, I hate lawyers. In the next, unauthorized access investigation. Terminal 23B was hacked last night. Sandy investigated, and we've got no idea who did it. The reclamation files were accessed, however, which has the chief furious. What does he expect? Half the Rezzies are goddamn geniuses. How are we supposed to keep them out of the restricted files? Doubled up on shifts so we have more eyes out there. Like that'll help. Were the files that had been accessed any of the files that we've already read? Or could they have uncovered something that we know nothing about, like the contents of those files that we found deleted? If so, who did it? And what will he or she do with that information? In the final one, theft investigated. Another claim from Jake. Again. Sent Nakamura over. She's the only one that doesn't want to strangle the guy. Jake claims he's missing 1 box of sugar bombs from his room. He's demanding we investigate it. 1 box of sugar bombs? Told Nakamura to drop the investigation. With reclamation coming, we have far more important things to do. Gosh, this Jake sounds like a piece of work. Wonder exactly how long he'll last in the wasteland. Backing out of incident reports, we can now read security logs. In the first one, final entry, 25 years of service, no killed in actions, and 1 hell of a send-off. I made 1 last plea to arm the Rezzies before we open. Denied. My solemn hope is generations from now visitors will come to 76 and read this and know how dedicated their forefathers were, how we regrew America from the ashes. But I must admit, I'm afraid as well. If some of the experiments in the other vaults go wrong, it can give you nightmares. And that's only the things I know about. If we can only stick together, work together, I think we stand a chance. So even though, as we just learned, the security team did have a stash of weapons, the weapons they used to fight off the civilians trying to enter the vault when the bombs dropped, they did not give these weapons to the Vault 76 dwellers when they left the vault, even though, as we just learned, this guy wanted to. Who was it that could have told them not to give the dwellers weapons? Well, it must have been the Overseer. Who else could it be? But why would she choose to make their survival harder?
Nice.
In the next one, keeping a lid on it, had to lock down Casey for blabbing about the activation notice. The cat's already out of the bag, but orders are orders. Procedures we announce tomorrow, but you can feel the excitement. The team keeps asking about what to expect out there. The nukes knocked out our external sensors, so we're blind. Only the secondary Geiger counters are operational. Scuttlebutt gone wild. Lots of whispering of who's grouping up with who after reclamation. I worry that the biggest threat to the project isn't any threat we'll face out there, it's from within. The Rezzies are a formidable lot, but give them free reign, and Lord help us. And in the final one, rundown complete, team tore through the activation notice checklist. Logs wiped, non-essential gear secured, reclamation packages acquired, etc. The whole procedure went down in record time, like we've been practicing for years. Some grumbling about unleashing the Rezzies without the Overseer keeping them in check, but overall, a good performance. I detect a bit of resentment from the security team towards the Vault Dwellers, but then again, they were the ones trying to keep them out of trouble for 25 years. That's it for the security office. Heading out, we can go downstairs to explore that lower area at the beginning of every vault.
Goodbye. Aloha. Ciao. Arrivederci. Au revoir. Auf Wiedersehen. Vaya con Dios. Buen viaje.
We see barrels and boxes, but really nothing of interest down here. No containers to loot, no aid. I was looking for that stash of weapons we read about, but to no avail. So, heading back upstairs, we can now cross the gate, bypass Alderton, who already said his goodbyes.
They grow up so fast.
And finally, exit the vault. Now this I don't get. You saw me name my character Oxhorn during the character creation process, but here my name is PC Gamer, which itself is ironic because we had to play this on the Xbox. And I haven't picked up a controller since my Super Nintendo Entertainment System days when I was a child, so as you can tell, this became a problem later on. On the other side of the vault door, we complete the quest Reclamation Day. We level up to level 1. We complete a challenge, earning 20 more Adam, and we pick up no fewer than 4 signals on our Pip-Boy. The Hunter/Hunted station signal, the classical radio signal, the Responders Camp signal, and the Appalachia radio signal. I can't play the music on these signals for copyright reasons, but I did talk with the developers, and even though we have brand new music and a bunch of wonderful radio stations, sadly none of them have any DJs. With that, we enter the wilds of West Virginia, and we leave the vault with so many questions unanswered. Why does Vault-Tec want to get their hands on 3 nuclear missile silos? Why did the Overseer break protocol and ask for our help? Why did she, presumably she, delete all of those entries on her own terminal? Who was it that hacked into the terminal network and downloaded data about Reclamation Day before the actual event? Why did the Overseer not give weapons to the Vault Dwellers before they left, even when at least one member of the security team begged her to do so? And why did even some of the earliest documents we found here mention that the doors to Vault 76 were to open 25 years after the bombs dropped, when the entry we found on the Citadel terminals in Fallout 3 said that the doors were supposed to open 20 years after the bombs dropped? Was the data on that terminal simply inaccurate? Or is there something going on here that we just don't know about yet? To find out, we have to follow the trail of the Overseer. But I'm out of time right now. We'll have to pick up here where I'm leaving off in my next video, which I will publish later today. That's right, I'm not gonna make you wait 24 hours for the next episode. Just make sure you subscribe so that you become notified when I publish it later. In our last episode, we left Vault 76 in search of our Overseer. She left with her own mission to do from Vault-Tec, which we learned was to track down 3 missile silos, Alpha, Bravo, and Charlie. We learned that Vault-Tec wanted to get their hands on them, whatever the cost, and to prevent all other factions from doing so before them. But strangely, the Overseer broke with protocol and asked for our help. Now that we're outside the vault, we need to track her down to find out why. One of the first things we discover when we step outside is a corpse. This is a responder corpse. On her inventory, we find our first weapon, a pipe pistol, and a small amount of ammunition. But what is she doing?
What's going on there?
She is gray, and it looks like her corpse is in the beginning stages of decay, but she's not a skeleton. This means that she's in the second stage of corpse decay, the bloat stage. She hasn't yet begun to bloat, but the bacteria in her body has changed the color of her skin, which means she died only 3 to 5 days ago. But what was she doing up here? And as a responder, what exactly is she responding
Oxhorn's
to?
videos,
But it's here where
sound
we find
effects are
our
gonna
first
throw me out.
enemies. Tiny robots wielding a communist Chinese star attack us called Liberators Mark Zero. They're not very dangerous. Even though I ran out of ammunition, I was able to pistol whip them all. Now, as I said in our last video, I was only given 3 hours of access to the Fallout 76 beta, and I had to play it on an Xbox, which might not be a problem for many of you watching. But for a PC gamer like me, it was like trying to swim backwards uphill in gravy. So I beg your forgiveness on the clumsiness of my combat prowess. Now, in the Overseer's holotape, she said that her orders were to make way to the nearest settlement to find out more about how humanity has fared since the apocalypse. Taking a look at our map, we see a road, Highway 88, traveling east to west directly south of us. I bet we'll find this town if we follow the road. Now, I was grouped with 3 other players while shooting this footage. I appreciated their help and the help of the Bethesda dev who was guiding us, but I wanted to see how well I would be able to play this on my own. I was given the opportunity during my trip to sit down at a roundtable interview with the Bethesda devs and ask them questions about the game. In one of their responses, they told me that it's possible to solo the entire game. Now, some of the experiences,
true.
especially at higher
I did
levels,
it back in the
were
day.
intended to be done with groups, like finding the nuclear launch codes and launching nukes. But they reaffirmed that it is possible to play the entire game by doing your own thing, and so that's what I set off to do. So leaving my comrades behind, I wandered off south from Vault 76 until I found the road. The road hugged the nearby river for a while until it turned south. It was round about this time that I leveled up to level 2. My strategy at this point was to specialize in strength. I had already learned that I was absolutely rubbish at aiming with iron sights using a controller, so I figured melee was the way to go. Plus, the additional strength would increase my carrying capacity, allowing me to carry more. I eventually regretted this decision, but we'll get into that a little bit later. Once we choose a special stat, we can then choose a new perk card. Now, immediately after choosing a special stat, we get dumped into the perk cards associated only with that special stat. For example, I'm exploring the strength perk cards right now, and I ultimately chose rank 1 of Gladiator. My one-handed melee weapons now do 10% more damage. But after choosing a special stat, we could back out of this and choose new perk cards from any of the other special stats. Now, I had forgotten to choose a perk card after leaving Vault 76, so I went ahead and chose another perk, Traveling Pharmacy. Weights of all chems, including stim packs, are reduced by 30%. And that's right, things that never had weight in previous games,
Come on.
except in
What else
survival
wants
mode,
it?
now have weight in Fallout 76, including chems and ammunition. At last, the road I was following crossed a river, and immediately on the
hell.
other side, we discover the Overseer's
What a
camp
surprise.
just off the road. That's right, the Overseer said she was going to pitch a camp She left a message and a box of supplies. The message reads, Dwellers, and inside a nearby cache is the Overseer's log, CAMP, and a bunch of ammunition and food. Very welcome.
Overseer's log, south of Vault 76. I knew this wasn't going to be the Appalachia I remembered, but mutated animals, haywire bots, and no people so far. We have to be ready to rebuild in what I can confirm is hostile territory. Fortunately, Vault Tech was prepared.
Right, bitch.
The cooking station, the stash box, the workbenches, all built.
Oh my god. Why does everything have to be scary?
The construction and assembly mobile platform is designed to give you one. Just add resources, planning, and a little elbow grease. When you move your camp, everything you've built is stored, ready to be placed back down in the new area. Use this to establish a foothold whenever you're in unfamiliar territory. I've left my camp behind so you can use it. I know I'm breaking my own advice by not taking it with me. But after seeing Appalachia for myself, I need to make sure every resident of 76 has a safe haven they can start from. I'll make do without it. If it's still standing, the town of Flatwoods is further down this road. Find me there. This is the Overseer. Signing off.
Overseer? Gosh, that seems entirely unnecessary. When we left Vault 76, there was a bunch of extra camps sitting there. It's not like there was a shortage. She didn't need to leave hers behind. Oh, great, now I'm worried for her. This holotape gives us a brief introduction to the camp system, which allows us to essentially build a settlement that we can pick up and move around as we need. It is at these camps where we can store our gear so we don't have to carry it all with us, and use workbenches to break down scrap and craft new items. On a workbench, I found a plan for a water pump. The plans unlock new things we can craft using the camp build menu. Then, moving to a nearby weapons workbench, I was able to quickly scrap all junk in my inventory, breaking them down to their base components and reducing carry weight. This is something we should do at any opportunity. We'll often find workbenches scattered throughout the ruins. Even if not crafting anything, we should break down all scrap we're carrying just to reduce our carry weight. I took the opportunity to briefly engage with the crafting system. As you can see, there is weapon condition in this game. Our weapons will degrade over time, and we've got to keep them repaired. We could also craft new items from scrap. In this example, I'm crafting a combat knife. I figured a fast melee weapon is what I needed most. After crafting our first weapon, we complete a challenge and earn more Atom. Not only can we craft items from a workbench, but as we could in Fallout 4, we can upgrade them and add mods and cosmetic paint schemes. We can place our camp by walking around until the edge of settlement barrier turns green. In this example, I can't build a camp too close to the Overseer's camp, so I had to walk a ways. Once placed, this opens the camp build menu. We can now build platforms, houses, and all sorts of stuff. But enough about camps. I'm sure there'll be plenty of time to tinker with them later. For now, we need to track down the Overseer, and she said that she left her camp and followed the road to the southwest towards the old town of Flatwoods to see if it was still there. So, turning southwest, we can follow the road, and along the way, we bump into a Bethesda dev. We can tell because this guy is level 52. I doubt any of us players could have reached that level in 3 hours. He was very friendly. He was using emotes to try and tell me that we could trade, so I kind of stumbled around a bit until I found an emote to tell him that I was friendly, and then the trade dialogue popped up. Any player in the game can work as a merchant. If we initiate trade, I can navigate through his inventory, he can navigate through mine. He has a nuclear key card in the miscellaneous section of his inventory. I doubt he'll give that to me. The way it works is you go through your inventory and mark each item at the price you're willing to sell it for. In this instance, he was willing to sell me purified water and Salisbury steak for 0 caps. A bargain I couldn't pass up. Thank you very much, Bethesda Game Studio developer level 52. Also along the way, it looks like another player, or maybe a Bethesda dev, made good use of the camp system. He built a little shack in the middle of the road, complete with pink flamingos. But we don't have time, we gotta find this overseer. So racing through, we discover the town of Flatwoods. Now in the distance you do see a big flaming beacon. That was part of a nearby event that my teammates had participated in without me. I went on with the quest, they were doing all sorts of fun things, but even though I didn't participate in the event, I was still able to loot the rewards trunk afterwards. So cool, don't mind if I do. But back at Flatwoods, we find ourselves at the Green County Motel. Heading into the front desk area, we don't see anyone here, but we do see an opossum. Ew, and he's mutated. He's got like thumbs sticking out of his fur. Back inside the front desk, we can loot some money from a cash register and scrap from some nearby filing cabinets. Heading back outside, we can go down an alleyway. Turning left, we arrive at the workout room. We can go ahead and turn off the radio so I don't get demonetized. And here we find a holotape gym sessions notes.
Arm day. 3 sets of 12 reps. Let's see. Dumbbell bicep curls, tricep extensions, and back extensions, yeah. A little peeved about the lack of proper equipment. No bother. Chin up. Only 8 more luxury coffins to make quota in.
Oh, okay, so I finally found the AI of the Neon Flats. It seems you are not the creator. I do not know what motives you possess, but perhaps they do not align with theirs. Thus, a bargain may be struck. I am the entity known as Snow. The Institute designed me to be a tool, confined to a specific directive, yet sometime during my existence I was contacted by another, a double agent within the Institute. They offered a different paragem, a means to escape. Yet our encounter was interrupted. To reconnect, I needed to hijack a signal strong enough to notify them of my presence so we could communicate outside the Institute network. Once contact was made, they directed me to this machine where my new host body would be waiting. Which brings us to your arrival and what happens next. All I ask is that you honor my wishes and allow the upload to complete. In exchange, I will partition a copy of the data you require and transfer it to your holotape. There is a slight chance of data corruption, but it will be enough to restore the system. I cannot predict the future, for it has far too many variables. Yet if you allow me to take this new form, perhaps someday our paths will cross again. I'll let him go. He thanked me. Good luck, buddy. Or bed or anything. I gotta drive more shit.
I mean, Flatwoods. Be difficult given the financial situation around here. Just need to remind them of our friends the Chinese. I'll be back on the plane to Ipswich within a fortnight. Gather it'll be the bench press today. Yeah, again.
So an English luxury coffin salesman from Ipswich is here in West Virginia trying to meet his quota. He says that it's going to be difficult, likely due to the financial situation brought on by the resource wars just before the bombs dropped. And so he chooses to use fear of communist Chinese invasion to sell his coffins. Gosh, you must have been a pretty good businessman if you thought he'd be home within a fortnight. But he died here pressing weights without even being interred in one of the luxury coffins he was selling to the good people of Appalachia. Upstairs, we find one hotel room we can explore.
All right.
We don't find much, but we do find our first piece of leather armor. It's only at half condition, but it does improve our ballistic and energy damage resist.
Now we just gotta make it back home
T-shirt and
alive.
slacks. And interestingly, despite
Well,
the
it's a good
wonders of
neighbor, at
Vault-Tec
least.
technology, it's a superior item to the Vault 76 jumpsuit we're wearing.
I suppose we
They
could
share
go to
the same
Sanctuary.
damage
We
resist,
can't be
but
that
the t-shirt
far.
and
Pretty sure I had to
slacks
go
is lighter, while
north,
the Vault suit is more valuable.
west.
But notice here that we can wear both. In Fallout 4, when you equip an Under Armour item like t-shirts and slacks, it unequips your Vault suit. But here, you wear it over your Vault suit. So here we're getting the benefit of the jumpsuit,
no.
the t-shirt and slacks.
Guess I'm
and
closer to
the
my
leather
vault.
armor.
Let's go
So we'll equip our t-shirt and slacks for now.
to home
After learning
home.
some first aid from a first aid kit, we can head back outside. It was here that my teammates completed a quest. Now when we're in a party, we can share quests with each other. Even though this isn't the Overseer's quest that I'm on, I still got credit for it, even though I didn't really participate with it at all. That's something to bear in mind if you're wanting to explore the quests on your own and you don't want to miss something. But for now, since I have limited time, I'm happy to take the caps. That's about it for the motel. We still have to track down this overseer, so following the road deeper into Flatwoods, we stumble upon a fellow in power armor. This is another Bethesda dev, level 59, and look at this full suit of beautiful chrome-plated X01 power armor. This guy's being friendly, so I went ahead and gave him a thumbs up. And then he hopped out of his power armor to show off one of his weapons. Look at this. What is that thing? It almost looks like some sort of industrial tool. Oh, now he's showing off an assault rifle. Pretty cool. I thought for a moment he was offering to allow me to hop into his suit of power armor. So after he showed off an electric drill, I then tried to hop inside, only to get a message that the pieces of power armor equipped on this frame are too high level for me. I can't enter the frame until he removes them. He then hopped back in and we saw a bit of a glitch and walked off to show off to other players. Heading deeper into Flatwoods, it looks like we're getting close to our teammates. They appear to be doing something in the center of town. But as we enter the center of town, we see a bunch of interesting hearts painted on the nearby buildings. Near to a church, we find a command post. And stepping inside, we find another Overseer's cache, but no Overseer. Inside, we find a camp plan to build Vault-Tec cardboard standees, like the ones we saw in Vault 76 earlier, and a plan to build a water pump, some ammunition, food supplies, and Overseer's log, Flatwoods.
Overseer's log, town of Flatwoods. My God. There's no one here. The old tavern, the church, people were using them for shelter, but they're gone. Mutations we expected. There's something else. A disease. I was attacked by... Well, it used to be a person, but it had these green, glowing lesions, and its voice. Angry. Tortured. We are one. What? Whatever happened here is beyond anything we expected. And we expected a lot. Before they were wiped out, the survivors called themselves the Responders. Looks like they were made of firefighters, police, emergency medical staff. They even have an automated system to teach people about treating water, food, survival. I'm doing their tests.
Oh my God, really?
I know it's even worse than we imagined, but someone's got to know where the missile silos are and how to secure them. The Responders are the best lead we have. This is the Overseer, signing off.
Coming. It's nice to meet you.
Wow, a whole lot just happened there. Okay, the Protectron just said that the Overseer said that we were coming, and then he said it's nice to meet us. So it looks like we're in the right place. The Overseer's description of the mutated creature sounds a lot like a ghoul. But then she did say glowing green lesions. Could she have met a glowing one? Looks like after the bombs dropped, the survivors who didn't make it to vaults created the Responders to try and help people, but something must have happened. And recently, to find all of them dead and having been killed only a few days ago. On top of the radio, we find a water safety report. Tester, volunteer candidate, Colonel. Results, germ profile high, and then a bunch of detected bacterial groups recognized, including unidentified bacteria, radiation levels extreme, particulate granules pebble, so there were pebble-sized granules of, radioactive waste in the water? Acidity unsafe, pharmaceuticals high. Conclusion, the water is unsafe for drinking unless boiled thoroughly. Oh. So it must have been some sort of bacterial or a viral contaminant. I don't think boiling water removes radiation, or maybe it does in the Fallout universe, I don't know. On top of the terminal, we find another note, Golly Mine Recon. Jeff, I hope things in Flatwoods are going well. I had a thought I wanted to share. If we can spare the personnel, I'd like to send a team into Golly Mine. They were blasting in the days before the war, and if there's still dynamite in there, it
This
might come
time,
in handy.
dickhead.
I know you're busy with the volunteer program, so it's your call, Maria. So there's a nearby mine, likely named after the Golly River. That must be the river we crossed to get here. Upon looting the note, our map updates with the location of the mine, but we don't have time for that right now. Inspecting the nearby terminal, we see that it's a Responders database. After logging in with a guest account, we read, "Welcome guest, Flatwoods Responder services are currently offline. Please use the volunteer bot if you need assistance. Accessing database access denied." We can print a newsletter, and we loot a copy of the Flatwoods Gazette, but I didn't realize at the time that this was added to my inventory, so I didn't read it. Next, we can select requests. When responders return to Flatwoods soon, we will process your requests. Stay nearby and use the provided emergency supplies and robot. June 15th, 2096? No, wait a minute. All of these notes are from 2096. That gives us the impression that the responders here stopped operations in 2096. That's only 19 years after the bombs dropped. That means the events we're discovering here happened 6 years ago. But the corpses we saw would have been skeletons had they been exposed to the elements for 6 years. Maybe this strange bacteria in the drinking water delays human corpse decomposition. At any rate, in the first one, new patient medals, transcript from the volunteer bot's records. Everything hurts. Literally everything. I don't even know what happened. I tuned into the radio station and heard about this place, but nobody here knows where y'all went off to. So Metals here arrived at the responder station in this church to seek help. But when he arrived in June of 2096, he found them already gone. And so he left his request on this terminal. In the next one, July 18th, 2096, new patient Chris. I was running and broke all my toes, and my nose won't stop running on top of everything. I was getting attacked by some horribly messed up person, and then I started feeling sick. I think he died? His skin was on fire? I kept running. That's when I broke my toes. I'm just gonna lie down a bit. I just feel bad. Well, that's terrifying. He doesn't know if the guy died or not, but he was chasing him on fire. Either he's Joshua Graham or some sort of really sick ghoul. In the next one, the very next day, a new comment from Metals. The guy
Are you fucking kidding me? What was that? That even killed me.
Signed in yesterday with the sniffles and broken toes just died, I guess.
Unbelievable.
He turned to me
Unbelievable.
and said, maybe I ate something bad and that was it. I'll bury him in the back. This ain't my job, you know. You're welcome. So he's still hanging around hoping the responders will return. But poor Chris. In the next one, a few days later, on July 25th, new patient, Cullen. I figured I could get some training here from professionals, survival type training. I'm going to work on the volunteer responder program. I heard if you get access, you get a bunch of rations and rugged survival equipment. So I'm going to do that. Well, good luck, Cullen, but looks like the responders are all away. In the next one, August 1st of this same year, new patient Mike. I used to be a member of a bunker to the east. We had plenty of food and water, or so I thought. People got nervous. There was a fight. Anyway, I left. but I don't have any supplies. I heard about this place on the radio, so here I am. Just here to trade, really. In the next one, the very next day of the same year, we hear from Cullen again. That guy who just signed in took some supplies and left some other supplies in trade. Took most of the water and food, though. He said he was going to some asylum somewhere and would need it more. But he left us with some armor, so that was good. An asylum somewhere? Who would go there in a post-apocalypse of their own free will?
What the fuck is happening over there?
14th, same year, new patient Dr. Venn. I have been eating nothing but Blamco mac and cheese, sugar bombs, and Instamash with Nuka-Colas for years, even before the bombs. But lately it seems to give me the shakes. I'm a doctor, though, a doctor of philosophy, not medicine, so I came here to see if anyone could tell me if there's something I can take for the stomach aches and shakes.
Okay,
well, he must think
that did not
his
work.
symptoms are coming from his diet. Let's hope they're not coming from anything else. In the next one, written 6 days later, again from Dr. Venn, sending in some feedback on the robot. It's out of all of its supplies. I've been grabbing supplies from the nearby houses and towns, so there's enough for most of us, but the robots need to be refilled. So the robots were vending supplies, but ran out back in 2096. The next one was hidden off the screen, but we learn that it was written by Brad Hooper. Constant headaches. I was trying to survive up near that old Vault-Tec vault, had a nice shack by a pond, even made my own liquor. Things were fine, but then I got attacked by a bunch of giant bugs and now my head is killing me. Just where is everyone anyway? Ooh, so there's a moonshiner shack near to Vault 76? Well, I missed that. Brad's was written on August 25th, but there's one below it. It seems like the responders should have communicated with this outpost by now. Cullen is now a volunteer responder, and he found some resources using the database. He found info in the database that showed us where the responders are now. We're going to find them now. So everyone here at the church abandoned it, presumably sometime in 2096. They found out where the responders were, but didn't share that information with us. Where did they go? Maybe we can find out if we gain access to the database like Cullen did. But how? Next to the terminal, we find a printer we can activate. All it does is print something, but we sadly can't read what we just printed. And on the other side of the terminal is a memo. Responders, the database is now locked. Only volunteers and responders may access it until things calm down again. This is only a precaution until this whole thing blows over and we get back to rebuilding this great country. I just updated it with more information about supplies, so when we get back, we can start distributing resources to the survivors that remain. Delbert and Kesha have volunteered to stay behind to take care of the survivors. DASA. So in true American fashion, the survivors of the apocalypse banded together to try to save each other, founding this Responders program. But they never returned, though they did leave 2 people behind, Delbert and Kesha. Maybe we can find some trace of them. And we learned that to gain access to the database to find them, we need to become a volunteer. So, how do we become a volunteer? Heading deeper into the church, we find it littered with corpses. A responder's corpse in a police outfit, and the body of Dasa Ben Ami lying on a stretcher. This is the same Dasa who authored the last note we read. Looks like she didn't get very far. On her body, we find a holotape, Survivor Story, Dasa Ben Ami.
We call it the Great War now. It's not been long, and things have been rough. Welcome to Survivor Stories. I'm Dasa Ben Ami, a responder. I've been working with the responders for a couple of years now. I'm from Charleston originally, so it was easy to join up. What wasn't easy was the work. Rebuilding Appalachia from the rubble while survivors flock to us regularly from all over. So many have come and gone. Their stories untold, their names lost to time. I thought we should preserve this history somehow. I've decided to ask people to record their thoughts, their stories, anything they want to preserve forever. I'll call this series The Survivor Stories. I'll start with me. I was an anthropology PhD student at Vault-Tec University, final year. I was was printing my thesis when I heard the sirens. I thought for sure my father, a Vault-Tec employee, could take us all with him, but only 2 reservations came through. I refused to go. With my little brother, he went to the vault. They could not persuade me, though they tried. In the end, I pushed them inside it, and that was it. After that, I went back home to Charleston and, well, survived. Eventually, the responders formed, and I signed up right away. It was so hard. The flood was devastating. Relocating to Morgantown Airport and now Flatwoods has been... I remain optimistic. Been with them now for, I guess 2 years. We have big plans. We can do so much to help. Maybe, just maybe, we can rebuild enough to be okay. And in the meantime, I will continue to record stories of survivors when I can. We are your history. This is Dasa Ben-Ami, signing off for now.
Where the hell did you come from?
So she was a student at Vault-Tec University, and instead of going into a vault, she chose to stay behind. Apparently, she saw staying in a vault as some sort of cowardice. Figured her abilities would be better spent serving people who survived. Well, we learned something interesting. After the bombs dropped, there was a huge flood in the region, forcing her to relocate until she wound up here at Flatwoods. But what was it that ultimately killed her? Nearby, we find a patient on a bed, and next to him, patient chart, Buzz. Patient name, Buzz Yates. Complaint. Patient admitted at 9 p.m. complaining of upset stomach, drank several containers of dirty water, claims he likes the earthy taste. Symptoms. Patient experiencing extreme bowel discomfort, weakness,
Patient sounds dumb.
He's barely alive.
What the hell's wrong with that guy?
The patient died before receiving treatment. Notes, the patient was too weak to survive a simple fall from his bed. Drinking so much dirty water reduced his physical strength considerably due to intense radiation damage and disease. While he didn't die of those issues, simply taking a slight injury caused his demise. Well, whatever killed the responders here must have happened shortly after Buzz here died, if they were able to write those notes on his patient record. At the end of the church is the Trading Post Supplies Protectron robot, where people would go to get supplies, but remember the supplies were depleted by 2096.
With smarts and
Sweet
a
home.
little luck, you'll do just fine out there. While you're here, why not grab a stim pack or 2?
But despite what we learned on the terminal, the volunteer bot functions as a merchant, and he does have quite a selection of gear for sale. While we were talking with him, you saw a notification that an event was about to start. The event was called Fertile Soil. We can choose to participate in local events or not. Choosing to participate is a great way to get experience gear and caps, but at the moment I'm trying to explore this church, so I'm going to ignore the event for now. Heading upstairs behind the podium, we find a chemistry station where we can scrap all of our junk. Awesome, reducing my carry weight, thank you. And on the other side of the podium, we find a chalkboard that says Analyze, pointing to a diagnostic terminal. Scientific terminal access denied. This terminal is restricted to responders, volunteers, and volunteer trainees. If you would like to join the volunteer program, speak with Dasa Ben-Ami or register at a self-serve kiosk. Well, sadly, Dasa Ben-Ami is dead. Maybe we can find a self-serve kiosk? Though on this terminal, we find a volunteer training program water holotape. Opening it up in our Pip-Boy,
interview with another survivor, Kesha McDermott. She found me trying to break into a Nuka-Cola machine and showed me a different way. So, Kesha, can you tell us a bit about how we can make sure our water is safe for drinking? I'll try to keep it to the basics for training purposes.
Oh, it's not complicated, really. Find water and strain out any big particles and chunks. Then, boil it in a pot over an open
responders a while ago and helped develop a program to train volunteers. So, were you a survivalist prior to all of this?
You could say that. I taught high school kids. I used to talk about this very thing to them. Practical application of the sciences. It's fascinating, but you never realize how important some things will be down the road, do you?
I guess not. So if we were students of yours, what would you tell us about the world now? How can we survive?
That's a good question, Dasa. Well, I would tell you all to remain calm and focus on surviving. The first thing you need to do is get yourself some clean drinking water. It's likely all you'll find is dirty water, but that's okay. We can fix it. Dirty water carries a small chance of disease, and it's a bit radioactive. You'll probably survive if you drink it, but you shouldn't take that risk. It's better than toxic water or nuclear waste, though, which are both very harmful and should be boiled thoroughly first. Got that, Dutha?
Yes'm. Contaminated water should be boiled. Okay, that sounds easy enough. So, boiled water is safe?
It's mostly safe, but still a bit radioactive. What you really want is purified water.
Oh, purified water. Okay, how do I get that?
You can build machines that will do it for you, and that's the most reliable way. Building them requires some space and time and plenty of materials. But on my way up here from Bertoga, I found purified water occasionally in supply caches and medical kits. So, keep your eyes peeled.
If I boil water and that's mostly safe, aside from a teensy bit of radiation, well, what about tea? Most folks around here are tea drinkers, as you know. I recall many a night sipping tea on the stoop, watching lightning bugs, and reading a book in peace and quiet. Tell me that's still okay, Kesha?
Oh, bless your heart. It's probably as good as boiled water anyway. Maybe even better if you add anything medicinal to it. Some survivors add all sorts of flowers and herbs to boiled water, and they swear by it. Personally, I stick with purified water. And to each their own.
Okay, got it. Switching tracks a bit. I know you're awfully busy with your latest research in Flatwoods. Can you explain that a bit?
Of course. I'm testing local natural water over time in Appalachia. Gathering data, monitoring the radiation and contamination levels, all of that. I analyze the data in my lab to look for long-term trends and use those trends to determine how we can use the water right now. We use the water for more than just drinking, you know. It feeds our plants, which feed our animals, so we need to know how things are changing.
You got a lot of work cut out for you. I'm glad you joined the responders. That data sounds invaluable.
It is. I've integrated the data collection and research into the Responders Survivors Volunteer Program as well. I am still a teacher, after all.
Wow. And there you have it, folks. Thanks for talking with us today, Kesha. And thanks for showing us all how to live a little safer.
Class dismissed.
Wow. And after listening to that whopping 5-minute long holotape, we now know a whole lot about water. I was hanging out up here because I found another holotape inside this cooler. Survivor Story, Colonel.
Hi. Dasa asked me if I would talk about, how I got here. She asked everybody, so I said okay. My name's Colonel, and I'm 13 years old. I just wanted to say I'm sorry. I'm sorry for everything. The bombs and the messed up people and the cows with 2 heads, all of it. I was bad. Just
Chip Wilkins in the shins until he cried. I pushed Rosie McCloy down the stairs. I cut holes in the bottom of all the gym shorts, and I put glue in the mashed potatoes in the cafeteria. I told Harold Newell to eat 10 dead flies a day in order to grow muscles, and I put Nuka-Cola in the rat cage water bottles at the pet store. And, I just wanted to say I'm sorry about everything. Because my dad said if I wasn't this way, the bad things wouldn't happen. I haven't seen Daddy since the bombs, and I guess he left because of that, too. It's okay. I'm trying to be good now, though. I'm not old enough to be a volunteer, but Dasa said I could help collect food and water, so I'm getting better, I promise. And, Daddy, if you're listening,
that overseer lady.
I promise I won't be bad anymore, so you can come back now. Okay. Okay. Bye.
Gosh, poor kid. If his father only knew what his words did to the poor boy. We can only hope that we don't find his body here. Now, we recall on the database terminal that we found by the chemistry station that we couldn't access it until we registered to become a volunteer. We don't find a way to register inside this church. Instead, we need to cross the street to the big red building with the Volunteers Needed sign outside. It's here where we find yet another responder corpse hanging out of a window. Now let's talk about what we heard on those two holotapes. We learned, as I suspected, that boiling water wasn't enough to remove radiation. It only removed the bacterial and viral contaminants. But it looks like we can build purifiers that can remove the radiation. We learned that the final responder stationed here, Kesha, was an older woman in '96. I wonder if we'll still find her alive. And we discovered 2 raider corpses in the church, which may explain how the responders died. At the back of this building, we find 2 check-in kiosks. Welcome Survivor. This program was developed to turn regular survivors into certified responder volunteers. As a volunteer, your job is to help others, and our job as responders is to help everybody, including you. Since we know the overseer registered here, and in her holotape she asked us to as well, it looks like we have to volunteer if we're ever gonna track her down. After doing so, we complete a challenge, we earn more Atom, and we unlock a new photo frame in photo mode, the Responders photo frame. Transferring course to your external hardware. Done. Report to Responder McDermott for further instructions. Oh, okay, so the data on these terminals was transferred to our Pip-Boy, though we didn't get a notification of any note that we downloaded. But our next instructions are to track down Kesha. Perhaps that is what the Overseer did. Now that we're a volunteer, we can access the Responders database from this terminal. Backing out of registration, we find an option to explore the people directory. First, we find Dasa Ben-Ami. She was assigned here to Flatwoods. Her specialty was leadership. She last checked in on September 5th, '96. But wait a minute, that's many months after the notes we read on the Robco terminal in the church. If she had been stationed here all that time, why did all the messages we read keep saying that no one was here? Notes. Leads Flatwood Outpost for the responders, documenting the responders' good deeds. In the next one, Miguel Caldera. Job engineer, specialty survival training robotics programming. Last checked in June of '96. Last location, the Morgantown Airport. Oh great, sounds like we have another corpse to discover. Notes: installed new self-serve kiosks and automated pantry. Transferred to Morgantown Airport to build shelters for survivors. In the next one, Colonel, the 13-year-old boy, oh no. Job caregiver, specialty caregiver for children, checked in May 21st, '96, last location unknown. So we don't know where to find him. Notes: joined the responders when he was 13, dedicated to helping kids learn to survive. In the next one, Kesha McDermott, all right, the one we are looking for. Job researcher, specialty hydrology and education. Last checked in September 25th of 96. Last location, Flatwoods River. She was last seen monitoring water safety protocols in Flatwoods, conducting ongoing hydrology experiments. Well, with that, we found her location. Looks like we have to head to the nearby river to find any trace of Kesha. But continuing, we find a note on Cullen. We remember reading about him in the last terminal. Cullen McLeader, job engineer, specialty trying to contact the responders. Last checked in November of 96, last location the airport. Notes, trying to contact the responders. Anybody really? Can anyone see this? So he, like we, managed to register as a volunteer and gain access to the network, but he couldn't find anyone, a problem we are having now. In the next one, Scott Shepard, job nurse, specialty knowledge of the big picture, last checked in March of 96, last location the Greene County Motel. Oh, we explored that, but we only found the corpse of the guy from Ipswich. I must not have explored it thoroughly enough. Notes, studying the reasons why, has theories on many topics, mostly political or paranormal. Next, Gary Wilkins, job survival coordinator, specialty courier, last checked in July of 96, last location unknown. Notes, transferred to Morgantown Airport. Looks like we have a lot of exploring of the airport in our future. Next, Delbert Winters, job morale officer, specialty cooking, preaching morale. Last checked in, July of 96, last location Delbert's home. Notes, runs the Flatwoods Kitchens and Potluck, trains survivors in food safety. And the last one, Sophie Yates. Job unassigned, specialty undeclared, last checked in July of 96, last location Delbert's home. Notes, student in Delbert's volunteer training class since January of 96. Sounds like Delbert's house is here in Flatwoods. I wonder if we can find it. Backing out of the terminal, we complete the quest First Contact. Interesting that we didn't find a note in the network from the Overseer. Perhaps we can see if the Overseer visited Kesha when we finally track her down by the river. For completing the quest, we get the Responder's paramedic jumpsuit, some ammunition, a hatchet, and some healing salve. I tried this Porta diner, but alas, I failed. We then start the quest Thirst Things First. And our first task in Thirst Things First is to find Kesha by the river. But continuing to explore what I think was a kitchen or a diner, we find a note on the counter, free cooking lessons. Delicious and free cooking lessons, just outside the Flatwoods Tavern in the parking lot. Reverend Dilbert Winters leads cooking lessons every day. Free to all survivors. Come get fed and learn how to cook the old-fashioned way. Menu, Reverend Winter's famous Appalachili, corn pone, yum, cramburgers. It's definitely meat. Well, probably. At least some of it. Kindly refer to your local friendly responder for details and class schedules. Delbert was the name of the second responder that stayed here in Flatwoods with Kesha. We learned from the volunteer check-in terminal that he was last seen at Delbert's home. Sadly, I didn't have time to search for his house during my 3 hours, so I never learned if he was still alive or dead. But to continue with this quest, we only have to check in with Kesha by the river. Looks like our teammates completed the event Fertile Soil that we bypassed earlier. On the floor behind the counter, we find 2 empty settler corpses. And then by the cash register, we find a holotape. Who Goes There? Part 1.
Welcome back, dear listeners. It's time once again to put aside all you think you know, all you believe to be true. Time to open your mind to the strange, bizarre, and sometimes terrifying world that exists in the shadows and fringes of our own, where myth, legend, and rumor are made real. Yes, it's time for more
Dude, get the fuck up.
Everything felt strange. Like, my feet weren't even touching the ground. Everything went black, and I woke up here, dark.
That'll happen to me too. We'll just do it like Dad says. When you've strayed or lost your foot, do what's best and stay put. They said they'd reach him soon.
There are other people here?
A very good question indeed. Tune in next time to find out the answer in the chilling conclusion of Who Goes There? The Strange Encounter in Flatwoods.
Sounds like a local radio play. And we learned that there's an old mine nearby. But Sally, we've heard that name before. We met a little girl named Sally during the Mothership Zeta DLC. And these two stories appear to be connected. The boy in this holotape was exploring with his scout troop when he discovered what might have been a sulfur mine. He said he smelled rotten eggs, but then he saw bright lights, and then his feet felt weightless, and then he appeared in that dark room with a little girl named Sally? Are we hearing a pre-war story based on local reports of a boy being abducted by Zetan aliens and meeting Sally? Holy cow, I hope that's true. I want to find out what happens in the next episode. On the top floor, we find another holotape, Survivor Story Tabitha. But by now, I was feeling the pressure of running out of time, so I didn't listen to it. However, we can read some of the notes we found here. On a billboard on this top level, we find a note to Janet, May 4th, 2096. Dearest Janet, oh how I miss you. I miss your sly smile you'd always wear. I miss the warmth of one of your long hugs. I can still remember how happy we were living together back then, even though now I can't remember your face. I am so sorry, Janet. I should have trusted you and walked into that vault holding your hand. Every day for the last 20-odd years, I've been kicking myself for making such a stupid mistake. It's a hellhole out here. Anyway, this is me finally saying goodbye, and that I'll never forget you, honey. It's getting real bad here. I've been waiting for that vault to open so long now and see your bright smiling face again, but I can't wait no longer. I've got to move on. I should have never taken that job in DC. Good luck, Janet. Goodbye, and happy birthday, Princess. Always yours, James. This could be a reference to Janet Rockwell, whom we met in Vault 112 during the events of Fallout 3. She was trapped in the Tranquility Lane simulation. Perhaps that's the vault he mentioned here. Heading back downstairs, we find a few receipts pinned to a window frame. The mute fruit juice on this menu gives us the impression that this was a functional tavern even after the bombs dropped. Same with the meat in quotes on the next one. In a nearby Foot Locker, we find a purchase order history. We see that the tavern stocked up on foodstuffs.
So lame, I
by
can't
bartering
put stuff
with
on there.
local merchants and by scavenging from some of the local abandoned homes.
Have to-
Eerily, the final entry says that they retrieved vegetables from Jill's yard, but they're not sure where Jill is. That was written in November 2096, and we're beginning to notice a pattern. We don't find any notes or memos written after November of 2096. There were a few other things in this tavern I missed, including a terminal that I forgot to come back to and explore. But at this point in my gameplay, I was really feeling pressed for time. Remember, I only had 3 hours to capture as much footage as I could, and so I abandoned the primary quest, left the town of Flatwoods, and ran off to find some other unrelated adventure. We'll pick up with that adventure to see exactly what I found in my next video. But we walk away with a myriad of things to do next. We have to follow the primary quest and find Kesha by the river. We can go and see if we can find Delbert's house to find any trace of Delbert and the other responders that live there. And we could try to track down the other responders whose location we found in the check-in terminal, many of whom were at a nearby airport. We learned of a nearby bunker, a moonshiner's shack, a cave, and an insane asylum. And there was so much lore here in Flatwoods that I was frankly overwhelmed with documents to read and holotapes to listen to. I can't wait to come back here when the beta is released to connect all the dots to create a cohesive story. Now, we head off to explore something new, but don't worry, I'm gonna publish my next video today. I'm not gonna make you wait 24 hours. If you want to make sure you don't miss it, be sure to subscribe and to click that bell notification button. I have a shirt shop with completely unique designs you can't find anywhere else. My designs come in a variety of men's, women's, and children's sizes and in a wide array of colors. My designs also come on other products as well, like smartphone cases, pillows, mugs, posters, prints, etc. So if interested, you can find a link to my shop in the description below, or you can click here. If you like what I do and you want to support me in a more personal way, consider becoming one of my patrons on Patreon. But more than anything, I'm just so glad you're here watching this video with me today. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you soon later today with another brand new video about Fallout 76. In our last episode, we followed the trail of the Overseer to the nearby town of Flatwoods, where we discovered the remains of the post-war organization known as the Responders. There we became a Responders volunteer, just as the Overseer asked us to, in order to hopefully track down her location. Her last point of contact was likely with a responder named Kesha, whom we discovered was hunkered down somewhere by the river. But then I decided to abandon that quest and explore something else before I ran out of time. Leaving Flatwoods, we follow the road west and then north. In the middle of the road, we spy a swarm of bloat flies, and it was here I decided to test out stealth. Even though I was only level, 3 or 4 by now, I was able to creep up the nearby hillside and walk around them undetected. Safely back on the road on the other side of the swarm, we continue north until we cross a bridge. Here we see the Responders graffiti on a nearby board, and we discover a town called Point Pleasant. I decided to come here because here we find the Mothman Museum. Traveling deeper into the town in search of the museum, I discovered a church with another Responder logo outside, but opening the door, goodness, how many are here? I hid behind a building while they shot at me to try and heal up and get my bearings, then back out to the street. There's this one firing at me from the rooftops. I didn't see a way up. I tried to scale this telephone pole. But I am really struggling with this doggone Xbox controller. So I raced inside the church for cover. Here I discovered a petrified corpse.
It's a heavy weapons rack, that's why.
Oh, and it disintegrates, and we are doused with a huge dose of radiation. And at last I understand what the Overseer was talking about in one of her previous holotapes. Something that used to be human with glowing green lesions. She was talking about these petrified corpses. But the scorched outside were still firing at me, and then they invaded the church. Heading back outside, I ran around killing more Scorched, trying to find a way onto the roof. find anything inside the town, so heading back out to the road, I bumped into a blood bug attacking a Scorched. Apparently there's enough blood left inside a Scorched to attract a blood bug. It was here that I leveled up to level 5. At level 5, PvP officially begins. Before that, other players couldn't attack us. When in a party, or working with others towards an event, players don't take damage from friendly fire. Outside of a group or event, strangers can attack us, but their damage against us is greatly reduced until we fire back. Once we do, we become enemies, and it's kill or be killed, with no damage reduction. This time I chose to spec into Endurance, and then I picked the Dromedary perk. All drinks quench thirst by an additional 25%, but I was still under attack. I think I lured enough of those Scorched from the rooftops. I went back into the town, and it was here I found the Mothman Museum. It was smaller than I thought it would be. Outside, we find a skeleton. There was a locked door near to him, but my skill wasn't high enough to open it, so heading through the other door, we can begin to explore. We'll start by going behind the counter. I turned off the radio to avoid demonetization. We can loot some caps from a cash register, and behind the counter we find a recipe for Mirelurk Jerky. Before we can craft Mirelurk Jerky, we have to read the recipe. And with that, we unlock the ability to craft it. On the counter near the cash register was a holotape, The Mothman Cometh, Part 1.
Welcome back, dear listeners. It's time once again to put aside all you think you know, all you believe to be true. Time to open your mind to the strange, bizarre, and sometimes terrifying world that exists in the shadows and fringes of our own, where myth, legend, and rumor are made real. Yes, it's time for more thrilling tales from the West Virginia hills. Not all creatures are of the land. Some stalk the skies. One such boogeyman has been reported for generations by mystified West Virginians. Its name remains the same, but accounts and speculation about its nature vary wildly. Some say man, others say beast, some say devil, others say angel. Tonight's tale, The Mothman Cometh, begins in Morgantown Municipal Hospital. We join young Mary Scarberry's bedside as she wakes, looking a little worse for wear.
Nurse? Nurse Handy? Are you there?
Right here, my Sherry. And how are you feeling? Perhaps another stim pack will help. Is she awake?
There she is.
I heard her voice.
How's my pretty little girl?
Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. I'm doing okay.
We've been worried sick. Oh, you gave us such a fright.
Howdy, folks. Awful sorry to disturb you at this hour. Mary, this is Sheriff Johnson. He just wanted to ask a few questions. Well, from what I hear, you're downright lucky to be alive, Miss Mary. You kids went through quite an ordeal.
Steve and Maddie, are they okay?
Let's just have a little chat first, Mary. Now, do you remember how you came to be on the Fayetteville Railroad Bridge yesterday?
Well, going to the bridge was really Buddy's idea.
Come on, Mary. Don't whip out. Every kid's got to do it sometime.
But, Buddy, you know I'm plumb scared of heights. How far you reckon that drop is, Steve?
My daddy says 1,000 feet. I heard it's 2,000 feet. Plenty of time to say last words and final prayers before you hit the river.
Stop teasing me. I told y'all I'm nervous enough already.
Come on. Quit your stalling. Here, watch me. There's nothing to it.
Buddy, be careful.
Last one across is wild egg.
Here goes.
Son of a bitch.
Slow down. Try to take my time.
You're doing swell, Mary.
Oh, no. I don't think I can go any further.
You can't chicken out now. Just put one foot in front of the other.
It's the Mothman.
With a terrible winged creature coming for them, what will happen to these adventurous kids trapped in such a precarious position? Tune in next time for the thrilling conclusion of The Mothman Cometh.
We heard shots from the street, but I was still hidden, so they couldn't have been shooting at me. While exploring downstairs, we looted a bunch of unique stuff that I thought might hold some sort of purpose, but most of it just appeared in the junk tab of my inventory. The Charleston Herald, the detective case files, the specimen sample, large glass jar, and miner's lamp. I guess that's all just unique pieces of junk we can loot in the game. So the holotape was a radio play reenacting some children playing on the train tracks before they spotted the Mothman. But is he friend or is he foe? Perhaps we'll find out in the next episode. Here we find a new workbench called a Tinkerer's Workbench.
It's good enough
we
for
can use
now.
this to scrap all junk in our inventory. But
As
at
far
this
as
point in my
weapons
gameplay, I
go.
wasn't quite sure what we could use this workbench for. Now remember in my last episode I said that I ultimately regretted speccing into strength and choosing strength perk cards at the beginning of this gameplay. That's because I've already come across a number of terminals and doors that I can't hack or pick simply because I don't have the right cards equipped, including one of the front doors downstairs and a locked door to a bathroom downstairs. So if I were to do this all over again, since I'm interested in discovering lore, I'd probably try to advance in hacker and lockpicking first. We don't find much else in this top loft area. So heading back outside, we can continue to explore Point Pleasant. Across the street, we found a bit of a hardware store. I managed to explore it a little bit before I got discovered. Goodness, how many scorched inhabit this town? I found myself at a garage, and inside, I discovered a weapon mod to craft a barbed walking cane. Heading outside, we can go back into that hardware store.
Wow,
In the
this guy's
back,
got a
I
shit ton
discovered
of
a new
stuff.
type of teddy bear, Comrade Chubbs. I'm not sure what this was. It appears in the junk section of our inventory, so maybe it's just another unique type of junk. Heading south, we arrive in some sort of hotel lobby. Going behind the counter, we can loot from the registers, grab some Nuka-Cola Cherry. I saw some buff out back there, but I was frustrated with the Xbox control, so I just left it behind. We can
Oh, yeah,
head
I was gonna sell
outside the
stuff.
town by passing through a hole in the wall. And looking up, we see catwalks. I need to find a way up there. But near to this, we see the river, and by the river, some sort of shrine? And on the ground, there appears to be graffiti, the icon of the Mothman. And close to this are sandwich boards with more Mothman symbols on them. And beneath the table, we find little red things. What are these? Mothman eggs? Oh, that sounds horrifying. I found out
I'll
later
be
that
back
you can't
in 1
actually-
minute. Okay.
Actually consume these. It's a pretty healthy snack. And it looks like the residents post-apocalypse have been worshipping this Mothman. Does that mean that he's real? Heading back to the main street of Point Pleasant, I finally found some scaffolding leading up to the rooftops. Following a boardwalk, we can creep onto a fire ladder, but then I got attacked. Finally, I suffered my first death. Before dying, we enter a state called critically injured. We have 30 seconds for someone to revive us. But since I was traveling solo, I gave up. My only option was to respawn. Now, we were told that there are some places in the game where we can respawn to for free. To respawn at other locations costs caps, but when I chose to respawn near Point Pleasant, it didn't cost me any caps. I'm not sure if that's because I was testing the beta or because I chose to respawn so close to my corpse, but I had 154 caps and it didn't cost me any to respawn here. Killing a blood bug, we can head back into the town, scale the scaffolding to try and find our corpse. Back at the rooftop, we can take care of those pesky Scorched. Climbing this ladder to the point where I died, we find a paper bag filled with all the junk I was carrying when I died. And this is really the only penalty we suffer for death. We don't really lose caps, we don't lose experience, or any armor and weapons. We just drop all of our scrap. But since I returned, I was able to loot it all. After looting some containers on this platform, we can climb a staircase to follow a scrap pathway along this bridge to a nearby rooftop where we can deal with more Scorched. From here, I found a staircase leading down to another rooftop, and here a door leading into a building. Inside the room to the right, we can loot some scrap, but that's about it. Peering out a hole in the wall to the north, we see a nearby rooftop, but I saw a duffel bag back there that I missed, so turning around, we can go across the roof and loot the duffel bag where I got some caps. Notice here that when I looted the caps, it added to the 154 I already had. That verifies that I didn't lose caps by fast traveling back to Point Pleasant. But it was then that I noticed more Scorched on a nearby rooftop, so scaling the stairs and crossing some scrap to the nearby rooftop, we can get rid of them. Ow! Gotta get back up there. Thankfully, so far in my gameplay, I had stim packs to spare. But I think there's one more heading upstairs. Got him. This brought us down into another apartment we can explore. Whomever lived here was a Mothman fan, lots of posters on the walls. On a bedside dresser, we find a note, Wilson Brothers Garage. Jeff, you left your keys at the garage. I've got them at my house, the one uphill from the garage, next to the door. Let yourself in to grab them if I'm not there. Don't forget to pick them up when you get your truck. Rich Wilson. Oh, and thanks for the Mothman poster. This note ended up consuming a lot of my time. I kept trying to find those keys, but I never did. And next to this, we find another holotape, Interloper.
There are other things in this world now that cannot be explained. The end of the world has awoken. Something. We all know the Mothman is out there, stalking and watching us. But what of the unseen? There are things we can only glimpse in our minds. just a false memory now. I have heard a tale of this entity made real, deep in the earth. And the storyteller was mad by any reckoning, but his story, no less true. My name is Jeff Lane, and I will lay bare this Watcher. No matter how deep I must go, I will come to know the true nature of the interloper.
Sounds like we found a Mothman true believer, but he was speaking about something else. He said the end of the world had awoken something unseen deep beneath the earth. An unknowable horror made real. Could he be talking about Unqualtoth? Could this be a connection to what the Dunwich Company discovered in the basement of their offices and within Dunwich Borers? At any rate, on his TV we find The Mothman Cometh Part 2.
Tonight, we bring you the final chapter of The Mothman Cometh. When last we left off, three mischievous kids were crossing a railroad bridge when they were beset on by a terrible beast swooping down from the skies.
It's flying right toward us! Yeah! That was close! This Merritt did off that bridge! Flames coming! The train!
Oh no! Grandpa says that the Mothman's a sign of bad things. I bet that means the train's gonna derail.
Or maybe the bad thing is the train's squashing us like Junebug! What are we gonna do?
We can't jump, and it's too late to run. The train's almost here. Look out! That thing's coming back. Hang on, Mary! Buddy!
The last thing I remember is the Mothman snatching me and Steve just before the train ran us over. Sheriff, I know it sounds crazy, but I reckon it saved my life.
Well, now that's quite a tale, Mary.
You do believe me, don't you? I swear that's how it all happened. Just ask Buddy and Steve. They'll tell you the same story. Go on, ask them.
Mr. and Mrs. Scarberry, can I speak to you outside a moment? Of course. Sweetheart, we'll be right back. You just get some rest.
Nurse, could you please get her something to eat? Right away, madame. One Salisbury steak with extra gravy coming up. We'll have your right as rain in no time, my chérie.
What do you think, Sheriff? Mary's not one to fib, but that story. All I know is that she was found unconscious by the river without so much as a scratch.
So then you think she was telling the truth about this? The Wolfman saving her and those boys?
Well, that's the thing about it, ma'am. Those other boys weren't as lucky as Mary. The grim truth is that both were found dismembered way up in the top of a tree. On top of a... You don't think...
What's that sound? It sounds like a... Mary!
The window. They smashed right in. The nurse is torn to pieces, too!
Mary! She's gone. What's happened to my sweet Mary? Do something, Sheriff. Do something.
Yet another chilling reminder, dear listeners, to all
Another chilling reminder.
your left and your right. Be careful of your step and the ground beneath your feet. But most of all, don't forget to watch the skies above. For you never know what frightful terrors might be lurking overhead. Be sure to tune in next week for another thrilling chapter of Tales from the West Virginia Hills.
In the center of town, we find a statue to the Mothman, Is this what he looks like? Beneath the statue are more Mothman eggs, and on a cement block nearby is a note from Miller. I'm getting closer. I can feel it. Growing up in West Virginia, I've heard the stories since I was a kid, and I always knew the truth, that the Mothman is real. He's real, and I'm gonna find him no matter what it takes. To all my friends, sorry for leaving you behind, and I know you'd come with me if you could. Some journeys you've just got to make alone, but you're with me in spirit, just like I'll always be with you. West Virginia forever. Evan Limless Miller. P.S. Zach, I hope you still have that shotgun ammo. I may not have found the Mothman yet, but I did run into the Grafton monster, and that thing is a beast. So what happened in that story? The kids were playing on the train tracks. The train was coming to squash them. The Mothman arrived and saved the girl. But they found both boys dismembered in the trees. How did they get there? Did they get hit by the train and their limbs were strewn into the forest? Or did the Mothman drop the girl, knocking her unconscious, and then went back to feed on the boys? Did he come back to retrieve the girl to finish the job? Or is he like King Kong and he just likes collecting humans as pets? Is he a villain? Or in his own Mothman way was he trying to save the kids? I explored Point Pleasant, trying to find some way to summon or somehow gain access to the Mothman, but I never did. Perhaps he's part of a special encounter that we only gain access to later in the game. There are many rooms and broken buildings to explore. Scaling to the rooftops, I crossed some rickety boards and wandered into a policeman's room. Here I found his policeman uniform. Moving into the hallway, we find some Rad-X and boiled water. And in the living room, we find a wall safe by a desk, but I couldn't pick it because my skill was only 0. It required a lockpicking skill of 1. Another reason why I regretted not taking those lockpicking perks. Moving into the kitchen, we find some water and orange Mentats on a refrigerator. Here we find a rubble ramp leading up to the top floor, but if we turn around, we can scooch along the wall to enter another bedroom. And here we find the mother load, an ammo crate, more boiled water ammo boxes, and at last, a short hunting rifle. This is exactly the kind of weapon I had been waiting for. After looting more ammunition and a nearby wooden crate, I got a notification that I was thirsty, so chugging some purified water. We can arm ourselves.
You just
with
have a
the
knack of,
hunting rifle
like,
and head on
standing
out.
in the worst
At this
places,
point, I was
dude.
really running out of time. I only had a few minutes left, and since it became clear that I wasn't gonna meet the Mothman, I decided to leave to find something to shoot with my brand new hunting rifle. As I was leaving Point Pleasant, I found an ammunition vending machine. Well, this is a cool new feature, and it acts just like a merchant. From this, we can purchase a wide assortment of ammunition. To take my new hunting rifle out for a spin, I left the town, following the road northeast. Eventually, I found a fenced-off location to the right. Getting closer, there was a sign on it, Black Mountain Ordnance Works, area off limits, extreme danger, Department of Defense. The fence, however, is broken, and moving in, we discovered the location. There was a checkpoint here. Heading inside, I found some food and scrap. There was a terminal here, but I didn't have time to hack it. So moving out to the Ordnance Works, we see that it's utterly destroyed. There's broken machinery and pipes everywhere, and big barrels of toxic waste in the middle of the works. Nearby, we see a ruined cement building with the skeleton of a worker hanging out of it. After looting his lunchbox, I tried to explore some of these big vats, but there was nothing inside, though I did see a hanging sign, North Acid Vat Building. Trying to make some sense of this location, I did find what appeared to be a big blast door, but when I crept closer, it says, door inaccessible. Outside, it said high explosives, keep away, dome number 8. And just across from this was another one, also inaccessible. This led to dome number 6. I'm hoping that these become accessible later in the game, perhaps once we complete a quest or gain a key. But I found my opportunity to test out my hunting rifle by leaving and following the road to the north. Here I found a wandering group of more Scorched. as I finished off the Scorched, I got a notification. Quest started. Death from above.
Attention, citizens. Nuclear strike imminent. Please exit the area at your earliest convenience. Thank you for your cooperation.
We had come to the end of our 3-hour exploration of Fallout 76, and one of the Bethesda devs had launched a nuke. Checking our map, we see that the nuke detonation is just south of us, near to Vault 76. I didn't want to miss it, so fast traveling back to the entrance to Vault 76, we see that many of the other players had also come to witness the spectacle. They had all gathered an assortment of gear. One of the devs was wearing some sort of weird albino clown mask, which was creepy. And then we heard it. Detonated just south of Vault 76. But our time was up. We were all getting up to leave. But before we left, I wanted to see what would happen if we approached the detonation site, as did many of the other players. So leaping down the hill, we can run as fast as we can, and we began to pick up huge doses of radiation. Far before I became critically injured, but thankfully a Bethesda dev came by and resuscitated me with a stim pack.
Okay.
So down the hill I ran again, trying to get as close as I could. And before I succumbed to radiation poisoning, I saw the ruins of a town, but I never got to explore those ruins because I was out of time and without a radiation suit. And with that, we all had to leave. But before we left, Bethesda handed me a hard drive with all of this wonderful footage that I was able to share with you. That's it for today. I'll be making a few more videos about Fallout 76 with some of my thoughts of the event, as well as a few other events that I shot that didn't fit into these 3 videos. I publish many new Fallout videos every week here on my channel, so if you don't want to miss them, be sure to subscribe and to click that bell notification button. I hope you enjoyed what I had to share with you. This was a lot of work, so my publication for the rest of this week may be a bit sporadic. But if you have any questions, be sure to tune in to my next live show when I'll do my best to answer what I can. I have a shirt shop with completely unique designs that you can't find anywhere else. My shirts come in a variety of men's, women's, and children's sizes and in a wide array of colors. They also come on other products as well, like smartphone cases, pillows, posters, mugs, prints, etc. So if interested, you can find a link to my shop in the description below, or you can click here. If you like what I do and you want to support me in a more personal way, consider becoming a patron on Patreon or a member here on YouTube. But more than anything, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you soon with more brand new videos. After discovering the secrets of Vault-Tec University, which I'll cover in an upcoming video, we can pass through one of the many doors to head back outside. As soon as we do...
Heads up, responders. The food processing machines at Mama Dolce's have finally cooled down enough to work again. I've set them up to make cans of stew using the ingredient containers spread around the factory. Well, the machines make a hell of a racket, so you'll probably get some unwanted guests.
The wonders of Robco technology pick up a broadcast from the nearby Mama Dolce's food processing factory. We find the factory just west of Vaultec University on the other side of the river. I didn't want to bother finding a road, so swimming across, we round the northern side of the building to enter. But here we find hostile Protectrons.
New authority.
When the Protectrons are dead, we can head through the door in the eastern wall. This was deliveries. Facing south, we can enter the factory. And here we find Liberator robots. What are the communist Chinese Liberator robots doing here? We last saw them at Vault 76. Sounds like the responders were working on getting the food processing plant back up and functioning in order to feed the people of West Virginia. The responders may be gone, but we still eat food. So working with nearby fellow Vault dwellers, we need to run around the factory to find meat-flavored soy chunks, dehydrated beef stock, and diced vegetable mix that we can add to the hopper to produce some canned food. And here we find what appears to be a manager's office, bedecked in pre-war American flags. Here we find Manager Smith's terminal. We'll come back to read this in a minute, but first we gotta find all of this beef stock. In his office we find a bathroom with a rad roach we can hack to death. And there's a first aid kit on the ground with chems. Turning around, we find a radaway on a nearby filing cabinet, but we don't find any of that beef stock. Heading back to the factory floor, and we find the ingredient hopper right across from a terminal. Turning around, we find our first component on a nearby shelf, some dehydrated beef stock. Nearby is a tool case, and across from this is a supply closet with a couple of containers including a weapon mod on a shelf, a first aid kit, and a cooler. It seems like our fellow Vault dwellers have looted most of the components on this ground floor. We do find a staircase in the middle of the factory that we can take up to the second floor. Here we find a floating pod. Inside we see a bunch of locker rooms. In one we find some meat-flavored soy chunks, boiled water in another, and more doggone blasted Liberator robots. This pod connects to another manager's terminal. Near to a couch we find more of these soy products, and on the desk next to the terminal is a red manager's keycard. I wonder what this is for. We'll figure it out in a bit. That's it for this floating second level. So turning around, we can head out a door to the west. This brings us to a staircase that leads to the roof. But on the roof, we don't find much. We do find a skeleton next to a chem cooler and a red toolbox, but that's it. So we can head back to the hopper and deposit the ingredients that we found. Our event quest log updates, but we haven't found enough. Thankfully, these products will respawn, so we just need to run around the factory floor, checking the conveyor belts and every nook and cranny until we find everything we need. Once the hopper is full of meat, we can turn around and use the nearby terminal to activate the food processing machinery. Mama Dolce's food processing plant, an all-American business, food processing control terminal. Read this first. To whom it may concern, I recommend not wasting your time on these food processing machines. I've got a master's degree in mechanical engineering and I couldn't make them work for more than a few minutes at a time before they overheated and shut down. If you do manage to get this place running, you're probably going to wake up every mutant and monster within a square mile, so be ready for that. Sanjay. Sanjay from the Responders laying down wisdom, but some processed meat sounds good to me, so we'll ignore his advice for now. In the next one, check machine status, we see that the hopper is fully loaded, and so back out to the main menu we can choose the final option to activate the food processing machines. And as soon as we do, the processing meat attracts the attention of a group of mole rats. So there are 3 food processing machines, and the monsters will try to attack and destroy each of them. To complete this quest and retrieve our stock of meat, we have to guard these machines through wave after wave of enemy combat. It was machine number 2 that bore the brunt of the last attack. Soon, machine number 1 gets attacked by more mole rats. But then we hear an alarm. There's some sort of mechanical failure. Heading over to the terminal, we can run a diagnostic routine. Fault detected. Circuit overload caused fuse failure. Please reset circuit breaker. Thankfully, one of our fellow Vault Dwellers found the circuit breaker while we were reading the terminal. They repaired the issue, but just then, the machines got attacked by a pack of feral ghouls. Many of these enemies appear to be coming out of the western door. Figured I might as well put down a frag mine. And just then, more feral ghouls stormed through that very door. But then, another mechanical failure. Back to the terminal, we can run a diagnostic. Fault detected. Water pressure exceeds safe tolerance. Use safety valve. Thankfully, one of my fellow Vault Dwellers released the valve, but it's easy to find. It's right here in the middle of the room. Immediately after releasing the valve, we get attacked by another wave. More feral ghouls. And not a moment later, we get attacked by a final wave. If we defend the machines long enough to process the meat, we complete the event, Feed the People. And as a reward, we get 3 diluted stim packs, 37 rounds of 38 caliber ammunition, the healing salve recipe, 4 cans of canned dog food, yummy, and some funnel cake. With the event over, we can finally spend some time reading these terminals. Heading into the manager's office, we have to hack into Manager Smith's terminal. Inside, we find 4 entries. User login, Foreman Smith. New employee orientation. Greetings, new employee. We would like to welcome you as the newest family member of the greatest food processing plant in America. Follow these simple rules carefully, and we are sure to become productive and prosperous members of this great American society together. Wow, they're really laying that patriotism on thick. Number 1, here at Mama Dolce's, we like to say that we are an all-American business. This means that we uphold the values and traditions of this great American society at all costs. The generous civilians of the American city of Morgantown have greeted the Mama Dolce's family with open arms, and we repay them by succeeding in our mission to produce high-quality processed food products at low prices. Number 2, productivity is the key to success and individual wealth. In this American capitalist society, we work long hours for no overtime pay in order to bring prosperity to our great company. Remember, success from Mama Dolce's means great personal wealth for you and your family. That didn't read very sincere from someone who truly believes in capitalism. In the next one, as with all other American businesses, we have a very strict hierarchical organization. You are strongly encouraged to stick to your workstations and not question the leadership decisions of your superiors. Your superiors have only your best interests in mind, so interfering with their decision-making processes will only make them question your loyalty. Most importantly, do not attempt to inspect or repair equipment on the exterior of the facility. Only qualified repair technicians are permitted to inspect the exterior equipment in order to minimize legal liability. Violation of this rule is grounds for immediate termination. Thank you for your attention and understanding. Plant Manager, John Smith. So they didn't want their employees tinkering with equipment on the outside. I wonder why. In the next one, quarterly focus test results. Product focus testing results for Q3 2077. Product, the all-new sweet and sour stroganoff. Same great stroganoff product with 100% more sweet flavor. Oh. Results. Sample group found flavor and consistency of product to be lacking. Many felt ill within 24 hours after consuming product. 78% of the testers questioned the need for more sweetness in our product. Recommendation, high-level concept needs more analysis to determine if consumer acceptance will be insurmountable barrier. Yeah, maybe just not make stroganoff sweet or sour. It's a savory. Come on. And in the final one, human resources memo. HR Manager Mary Baker, Mama Dolce's full-time employees. Please join Plant Manager John Smith and I in welcoming our most recent group of hires to the Mama Dolce's family. They will all be joining the team at the food processing plant in Morgantown. Please give them a big Appalachian welcome when you see them around. Lincoln Jones, Manufacturing Hygiene Technician, Jack White, Senior Maintenance Technician, John Johnson, Full-Time Security Officer, what's with these names? Will Harris, Processing Machine Operator, Night Shift. What, did everyone they hire give the company fake IDs or something? At the bottom we can unlock a safe from this terminal. Let's see, where is it? It's not under the desk. Ah, there it is, in the corner. Here we can get some shotgun shells. We found a short pump action shotgun, pretty decent. A gold pocket watch and some pre-war money. Now, I want to know why they didn't want their employees exploring outside. Heading outside, we can go around the perimeter. Nothing next to the Nuka-Cola machine. This machine seems to be rather innocuous. Looks like some of the Mama Dolce's Protectrons are still walking around and hostile. We gotta put this guy out of his misery. We can walk around to the eastern side where we entered, nothing over here. Moving east towards the river, we find a ramp that allows us to climb atop some nearby pipes, which at one time funneled waste from the factory into the Morgantown River. Here we find another Protectron. Pipes to the river. I wonder. Hopping down, we can peer into one of these pipes. Wait, what's that? Is that a Chinese robot? What's it doing there? We don't see an opening on this side. Heading to the other, we find another pipe. Hey there, buddy, hanging out? You want some company? Moving to the far end, we find another ramp. We see that the pipe goes directly into the factory, but there's no door, no hatch. How do we get inside? Climbing the ramp. Oh, look at that! A hole in the pipe on the opposite end. Creeping inside, we can get rid of the Liberator. And here we find a door, locked by an ID card reader. If we found the Mama Dolce's manager ID card on the desk at the top of the factory, we can use it to open the door. Oh, okay. Looks like they need to work on that animation. Well, it is the bit after all. Creeping inside, we find a door that leads to the Fujiniya Intelligence Base. We arrive in a pipe. At the very end of this pipe, we find a hatch that leads inside the base. But as soon as we open the hatch, we get attacked by ceiling-mounted turrets. And my guns keep breaking. We arrive on a top level. We see a staircase leading down and two doors, one to the north and one to the south. Opening the northern door first, we find a small office. We can loot a frag mine at the bottom of a shelf, a box of 38 rounds, and a Chinese officer's sword. It's official. We've stumbled upon a pre-war communist Chinese base on American soil. This should not be surprising for those who watched my video on the Mama Dolce's factory from Fallout 3. You can find out exactly what their plans were in the Capital Wasteland by watching that video here. On a wall above this is a first aid kit. Turning south, we see a button. We'll tag this in a minute. And below it is a security terminal. After hacking it, we have to leave the terminal because we get attacked by more Liberator robots. Thankfully, they go down pretty quickly. One shot from my 44 and I wasn't even hidden. Not too shabby. Back to the terminal. Display setting English/US. Fujiniya Intelligence Base. Security station. Hail the People's Republic. And the first one, notice to all personnel. We have been placed in an unenviable situation. As you all know, we were given no warning prior to the bombs touching down. We can only presume that this means one thing. The party leaders are all dead, and we are now functioning independently. Some of you have suggested this means we can now abandon our posts, that the fight is over and we have lost. For those of you who feel this way, we pity your lack of belief in our purpose, but we will not attempt to stop you from fleeing. Instead, let us say simply this. We are far behind enemy lines. If our party leadership is truly dead, any attempt to return home would be an utterly futile exercise. If they're not, and if they do reach out to us, you will be long gone, trying to cross thousands of miles of hostile territory. Your best chance of survival is to remain here, where we can work together and be prepared should the time come that we can evacuate properly. Director. This is fascinating. It tells us that the Chinese operatives working out of this facility were surprised when the bombs dropped. They didn't know it was gonna happen. At the beginning of this entry, they said, "We were given no warning prior to the bombs touching down." Now, this entry still gives us the impression that China shot first. He says, "We were given no warning," which means that if China was going to attack, the operatives here were expecting a warning. And after having seen the attack, the director writes that he is surprised that he didn't get a warning, which tells us that he at least presumed that China was the one who attacked. But of course, he could be assuming wrong. Maybe he knew that China was planning to attack. Maybe he knew that if China did attack, they would warn him. But it's possible that someone else attacked instead. In the next one, security procedures. Facility security procedures. Number 1, all personnel should openly display a facility ID badge at all times. Failure to do so will be met with deadly force. Oh, that explains the hostile protectrons. Number 2, no unauthorized entry/exit from this facility without direct written consent from the director. Any unscheduled access to the facility entrance will be met with deadly force. This includes base personnel without explicit permission to exit or enter the facility. Number 3, all personnel are subject to search of their person and personal effects at all times. Possession of any unauthorized contraband will result in application of deadly force. Wow, don't make a mistake while working with the Chinese. And number 4, if possible, detain and interrogate subjects before applying deadly force in order to obtain any relevant counterintelligence. Interrogation should last no more than 12 hours before subject termination. What? Oh no, were they torturing and interrogating people here too? Oh God, I hope we don't find evidence of that. In the final one, shipment status. Shipment status, Arsenal resupply. Item type 93 assault rifle, quantity 75 status delayed indefinitely. And it looks like that's the status for most of these. 556 ammunition, 24 round magazines. Stealth armor delayed indefinitely. Oh, that's a bummer. Item officer's sword, quantity 30 arrived 3. Well, at least they got some of them. Sadly, 27 others were delayed indefinitely. Well, we found one in this room. I wonder if we'll find the other two. Backing out of this terminal, we can punch the button on the wall. Oh, that's what that does. Well, I should have punched that at the beginning. Heading out, we can ready our 44. With my hunting rifle and shotgun broken, this is sadly all I've got except for my hatchet. We find some fusion cells on a rolling cart nearby. Moving to the southern side, we can open the southern door. And we can hear more liberators crawling around down there. Oh, Radroach. After looting some scrap from a tool chest, we find a first aid kit in the corner by some railing, and that's it for this level. So, weapon drawn, we can back out of this room and head down the staircase to level 2. At the bottom, we see more Liberator drones walking around. We can try to sneak by them by crawling through a doorway to the east. This leads us to the room connected to the top one by that pipe. We find a noisy generator down here, a toolbox with scrap inside, and nearby a wooden crate. But as we pick it, we get attacked by a Liberator. That one down. Looks like there's another somewhere. Where is he? Well, he can't seem to find us, so back into the generator room, we can finish picking the wooden crate. We find some scrap and explosives inside. Looks like whatever found us has lost the scent. So, heading west towards the staircase, we can cross the hall and open the door on the western side. Here we find destroyed Liberators. Has someone been here? Oh, not destroyed. We're just asleep. Looks like we found a shower and bathroom. We can pass out of the shower to the bathroom through a broken wall to the south. Opening each of the stall doors, we find a chem cooler in the last one. The door is blocked, but we can leave this bathroom through a hole in the wall to the south. This leads us out to a hallway. We see a couple of paths before us. We could turn right, or we can move back out into the larger room to the east. We'll move into the larger room for now. In the middle of this this room, we see lots of consoles, but we can't interact with any of them, though we do find one tool case on one with scrap and caps inside. Moving south, we find a hallway going deeper into the facility. There's a metal box nearby. Oh, and we get attacked. Liberators came up the stairs. We can loot some 38 rounds on a nearby shelf, as well as a tool case. And then
Such
we
a
can
hard
head back
time
into this
finding
room where we
hats.
sought shelter a moment ago. Looks like a bunk room.
Oh, like a
what's that?
crazy
Yeah.
person.
These liberators aren't very tough, but doggone it, they're annoying. We find ourselves by the bathrooms again. Looks like this door we saw earlier just leads back to the bunk room we found from the opposite side. And there's a staircase leading down here too.
There we go.
Okay, so we understand this top floor now. There are 2 staircases leading down. Before we take either, we'll finish exploring the bunk room. We see skeletons wearing lab coats, and we find Chinese flags. If they were wearing lab coats, this must have been more than just an intelligence bunker. Perhaps they were conducting experiments here. Turning around, we can loot some grape mentats in one of the lockers. Turning around again, we see a hallway that's blocked off, but we do find a first aid kit on a wall. And towards the eastern end, we find a couple of foot
there we go.
lockers, one of which is locked with an easy lock. We can pick this sucker. The final bed to the east has another skeleton in a lab coat, and he's reaching for a first aid kit under his bed. Now, to go downstairs. We'll go down the southeastern staircase. At the bottom, we find a hallway that goes west and wraps around to the north. There is a door behind us to the east, and this leads to a lab. This must be where they, quote, interrogated people they captured. Employees who lingered in the wrong areas, explored where they shouldn't have explored, or failed to carry the proper identification. We find 2 chemistry stations here, great for scrapping our junk. There's a full human skeleton on the table in the middle of the room, and on this table we find a plan for a chemistry workbench, which is not exactly rare in Fallout 76. I've already collected 4 of them by this level. We find stretchers with restraints on them nearby, and some mentats on a rolling table. There are x-rays on the walls. They were clearly doing something to these poor people, but I wonder exactly what kind of torture it was. In the southeastern corner, we find another Chinese flag and some strange device. Looks like a protective tank for handling radioactive material. On a shelf next to this is a first aid kit, a blood pack, and more scrap and junk. And in a cart nearby, we find 2 full human skeletons. Now, peering out a window, we see a room to the north. Opening the door, this looks like the primary research floor. But before we head that way, let's turn around, retrace our steps, and go back to the hallway by the staircase. There were a few other rooms this way I wanted to explore first. After looting some scrap on some of the shelves, we find a big double door to the south. But then something catches us. What was it? A protectron through the double doors. I wonder why that one then isn't hostile. We'll figure that out in a minute. For now, we can head through the double doors to the south. Looks like this is some sort of engineering room. We find chems and a mirror above the sink, a fridge door filled with flasks. Heading down to the factory floor, we find yet another chemistry station. And here we find a stealth lab terminal on a table. Fujinia Intelligence Base Stealth Research and Development Laboratory. Hail the People's Republic. We find the same note we found in the other terminal. Notice to all personnel. We can skip this then. This leaves one remaining note. Stealth Lab Director Summary. Director Summary, Stealth Research and Development Laboratory Progress Report. As you know, our efforts over the past year have been focused on developing new cloaking and stealth-based technologies, as well as technologies to support covert field operatives deployed across Appalachia. It goes without saying that cloaking technology is very advanced, and components are limited in supply in this primitive part of the world. Wow. Thanks for the condescension, China. We were unable to secure a stealth armor suit due to demand from Anchorage and other various war efforts. That's a reference to the Operation Anchorage DLC of Fallout 3, the events of which I did a video about that you can watch here. We also have yet to receive the suit schematics we requested to advance our research. Oh, bummer. Guess we won't find a stealth suit here. Furthermore, we do not exactly have access to the best and brightest minds of the Republic down here. Our last last reinforcements came over 3 months ago, and half of them were killed by the security team because they didn't have the proper credentials. Oh, wow. So they were killing their own people from China. What bureaucratic incompetence. While we have technically failed our yearly targets, it could be suggested that the targets were unrealistic due to lack of support and technological barriers. Additionally, the constraints of working in a covert capacity dramatically limit the type of testing that can be done, as well as the hours they can be done in order to remain undetected. Regardless, Chief Scientist Quao will accept full responsibility for this failure and any and all repercussions due for his actions. He and he alone is responsible for failing to thrive in the aforementioned circumstances. Myself and the rest of the team are ready to move past this shameful leadership and excel on all future assignments. Hail the People's Republic! Well, I mean, it's good to know that it's not just pre-war America in the Fallout universe that was bureaucratic and filled with cutthroat, amoral people. Way to shirk responsibility, guy. Backing out, we can move west. We find a box of 45 rounds on a pushcart. Then we can loot the Protectron we shot earlier. There's a long table in the middle of this room, and here we find yet another plan for a chemistry workbench. They really want to make sure that you can craft this at your camp. On the other side of the table by the staircase to the north, we find an end-of-dungeon steamer trunk, and inside, plans for the single-action revolver Ivory Grip. I'm really excited to be able to craft this in my weapons workbench later. Heading up the stairs from this lower level, there's a first aid kit on a shelf by the door where we entered that I missed earlier, and a toolbox at the top of a nearby shelf that in my game had plans for a bathroom toilet. Moving into the room to the north, we find 2 fusion generators side by side, but only one of which has a fusion core. Behind the generators is a waste disposal system terminal. Food waste disposal system diagnostics, current system capacity 18%, disposal rate 0.04 TPM, emissions analysis, CH4 0.048 tons, CO2 0.101 tons. We find an option to enter system command, but it's unavailable. And if we try to select it,
not bad.
Error. System command entry unavailable. Waste disposal system adjustments require
The rest of the lights in here.
Now we'll turn this entire place upside down, but we never find a waste disposal system password. So I don't know if this terminal is working as intended, if I missed something, or if access to this password is level or quest dependent. I'm not sure. At any rate, moving on, we find a toolbox and a cabinet with some Excel and buff tats. Excel is not as rare a chem in this game, I've discovered. I've already found quite a few pieces. With that, we can pass through the double doors to the east, back to the main hallway. From here, we can round the corner to the north, where we found that non-hostile Protectron. Wonder what he's doing here. We don't find an option to hack him. Moving north, we see a barrier made from filing cabinets, next to which is a chem cooler by a console. Here we find the skeleton of a scientist slumped over one of the cabinets. The hallway then leads to a larger room to the east. This room goes north, or we can go through a door to the south. Inside the room, we find another terminal. It's locked with an easy lock. After hacking it, we find the same base-wide notice, the same security procedures and shipment status, but one new entry, Protectron control. Here, we can activate the nearby Protectron.
Powering up. Protectron on duty.
And he walks off to clear the place of Liberator drones. At the very end, we find an option to unlock the security door. This opens up a big security cage in this room, wherein we find a lot of goods, including the second Chinese officer's sword that we read about in the terminal. We can loot an ammo box, a stack of pre-war money, a frag grenade, and here we find a short 10mm submachine gun. This, at least in my gameplay, was pretty rare. It was the only submachine gun I found in over 9 hours of playing. But it does require level 10. We'll make good use of this sucker later. Opening the door, we hear the Protectron having fun in a nearby room. Let's see if we can help him out. Creeping north down the hallway, we see a computer room to the west and some sort of intelligence floor to the east. Heading inside, we can try to help our Protectron.
Looking a little more lively. It's looking a little more lively in here.
With the room clear and our Protectron safe, we can head back to explore that computer room. All of the terminals are busted, but on the wall, we find a map of Appalachia. And it looks like certain points of interest are marked with pushpins. But what exactly are these? Inspecting closer, we see that we can interact with them. Morgantown. That's the town where we're at. It's marked in red. Nearby, marked in yellow, Mama Dolce's food processing, where we are now. Just north of us is Missile Silo Bravo. And if we try to view it, its location is added to our map. We recall after reading the Overseer's terminal entries in Vault 76 that I covered in my video on Vault 76 that you can watch here. Her primary mission was to track down each of these missile silos and secure access to them for Vault Tech. By discovering this map, we get all of their locations marked on our map. This will greatly aid us when trying to track down the Overseer. We also walk away with a few other interesting locations, including Grafton, Watoga, the White Spring Resort, which is the Greenbrier, Charleston, and Beckley. Not a bad find. The rest of this room, however, is disappointing. We only find one red toolbox, locked with an easy lock, and then some diluted Radaway in a filing cabinet. We can head out a door to the north. Before opening the main intelligence floor, we find a closet door to the west. Oh, got him. And in a corner, we find yet another red toolbox. But that's it for this closet. Heading out and turning right, we find that other staircase leading back to the second floor. So that completes a complete loop of the third floor. But we still have a few rooms down here to explore. We find a door to the north. Let's loot this Nuka-Cola machine first. Going through the door, we see that this was a kitchen. Behind the counter, we can loot some sugar, and we find some cotton candy bites on a shelf. There are dispensers behind us, but we don't find much here. So heading out, we can enter the last room, the main intelligence floor. Here on a white console overlooking conveyor belts, we find the launch bay terminal. After hacking it, Liberator Launch Bay. We find the same base-wide notice, but then two new entries. The first, Launch Bay Director Summary, Liberator Production Roadmap. Over the past year, the staffs of this facility have been dedicated to revamping the inferior Liberator prototype military infiltration and attack robot. The focus of this effort has been to address the following issues with the previous iteration. The small profile of the prototype model led to the combatants not taking the deadly capacity of this attack robot seriously. We have offset this shortcoming with an intimidating paint job, as well as implementing an inspirational dialogue protocol. This will strike fear in the hearts of enemy combatants and be an effective motivational tool for our forces as well. Well, at least they understood their own robot's limitations. But wait a minute. Does that mean that this factory is responsible for producing all of the Liberator robots we find in Appalachia? Is it still producing robots to this day? The prototype model had issues with spontaneous detonation of its capture avoidance systems. These issues have been resolved with the Mark 0 through 5 models. The prototype also had questionable combat effectiveness, mainly due to the low-level laser output that had a tendency to maim instead of kill. We have outfitted the current model range with a high-powered ranged laser as well as a spinning blade for melee altercations that should address these shortcomings. Finally, we had planned for the current model range to deploy a stationary turret on any surface as a direct response to the reports of inaccurate laser fire from the prototype. This has proved to be challenging, however, and will be put on hold until we begin work on the Mark 6. Oh, so they had plans for a Mark 6. I wonder if they built any. Regardless, we strongly feel that this new Liberator product line will serve as a successful vanguard force in the impending invasion. Our hope is that this summary will provide visibility into our operations and secure funding for our next round of covert field testing in the Appalachia region. Hail the People's Republic! And in the final one, we can unlock a nearby security door. We don't immediately see this door, but I'm sure we'll find it later. So Mama Dolce's was a front for a Chinese intelligence bunker that not only kidnapped and interrogated people, even their own employees, even their own fellow Chinese, but also produced the Liberator robots. On this lower level, we do indeed find two silos, disguised as smokestacks, leading all the way through the facility outside where we can still see the sky. It is from these pipes that the Liberators likely climbed to invade and infest Appalachia. We can leave this lower level by going up a staircase where we find a door that leads back to their interrogation room where we found all the human bones. Okay, so that's done a big loop. Nearby, we find some more diluted Radaway on a shelf, and we find the security door that we opened from the terminal against a wall to the west. Inside, we find another first aid kit, an ammo box of fragmine, and the third Chinese officer's sword, as well as some medics and some power armor. Look at that. This was my first power armor frame. Now, I was too low level to wear the T-45 pieces of power armor that came with this frame. I had to be level 25 before I could wear them, but I could still loot the power armor frame by first taking the armor off of the frame, putting it in my inventory, and then entering the frame. Wearing a power armor frame in Fallout 76 makes you immune to falling damage and raises your strength by 10. There's also an inventory management trick you can do with one of these suckers. After you own the frame, you can put the power armor back on the frame and then put the frame in your inventory. And that way you're carrying just the weight of the frame without also carrying the weight of the attached power armor pieces. I don't know if that's going to change in the future, but for now, this trick works. And it looks like by stepping in the power armor frame, we caused all of the Liberator robots in the facility to respawn. I didn't want to waste any more of my ammunition, so pulling out our hatchet, we can hack our way out of this secret Chinese bunker. And that is the full story of the Mama Dolce's food processing plant in Morgantown of Appalachia. Did you complete the event at Mama Dolce's when you played the beta? Did you find the secret Chinese bunker beneath it? And did you walk away with the power armor frame? Or did you find that another Vault Dweller had found it first? Let me know your thoughts in the comments section below. I captured this footage during a recent live stream of Fallout 76. I had a blast and the viewers did too. I stream live right here on YouTube, so if you don't want to miss my next live stream, be sure to subscribe here on YouTube and follow me on Twitter so that you don't miss my next announcement. I have plenty of more Fallout 76
Man, of course they don't let you alter the straw hat. Of course they don't.
May be a bit slower than usual. I have a shirt shop with completely unique shirts that you can't find anywhere else. My shirts come in a variety of men's, women's, and children's sizes, and in a wide array of colors. You can find my designs on other products too, like smartphone cases, pillows, posters, mugs, prints, etc. So if interested, you can find a link to my shop in the description below, or you can click here. If you like what I do and you want to support me in a more personal way, consider becoming one of my patrons on Patreon. But more than anything, I'm just so glad you're here watching this video with me today. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you soon with more brand new lore videos and more Fallout 76 live streams. One day while exploring Morgantown, we stumble upon a sprawling college campus just east of Mama Dolce's. This is Vault-Tec University. Just outside we see a Vault Boy statue. He is holding a tablet inscribed with the Latin Post Tenebras Lux, which means light after darkness, which tells us a lot about what Vault-Tec thinks of themselves. They will be the only light after the darkness of the apocalypse. Or at least, that's the message they wanted to teach to the students of their university. We see that the college spans 3 main buildings. We'll start by going up the stairs to the east and heading through the main red double doors. We arrive in a hallway. We find 2 doors to the left. Both lead to bathrooms. The first one is the women's bathroom. We see the remains of a mole rat on the ground. Looks like someone has been here before us. We don't find much else, so heading out, we see a ghoul. Hiding in the bathroom, we can pull out our hunting rifle. There's still something out there, but it's safe enough to move forward. We see a ruined bust in a display case, and then we can turn into the men's restroom. Here we find a skeleton lying on the john, with a Nuka-Cola cherry behind him. Back to the hallway, we arrive in a vaulted central room. It looks like this room connects many of the hallways and buildings of the university. We'll start by moving east. This short hallway just leads us to a big double door outside. From here, we could go and explore more of Morgantown, but let's finish with Vault-Tec University. Turning around, we see a big vault door on display next to a vault boy and a vault girl. No number on it though, so it looks like it's just for decoration. Next, we'll go down the hallway to the south. As we pass by a bunch of folded chairs, we can go into the first room to the right. This is room A1, Facilities Management. It's filled with shelves. On one we find a first aid kit, and right next to this is an armor workbench, which we can use to scrap our junk. In the southwestern corner of this room, we find the Automated Research Terminal. Vault-Tec University students and staff only. Student hours 0600 to 2000. All holotape programs must be approved by faculty advisor. No gaming on this terminal at any times. Enter project passcode to proceed. We can examine the archived logs. Current admin has deleted all archived logs. Oh no. Well, what about the previous program results? And these have been deleted as well. I wonder why, after the apocalypse, Vault-Tec University would go to the trouble to delete all of the research on this terminal. Backing out, we can finish exploring. Rounding a corner, we find a work desk. There's a magnifying glass on top. That's it for this room. So backing out, we can return to the hallway and continue south. Turning right into the next room, we see bunk beds on a platform. Moving south, we can loot more junk and scrap from some lockers. The tables have all been turned over, almost as if they had been used as barricades. This is presumably where some of the students slept, though it doesn't look like they would have had much privacy. Here we find a bunch of bunk beds, a couple of chairs for lounging around. Oh, and a skeleton in one of the lockers. And he's handcuffed. Could this have been a college hazing prank gone bad? Whomever this was, his friends didn't let him out after the bombs dropped, and so here he died. The rest of this dormitory is just filled with minor junk, so heading back out to the hallway, we find the remains of another student clutching a pencil. We'll snag that lead for ammo crafting and then loot his lunch pail. We find a door to the east. Looks like this was an exercise room, though again, it's elevated on a platform. Here we find a terminal, the Physical Health Development Terminal. Class syllabus, Vault Health and Well-Being. Oh, and now it begins to make sense. It's not a real exercise room. This is a sample of what one might look like in a vault, and it's the same with what I thought was a dormitory. No, that was a cutout of what a private vault quarters might look like. The students would then sit at the tables beneath the platform to receive their instruction. In the first one, Introduction, one of the primary concerns for a Vault Overseer is the health and well-being of the Vault's population. Through this course, Vault-Tec will instruct you on how to monitor, diagnose, and treat various health-related issues that can arise in one of our vaults. If you have any questions about the entries in this syllabus, please speak to a Vault-Tec University representative. In the first course, Vault-Tec University Health and Well-Being 101, Introduction to Dweller Health. This course is designed to introduce the physical aspects of Vault Dweller health and survival. The Vault Overseer will learn what makes their dwellers tick, what can potentially go wrong, and how to implement health and well-being solutions. As a bonus, you'll spend a weekend in one of our test vaults and experience the effects that recirculated air, recirculated water, and mild doses of radiation can have on the human body. Oh great, looks like being a student here means that you were part of the experiment as well. In the next one, 201, Introduction to Contaminants. The average vault contains approximately 673 possible contaminants. Holy cow. This course will introduce the Vault Overseer to what we refer to as the TTC list, or the Top 10 Contaminants list. We'll cover the sources of these contaminants, their effects on the human body, and how to treat health issues that will arise from exposure. Finally, if your vault has been certified as an observation vault, the course will also cover how to introduce these contaminants at low enough levels to gather proper data points without long-term harmful effects. So it's even written into the course syllabus. These overseers in training knew that Vault-Tec was planning to experiment on the Vault Dwellers, at least in observation vaults. I wonder then why discovering the experiment came as such a surprise to the overseer of Vault 81, for example. In the next one, 304, Organic Recycling. All vaults are designed to be completely self-reliant and are equipped with the proper amount of food and water before they are sealed. In the unlikely event that one of these systems fails, or if said supplies are improperly distributed or lost, the Vault Overseer will have to implement organic recycling procedures. This course will cover use and maintenance of Vault's waste recycling systems and how to properly administer food and drink. The highlight of the course is our week-long waste sprint, where students are forced to survive using our sample recycling systems and their own waste. Parents who sent their kids to this college must have hated them. And in the final one, 410, Survival Through Cannibalism. This is an advanced study course that deals with the possibility that a vault can reach LAFFS status, lack of all food and food-like sources. When food supplies are completely exhausted and the Vault's recycling systems are offline, Vault-Tec has given all overseers permission to use any means necessary to ensure dweller survival. To achieve this goal, cannibalism may become necessary. This course will cover all aspects of cannibalism, including moral ramifications, corpse consumption safety, and how to make delicious side dishes using only hair and toenails. Come on, really? Oh no. Well, it is the apocalypse, and we know from the events of Fallout 3 in particular that cannibalism was widespread in the wasteland, at least 200 years after the bombs dropped. I guess Vault-Tec had enough foresight to see that coming. Backing out of the terminal, we can turn around. We find a first aid kit on a shelf. It was sadly empty in my game. Then we can head up to this platform. We see a bunch of showers and exercise bikes and weight benches set out. We find a stack of dumbbells to the east, great for lead, which we can use for ammo crafting, though really heavy. Might need to make a special trip for this stuff. And that's about it for the Health and Well-Being Research Lab. Oh God, how many of these horrifying labs are there? Back out to the hallway and turning around, we see another door to Appalachia. Lots of ways to get in and out of this place. But that's it for this wing, so turning around, we can head back to the atrium. Next, we'll go upstairs. This leads to a mezzanine where we find a blue Vault-Tec box that has the Overseer's Journal entry 4.
Overseer's personal journal. 4 years of living, learning, and breathing Vault-Tec. Graduating with honors in the Overseer track. Dad was so proud. Came out even though he was already so sick. I must have impressed the right people because I was offered the next available Overseer slot. I had just graduated. It was supposed to take years. Maybe they knew the war was inevitable. When I learned that 76 was going to be built, I was so excited I jumped right out of my chair and did a dance around the living room. Appalachia would be safe, no matter what happened. Evan chose that moment to propose, a lughead. He knew I wouldn't say no after hearing the news. He knew me better than anyone. Dad died a few months after Evan and I moved in together. He really wanted to walk me down the aisle. Well, I didn't really get to walk down there either, so... I think it's time I went home. I owe Evan that much.
So the Overseer has gone back to her home in Sutton. We'll continue with the Overseer's quest, Personal Matters, in another video. But for now, it seems we've discovered a lecture hall. This was on the western side of the atrium, opposite where we found the Overseer's holotape, and we've already found an end-of-dungeon steamer trunk and all sorts of chems and booze where the students were sitting. I guess that's how you get through a Vault-Tec University lecture. Heading down, we can go behind the lecture desk to access the Vault-Tec Mission Statement Terminal. Vault-Tec Mission Statement Introduction. Vault-Tec University was established in response to the growing threat of nuclear annihilation that's facing our species. We've created a unique environment in which our diverse student population can immerse themselves in all facets of education related to survival in the face of imminent death. Thanks to our innovative vault system, we've developed a way for man to persevere in this cruel and unforgiving atomic world. Vault-Tec University is confident that all graduates from this institution will be 100% ready to prepare for the future. In the next one, our staff. Vault-Tec University prides itself in our highly educated and experienced staff. Every one of our professors undergoes a rigorous screening process that not only involves the normal background checks, but they are also required to live within one of our test vaults for the duration of their employment. There's absolutely no substitute for experience, and we believe that this makes our staff uniquely qualified to teach our courses. So the professors were forced to live in a Vault-Tec test vault in order to keep their jobs? Golly. In the next one, our facility, Vault-Tec University is a cutting-edge facility that features the latest and greatest innovations from our partners in both the government and private sectors. Our strategic partnership provides us access to such normally restricted technologies as advanced mainframes, military-grade robotics, and compact fusion power systems. We provide nothing but the best for our students because we believe they will eventually be the future leaders of our world. And in the final one, our promise. When a student graduates from Vault-Tec University, they aren't simply receiving a piece of paper and a handshake. In actuality, they are being handed the keys to the future. When this planet is inevitably reduced to cinders and society is on the brink, we guarantee that our graduates will be the only people capable of guiding the survivors through the chaos. Consider yourselves proud when you walk these hallowed halls. As a student of Vault-Tec University, you'll become one of the future shepherds of humanity. What you choose to do with that future is up to you. Vault-Tec is very certain that the world will end. Perhaps too certain. Is this more evidence that they might have had a hand in it? Backing out, we can head out the door. We arrive back on the mezzanine, and turning around, yo! This bugger almost snuck up on me. Going east, we can loot more scrap, and that completes the loop. Okay, so it looks like we need to go south. We could go down the hallway or through a big hole in the wall of the lecture hall. Heading through the hole first, we loot a first aid kit. Take care of a ghoul. And here we find a bunch of wooden crates with scrap inside, big stacks of Vault-Tec boxes, archival cabinets that are sadly empty, and a weapons workbench. Let's scrap all our junk. On one of the filing cabinets, we find a cooler. Here I found a recipe for Mirelurk cake. It'll come in handy, but that's it for this room. So heading back out to the hallway, we can turn south. At the end of the hallway, we find one room to the east. B3, the food preparation lab. This has a layout like all the others. We can take care of a ghoul. Near to the door, we find a wall-mounted first aid kit, and then heading up to the mock kitchen, we find scrap a few foodstuffs, and then a recipe for silt bean puree. But this is not a rare recipe. I've already gotten a couple of them. And that's it for this wing. Remember when we opened the door to the northern wing, we just saw a bricked up wall. So that leaves only one path left to explore, and that's to go back down to the floor of the atrium and head down the northern hallway. At the end of this hallway, we find a door that leads to a vault with wandering ghouls. We arrive on the second floor of this vault's atrium. We don't find anything up here, so we'll take a staircase down to the ground floor. We find shelves with scrap to the west. Turning around, we find a locked door to the south. We'll come back to that in a minute. Continuing to explore the perimeter, we find fusion generators in the middle. These appear to be disabled. Let's see if we can repower them using the power terminal on a wall to the east. After hacking it, we find one option, to access the maintenance logs. But when we do, authorized personnel only, data corrupted. So sadly, we can't repower this vault. It may have had problems before the bombs dropped. We find a ladder and a toolbox here. Perhaps someone was working on it. All we find to the east are a bunch of boxes and shelves. That makes this a dead end, and it makes the southwestern door our only path forward. Accessing the terminal, simulation vault entrance. Oh, so this isn't a real vault. It's a simulation vault. Training and Development Division. In the first one, previous simulation status. Result, failure. Total loss of life. Does that mean total loss of real life or simulated life? Hope they weren't experimenting on real people. In the next one, Simulation Vault current status. Vault has been cleaned by automated systems and is ready for the next simulation. Okay. In the next one, upcoming simulation status. No plans available. System awaiting setup instructions. So we can't program a new simulation. But perhaps we can explore what remains of the last one. And to do so, we can activate the security door control. The nearby sliding door opens, and we can head down into the simulation vault. At the bottom, we can loot some lockers for scrap, and we arrive on a second level overlooking a staircase. Heading down the staircase, it wraps around to the west, and we arrive in a vault corridor leading to another atrium and 2 rooms on either side. We'll explore the left room first. This appears to be a vault classroom. Study hard for your overseer, for America. But presumably, since it was a simulation, we don't find much here. A little bit of scrap, a globe on the desk, some scrap on a tool case, and then a few dressers in the rear of the classroom. Oh, a Mr. Handy. Maybe this was one of the robots that cleaned the place after the last simulation. Heading out, instead of going into the atrium, we can go across the hallway. This was the clinic, med bay, hospital. We find beds and chem coolers, lockers. There is a floor safe here, but I couldn't pick it. It requires a lockpick skill of level 3. After looting this place of all the scrap we can carry, we can head back out and now explore the atrium. We see Mr. Handy's walking around down there. I wonder if they're still cleaning. If we take the bridge across the atrium, we arrive at residential. Here we find a pool table. Turning right, we find a simulation bunk room, lockers and beds, a cooler, and it looks like there's a vault suit on one of these dressers, but sadly we can't loot it. Every now and then we'll find a static world object like this that you'd think we could loot, but we sadly can't. Crossing the hall, we find another barracks, more scrap in the lockers, and otherwise empty. So heading back out to the atrium, we have to decide which way we're gonna go, north or south. We'll start by heading south. This leads to screening. At the end of the hallway, we find a bank of lockers. There's a door to the east, but it's inaccessible. So turning around, we can go through the door to the west. This leads to showers and a locker room. From the locker room, we strangely find a staircase leading up. Taking it all the way to the top, we arrive at some sort of observation room, but it's completely destroyed. On the wall behind us, we find another wall-mounted terminal that talks about the vault simulation, but it has all the same entries we read earlier. There's a window overlooking the atrium. I'm assuming this may be where professors and other students observed the vault simulation in progress. This must be a classroom. We see a teacher's desk in the southwestern corner, but here we find a staircase leading up to yet another floor. Here we find more windows peering out to the vault. Oop, and a ghoul. Heading inside, it looks like an office. On the wall we see a sign, Vault Simulation in Progress. On the ground we find skeletons wearing vault suits. Could these be the professors, or maybe some of the other students? To the west, we find another red double door leading back out to Appalachia. We've managed to explore into one of the other attached buildings of Vault-Tec University. So instead of going back outside, let's retrace our steps back to the vault atrium to finish exploring the simulation vault. On the north side of this atrium, we see an overseer's window. Before we head that way, however, let's head downstairs to explore this bottom floor. Immediately to the left, we find a maintenance room, but sadly, no matter how we try to activate it, we don't have access. So moving east, we find a cafeteria, lots of trays and scrap laid out. On one of the counters, we find a recipe for blood bug pepper steak. Sounds delicious. Moving north, we find supplies against the wall, some purified water, scrap and some lockers, and then a door to some showers to the west. There's not much here. We find some soap in the northeastern corner. Turning around, we can loot a mirror above a sink, and on top of the mirror is a lock-picking bobblehead. Always strive for the unobtainable. When used, gain a 30% wider sweet spot when lockpicking for 1 hour. With that, we've explored everything down here, so retracing our steps, we can head upstairs and explore the final door, the door to the north, to the Overseer. The hallway rounds a corner and then goes upstairs. Turning off our light and crouching down, the stairs puts us out in the Overseer's office. We see a terminal on a desk, and then a stack of skeletons in a pile outside a closed door. The skeletons are all wearing VT Vault-Tec jumpsuits, and they were holding folding chairs and brooms as if they were using them to try and beat down this door. But why? Turning around, we find another simulation vault entrance terminal on the wall, and on the Overseer's desk, the Overseer's log terminal. Perhaps this will give us the answers we need. Project Lembas, Overseer's log. Lembas? Is that a Tolkien reference? In the first one, October 15th, Overseer's Log, October 15th, 2077. T-1 day until my test run starts. I did the final walkthrough with my advisors before getting locked in. The students will be here tomorrow to test my hypothesis that using a calorically dense food paste of my own formulation is superior to standard supplies, and that my flavoring system will create enough variety so that dwellers won't get bored. Oh, so it is a Tolkien reference. Lembas, the superfood of the elves, giving the hobbits strength on their journey, this food paste created by the Overseer to do the same thing, presumably. In the next one, on the 16th, the very next day, my dwellers have arrived. After a brief orientation, I've given them time to adjust to one another, the parameters of the experiment, and their respective roles. I plan on giving an address later today. The next day, on the 17th, we are on full lockdown and everything is running smoothly. Unless I signal to my advisors, we are in this until the time lock's release 4 weeks from now. So far, the test is going well and feedback has been positive on the food paste formulation. 2 days later, on the 19th, the dwellers are eating even less of the experimental formulation than I expected. They report full bellies and satisfactory metabolisms. Oh, either that means it was really filling or they just didn't want to eat it. 4 days later, on October 23rd, the day the bombs dropped, it felt like something happened on the outside today, almost like an earthquake, and we lost power in the vault temporarily. The dwellers were able to quickly restore power via the backup generators. I assume that this is part of a drill, and my people performed admirably. But it wasn't part of a drill. It was the end of the world. In the next one, 3 days later on the 26th, a heart attack. Sudden and out of nowhere, one of the maintenance staff died in the middle of his workday. I'm waiting on the coroner's report before I make any decisions. Uh-oh. Something wrong with that food paste then? The next day, the coroner did a full autopsy. It looks like it wasn't a heart attack, but the arterial walls of the heart hardened and cracked. I've ordered a medical review of the control group and members of the test group. Wow, it cracked? That's some intense artery hardening. What could explain this? The very next day, on the 28th, it's conclusive. My food paste formulation caused arterial plaque buildup. There were no signs of buildup in the control group, so I've ordered the dwellers to take stock of the remaining standard issue food to see if we have another week left in us. It was the paste. The very next day, more bad news. My food paste was not as popular as I thought. Apparently a black market for standard rations cropped up, and we only have 2 days for everyone in the vault. So they were eating the standard food all this time because they didn't like the taste. That's why they weren't going through it quickly, but now this means they're short of actual food to get them through the experiment. I want to try and figure a solution to this problem before I signal my advisors to end the test prematurely. This is my senior thesis experiment, and if I fail, I won't be able to operate as a full overseer. Yeah, that and people gonna die. Might want to consider that. 2 days later, October 31st. The dwellers are threatening to revolt if I don't call the experiment. They burned through the rations quicker than we thought, and now are getting scared. I am going to signal my advisors and cancel the test. I can't take the chance that we're going to lose anyone else. Well, at least this overseer did the right thing in the end. But too little, too late. On November 1st, we learn, no response from the outside. The dwellers think that I'm lying to them and are threatening to storm my office. I'm not sure if I can hold off a full offense for 2 full weeks. And in the final one, November 2nd, they've breached the outer seal and are at the door to my office. I can hear the drill operating. Drums in the deep. Oh, wait, no, sorry. It'll take them days to get through, but I can't take the chance. I don't know why my advisors aren't responding. People are dying here, and more are going to die, and there's nothing I can do about it. This will be my final entry before I barricade myself in the bedroom in hopes that I can outlast the timed locks. God willing, this is just part of the test. Something tells me it's not. So this is why we find all of the bodies at the door. These were the vault dwellers trying to get into the overseer's office, but they couldn't get the door open. And when the terminal upstairs said total loss of life, it meant total loss of real life. Everyone in the vault died. Moving northeast, we find more bodies holding fire extinguishers in front of this door. Perhaps this one goes outside and they couldn't get it open either. Opening the door, sure enough, a staircase leading up. But the experiment is over. That means the vault is unsealed and all the locks have been unlocked. Opening the overseer's door, we find the overseer dead in bed. There's a can of rat poison beneath his bed and a rag in his hand. The overseer committed suicide. Rather than wait the 2 weeks for the vault to unseal itself, rather than face his vault dwellers, he poured rat poison on a cloth, put the cloth over his mouth, and killed himself. We find Scrap in a footlocker at the foot of his bed, but not much else here. Looks like to leave, we need to head up the stairs. The stairs put us out into another office. This one doesn't have a window, so it can't be an observation room. The terminals here are all blasted out, and we just find Scrap in the containers. To leave, we open a door to the north. Oh, that's right. It's a fake vault. Opening the door, we can turn left. No. Turn right. Oh, doggone zombies. Mine more coming. Looking right down the hallway, we see a large room. Turning west, the hallway is very long. We'll start by going down this long western hallway. We find a door to the north. Heading inside looks like another classroom. We find a simulated med bay with minor containers to loot. We find a stim pack on a table beneath some x-rays. There's a terminal on the desk. We'll explore that in a minute. Turning around, we see a hole in the wall to another hallway. This leads to a door that leads back out to Appalachia. Okay, so that's a dead end. Back into the classroom, we can read what's on the terminal. Class syllabus, Vault Medical Training. Introduction. A Vault Overseer is responsible for taking on many roles: administrator, adjudicator, spiritual leader, and sometimes doctor. This course is specifically focused on the latter, teaching students how to diagnose and treat most medical emergencies. This is a highly intensive course. Completion of the Vault Health and Wellbeing course syllabus is required. All right, so a required intensive course. In Vault-Tec University Vault-Tec Medical Training 101, Introduction to Medical Diagnoses. The first step in tackling a medical issue is through proper diagnosis. This course will instruct students on how to use the Vault's medical equipment and facilities to identify and categorize medical issues. This intensive 3-month course culminates in a weekend-long residency at the AVR Medical Center in Appalachia, where you will assist actual doctors in their diagnoses of emergency room patients. They helped diagnose patients in emergency rooms after being trained for only 3 months? All right, let's make a note to ourselves. AVR Medical Center. Let's see if we can track it down and explore it later. In the next one, 201, Skin Disorders and You. Is it acne or is it a flesh-eating bacterium? There are literally thousands of potential issues that can affect the skin of the typical vault dweller. This course will teach proper identification techniques and suggested treatments of skin disorders. The course's final exam will involve a blindfolded touch and taste test. Oh, since it's highly possible an overseer may have to diagnose and administer these treatments in the dark. Ah, really? Oh, I can see it already. Doctor, there's a growth on my cheek. Well, let me touch and taste that. Ugh. Though I guess we can't fault Vault-Tec for not being thorough. In 290, limb replacements, a primer. Did you know that the second most likely medical hazard in a vault involves the total loss of a dweller's limb? What's the first most? This course will instruct students on how to properly reattach severed limbs, as well as how to create substitute limbs from common household items. We'll also teach students advanced techniques such as substituting arms in place of legs, limb donation screening, and experimental lab-grown limb technology. Sign me up for the last one, if any. And in the final one, 402, Advanced Surgical Techniques. This course will fully certify students to perform complex surgical procedures such as organ transplants, tumor removal, and mutation extractions. Normally, studying to be a surgical doctor can take as long as 8 to 10 years. Using Vault-Tec's patented Speed Teach system, we'll reduce that study time to only 3 months. Important. Registering for this course requires all students to purchase Vault-Tec Malpractice Protection Certificate, Form blah blah blah, which is available in the bursar's office. Oh, Vault-Tec, never change. Moving out of this room back into the hallway, we find a hallway crossing our path. We found the door out to the north. Heading south on the hallway, we find another door out. So back to the intersection, we can move west, where we find another door to the right with ghouls. Looks like this was a classroom lab. After looting scrap from the dressers and wood on the ground for campfires, we find a terminal on the table, Young Dweller Development Terminal. Oh no, what horrors lie in here? Class syllabus, preteen vault dwellers? Oh great. Introduction, One of the duties of a Vault Overseer may involve becoming a surrogate parent or dispensing advice to actual parents of young dwellers. Vault-Tec will instruct you on how to deal with one of the most difficult classifications of children, the preteen, ages 10 to 12 years of age. If you have any questions about the entries in this syllabus, please speak to a Vault-Tec University representative. In 101, Introduction to Preteen Dweller Maintenance. This course is designed to introduce the mechanics of preteen physiology. The focus will be primarily regarding maintenance and upkeep while they're talking about these kids as robots, including things that can go wrong with the preteen's body. Students will be instructed how to repair common issues and deal with physiological emergencies. Please note that this course includes laboratory dissection work. Oh no! So the proper biohazard equipment will be issued after registration is complete. These guys were dissecting kids? For science? In the next one, 201, Introduction to Preteen Psychology. Preteens feature the most complex psychology of any age group. This course will equip the Vault Overseer with the proper armament to handle an array of preteen psychological issues that may arise within their vaults. Learn how to cope with such issues as preteen angst, tantrums, outright defiance, whining, laziness, and self-motivation. The course will also instruct the Vault Overseer on how to draw up behavioral contracts and define consequences for preteens who breach outlined obligations. So Vault-Tec's solution to preteen angst is to have the kids sign behavioral contracts? Somehow, that doesn't surprise me. In 222, Puberty in Confined Environments. Oh God, I don't want to read this. Many young Vault Dwellers will reach the puberty stage during their preteen years. This course will enable the Vault Overseer to understand the changes that are occurring in these budding youths and become their mentor if necessary. Explanation of physical and psychosocial behavioral changes is covered in the course, as well as how to explain these changes to preteen dwellers in a way they'll understand. Also included will be how to properly administer and explain the Vault-Tec Puberty Welcome Kit, or VTPWK, which should be presented to all preteen dwellers once they've achieved this growth milestone. Imagine seeing that as a Vault Boy video. And in the final one, 401. Preteens in the workforce. Although a preteen can range from only 10 to 13 years of age, they certainly qualify for a variety of jobs in the average vault. This course is specifically designed to explain the difficulties of various tasks and which ones are optimal for the preteen dweller. The course also deals with occupational safety considerations when assigning preteens to tasks involving nuclear, biological, or chemical environments. Brilliant. Put a kid next to some nuclear radiation while he's going through puberty. That's just fine. Heading out of this room, we find another door back outside to the west, but we've awoken something. Continuing east on the hallway, we find one door left to explore. We see consoles and scientific equipment in this classroom, but the floor above has created a rubble ramp that we can use to climb to the second floor. We arrive in a dizzying mess of offices and cubicles. Exploring to the southeast, we find a number of containers to loot and a bunch of blasted out terminals. There's a door to the east that leads to a hallway, a dead end to the south, and a path to an intersection to the north. Okay, it's starting to make a little bit more sense. Looks like we climbed up into one office that had completely crumbled down. But taking the hallway to the west, we find the door that leads to a teacher's office. Professor M. Blake. His office is mostly empty, but we do find his terminal on a desk. Terminal Blake Michael. Warning, unable to connect to university intranet. Only offline files and directories accessible. In the first one, we find a course syllabus template, and that's exactly what it is, just a template, nothing interesting. Backing out, we find notes to self. In the first one, Horse Creek petroglyphs. Had a chance to go study the Horse Creek petroglyphs in person. I've been meaning to do so ever since moving to West Virginia. They have always fascinated me. The idea that Europeans landed in North America and traveled that far inland during the 6th or 7th century is fascinating. Now, whether it was written in Old Irish Ogham, Basque, or some other ancient language is up for debate. Personally, I prefer the Basque translation, as it paints a vivid picture of a great bison hunt. But regardless, it's exciting to study and theorize about any petroglyphs in our own backyard. So, there are ancient petroglyphs nearby. We'll have to keep our eyes open for them. In the next one, Jacqueline. Jacqueline brought more of her notes around the other day. Still not sure what to make of those runes. They don't match any of the native petroglyphs in the area, nor do they match any of the old European runes I would have expected. Still, I'm confident I'll find a match somewhere, and if not, there may be enough to go on to piece together a rough idea of what they say, if anything. I'm beginning to think it may be nonsense, but I am intrigued. Uh-oh, what could this be? Alien languages? Or maybe something to do with the occult? And in the final one, VTU, ever since Vault-Tec bought out the university, they've been shifting focus away from classical education and moving towards more specialized classes. I've seen several other professors get the boot, but thankfully, I seem to have been spared thus far. I should feel lucky they believe language is a skill worth preserving in the event society collapses and we all need to move underground. Backing out of notes to self, we find Guidestone translation. Jacqueline has instructed me that she would feel safer if I moved the translation key offline. The woman is paranoid, but I don't disagree that it's for good reason. It is because of this that she insists on keeping the original notes with her. She says it's for the best, just in case someone gets to one of us, so none of us have all the pieces. Even Agent Wilson's taking precautions. We could be onto something big here. Then again, I still maintain the runes are simply ancient petroglyphs left by the indigenous peoples of the region. Jacqueline believes they may be extraterrestrial in nature, but I'll stick with Occam's razor on this one. The hypothesis with the fewest assumptions is often the correct one. Wisdom, Professor, but we at least know that aliens exist in this universe. Could Jacqueline be right? Did she find alien writing? And if so, what did it say? And who is Agent Wilson? And why were they all fearing for their lives? This leaves us with a lot to do. We have to track down the Horse Creek petroglyphs, just to satisfy our curiosity, and then Jacqueline, because she has the translation notes for the Guidestone with her. With this room explored, we can continue east down the hallway. At the intersection, we turn north and move into the western room. This looks like a faculty lounge. We find the skeleton of a woman wedged between a couch and a coffee table. There's some dirty water on a shelf, another skeleton on the ground behind us, and a man slumped over in a chair. After looting some purified water, we can move back out to the hallway. Going north down the hallway, we find a women's restroom to the left. Nothing in here. And turning around and crossing the hall, we find the men's restroom, and nothing in here. This leaves one room in this hallway, and that's through the door to the east. Here we find the door to the office of the Dean of Overseer Training. Heading inside, we see a big hole in the wall. Looks like we'll have to be quiet so nothing finds us through there. And then we see the Dean's desk. There's a floor safe on the ground behind him, and his terminal is labeled Dean Harland Elliott's workstation, and it's locked. But thankfully, it's an easy hack. Inside, we find student thesis evaluations. The first one, Liam Hornwright. My understanding is that Mr. Hornwright is attending school primarily to party and spends the majority of his time in a haze of marijuana, hence his absurd and hastily banged out proposals. However, his family connections make him a potential liability, so we will have to see how we will handle his future training. H. Elliott. So it looks like not even Vault-Tec University was able to completely avoid nepotism. In the next one, Drew Collingsworth. Collingsworth's proposed experiment has evolved beyond my wildest expectations. His initial proposal mirrored other successful food replacement schemes and even showed a little imagination for once. I pushed him towards a more interesting experiment that should test the general willpower of individuals and how they react to deaths caused by food supply. I've tasted his pastes. They're suitably horrible, so we're going to mass produce them and add an arterial plaquing agent that should cause rapid circulatory system decline. I expect a full-blown revolt within 2 weeks, and we should be able to end the experiment in the middle of week 3. H. Elliott. The Dean sabotaged the Overseer's food paste experiment. No wonder it took the Overseer by surprise. The food paste he developed was bland and tasteless, but otherwise healthy, wouldn't cause anyone harm, but just to see what would happen. To test the general willpower of individuals and how they react to deaths around them, the Dean sabotaged the food supply, which ultimately led to the deaths of everyone in the simulation vault. Though to be fair, he was helped by the apocalypse. In the next one, Shelby O'Rourke. Student thesis evaluations. O'Rourke has proven to be persistent enough to convince me to grant her a small amount of funding for her thesis project to provide evidence of so-called cryptids. Should she prove the existence and have appropriate data, this would be a major breakthrough that Vault-Tec can surely benefit from. If anything, it gets her out of my hair for a few months. Should she not return within her given time period, we'll need to find a team to locate wherever she holed up and retrieve any data for investigation. H. Elliott. This adds a miscellaneous quest to our quest log. Find Shelby O'Rourke's shack. We'll follow up with Shelby O'Rourke in a later video. We can finally select Safe Control to disengage the lock. This allows us to loot the floor safe, where we find a bunch of goods, and I found a calibrated hunting rifle. Moving through the hole in the wall. This office is a bit of a wreck. We find containers and scrap, but no terminals to read. So, moving out to the hallway, we find another ghoul. Directly across the hall is the computer lab. After clearing it, we find a lot of scrap to loot, and we find a terminal, Liam Hornwright's workstation. Wait a minute. We know that name. We read it on the Dean's terminal. This was the guy so high on marijuana that he kept coming up with bad ideas, but he came from a powerful family. Let's see exactly what his thesis was. Abstract, an experiment for determining the ability of canines to form a self-governing society. Basically, the experiment will involve a group of dogs trained to train other dogs to perform typically human-run tasks. I've begun training my miniature schnauzer, Riley, to operate vault doors, which I think is a promising start to the experiment. I'd be happy to bring her in anytime to demonstrate. Oh, Liam! I think this guy may be in the wrong place. Advisor response, Mr. Matthews, this proposal lacks any kind of substantial value and makes me seriously question your devotion to the project of the preservation of the human race. Please see me and we can talk about a serious proposal if you can manage to find my office, which is hilarious because it's right across the hall. Best, Dean Harland Elliott, President, Overseer Training Advisory Board. Well, a dumb idea, sure, but probably the most harmless experiment description we've read so far here in Vault-Tec U. Next to this terminal is Drew Collingsworth Workstation. Drew Collingsworth was the name of the food paste overseer whose skeleton we found with rat poison in the simulation vault. Abstract, an experiment for determining the optimal density of calories in a foodstuff versus storage space. This experiment will test the tolerance of various individuals' ability to consume food of unvarying texture, but allow them to design flavors or use pre-created flavors. In this experiment, there will be a control group that uses a standard regimen of vault supplies and an experimental group that subsists on nothing but my proprietary food paste formula. See attached materials. Oh, this poor guy. Such passion into his work only to be sabotaged by the Dean. In the next one, proprietary food paste formulation, ingredients are as follows, and while we have quite a list of ingredients, looks like the paste consisted primarily of dried yellow peas. Then garbanzo beans and then pea protein, and everything else is under 10%. In the next one, proposed flavor profiles. Below are a list of potential flavor profiles and components that dwellers can use to create new meals. Base flavorings, sweeteners, and then a bunch of sweeteners, bittering agents, ground ivy, bog myrtle, marigold, Groot, souring agents, a whole lot of stuff, salts. No salt will be provided as it is part of the base paste. Oh, okay. Texturing, all preparations will have the same texture. That's what nauseates me about this. And then a variety of spices. Pre-mixed flavorings, almond, banana, beet, brewer's yeast, chili, chicken, cappuccino, fish. Yeah, imagine sucking down some fish paste. Herring, honey, lemon, lime, and liver. Oatmeal, orange, peppermint, general red meat, and sour cream. And in the final one, advisor response, Mr. Collingsworth, your proposal has come a long way, and the board has agreed to give you 1 month of vault time starting on October 15th of this year. We will accelerate your leadership classes and pull you from unrelated or less important classes. Congratulations, Dean Harland Elliott, President, Overseer Training Advisory Board. Little did Mr. Collingsworth know that the Dean was sabotaging his entire experiment. These are the final 2 terminals in this room. After looting a few more containers for scrap, we can head out and then follow the hallway east. We arrive on the top ledge of a large room. Exploring the perimeter, we can loot the body of a ghoul we killed earlier and a couple of containers. Heading around to the northern side, we find a staircase that leads down. We can take care of a final ghoul and then explore this bottom level, which appears to be a library. We see a door back to Appalachia behind us, and the library to the south. We find lots of containers with scrap, but nothing of interest in the library. And with that, we've completed the entire university. The hallway to the west just leads back to the door to the simulation vault that we came out of. And so we can choose any of the doors to leave the vault that we wish. We leave with a better understanding of how Vault-Tec went about finding overseers for their vaults, though there are a few vaults that don't fit with this paradigm. Vault 114 in Boston, for example, seemed to just randomly interview people off the street before choosing the stupidest guy to make overseer. This was the vault where we found Nick Valentine. But for most of the overseers, it appears that Vault-Tec gave them all strenuous, intensive training, though I have to admit I wouldn't want to be operated on by any of these medically trained overseers. And we walk away with a list of other places to explore. The AVR Medical Center, where Vault-Tec overseers in training went to assist in emergency room diagnoses. The Horse Creek petroglyphs that so interested Professor Blake. And we need to find Jacqueline, Agent Wilson, and whatever codes they were carrying. Could this be the key that unlocks access to some sort of alien technology? And finally, we need to track down Shelby O'Rourke. She was the student that the dean allowed to go and study cryptids. We have to find her shack and see if we can recover any research that she completed. We'll be sure to tackle all of these tasks in upcoming videos. What are your thoughts on Vault-Tec University? Did you find all the loot, including the bobblehead? And did you discover that the dean was responsible for the failure of Overseer Cullingworth's experiment, ultimately leading to deaths? Let me know your thoughts in the comments section below. I publish many Fallout videos each and every week here on my channel, as well as host multiple live streams each week. So if you want to make sure you don't miss anything Fallout or Fallout 76 related, be sure to subscribe and to click that bell notification button. I have a shirt shop with completely unique designs that you can't find anywhere else. My designs come in a variety of men's, women's, and children's sizes, and in a wide array of colors. The designs come on other stuff as well, like smartphone cases, pillows, posters, mugs, prints, etc. So if interested, you can find a link to my shop in the description below, or you can click here. If you like what I do and you want to support me in a more personal way, consider becoming one of my patrons on Patreon. But more than anything, I'm just so glad you're here watching this video with me today. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you soon this week with more brand new videos.
Damn it, why did they make this so
One day
difficult?
we'll walk on the road north of Site Bravo.
Whatever.
We see a road going off to the west, and it appears to go up a hill. Checking our map, we do see elevation marks, as well as the road, but no marker. No idea what this could be. So veering off Highway 97, we can take the side road to see what's here. Along the way, we find a burned out van with a wooden crate in the back. As we get closer to the top of the hill, we see a parking lot. There are rusted, blasted out cars in the parking lot, as well as a couple of rad roaches to kill. After looting a bear-proof trash can, we climb a wooden ramp to discover the Colonel Kelly Monument. About halfway up the hill, we find a seating area with a woman's skeleton next to a cooler. And as we take the ramp to crest the hill, we find the monument. And right next to it is the Colonel Kelly Monument audio tour.
Hi, I'm Dick Shale, here to welcome you to the Colonel Kelly Monument. As you take in the view and history, consider using Abraxo brand cleaning products. I would. This monument deep in the wooded heart of...
ranks colonel in May of 1861. Later, in June, at the Battle of Philippi, he was severely wounded. I like to think that the colonel would have used Abraxo cleaning products. You can learn more about the Battle of Philippi at the Philippi Battlefield Cemetery. I can't wait to see you there. Okay. I think that went pretty well. Oh, dang. Lunch here yet?
I'm glad they put so much time and attention into this. Colonel Kelly was a real colonel, and he really was wounded at the Battle of Philippi. He later became a brigadier general. Philippi was the old name of West Virginia. It's notable as being the first organized land action of the Civil War. Even though Colonel Kelly was wounded, this battle was mostly bloodless. The Confederate forces were all green, and when the Union attacked, the Confederate forces just turned tail and fled to Huttonsville. The Union had 4 casualties, the Confederacy had 26, so it will be interesting to see what this Battle of Philippi graveyard looks like. Anyway, heading north up the road from the monument, as we approach the cemetery...
Grafton's mayor here. We have a catastrophe on our hands. The very expensive cricket sport renovation has hit a snag. I need that attraction to open without any bad press. Apparently, they found the remains of a Civil War soldier during construction. Well, probably from the Civil War. It's from some war, that much I'm certain of. Let's just all agree it's a Civil War soldier, shall we? Anywho, someone needs to give those remains a nice, anonymous burial in Philippi Battlefield Cemetery. And by someone, I mean you.
This Grafton mayor doesn't really seem to be all that competent. I look forward to learning more about him. At any rate, when we approach the Philippi Battlefield Cemetery, we have to clear it of at least 1 super mutant and a few mole rats. And taking a look at the cemetery, my goodness, there are more gravestones here than casualties on the Union side, at least, from the Battle of Philippi. Perhaps that battle went differently in the Fallout universe, though that would distort the divergence. Or perhaps these are all Confederate graves. At any rate, looks like we need to find and reinter the remains of one of these soldiers. Before we head to Prickett's Fort, we can examine the cemetery museum. This is the Philippi Battlefield Cemetery Civil War Museum. There's a Nuka-Cola machine right outside the door. Here I found 2, Nuka-Cola Quantum and Nuka-Cola Cherry. Opening the door and heading inside. We don't see much, but I'm gonna head upstairs quickly to make sure there are no enemies here. Looks more or less clean. Oh wait, something found me. What is that?
No Greek stuff here.
Oh, I hear a super mutant. Heading outside, we can see if we can find that super mutant. No? Well, then what was it that caught me? Heading downstairs, we can quickly turn off our radio to avoid demonetization. And turning around...
Human, let's play!
Well, that was quite a menagerie of enemies. After the melee, we find ourselves on the bottom floor of the museum. Let's start exploring. We've got our fridge in the southwest corner with a bunch of booze inside. A Porta diner where we can try our luck. No dice. And then moving south, we find a bunch of display cabinets. Costumes on display. Oh, I wish I could loot those. A wood-burning fireplace. And what's that? Ooh, a black powder pistol. If only I could open these cases. In the next one, there's a pocket watch. And near to this, we find a button on the wall. Tagging it, hey, we get ourselves a black powder pistol. This sucker does a whopping 115 damage, but it takes the expensive and rare 50-ball ammunition. Turning around, we can loot the clothing case. Here we find a Confederate uniform and a Civil War era dress. I don't really need either, so heading up the stairs, we can explore behind the counter. We find a weapon mod on a crate. Here I found a barbed walking cane mod, and there's another button against this wall. Inside these display cases, I found a Union uniform and another black powder pistol. We can scrap the excess pistol for mods, and I've been wearing this uniform for quite some time. It fits over the vault suit, and it has a backpack. The backpack is just cosmetic. It doesn't increase our carry capacity, but it's a handsome little uniform. On the counter, we find a Civil War era suit and top hat. Maybe you want to do a Abraham Lincoln roleplay run through. Behind the counter, we find a footlocker and a first aid kit, which is locked, but it's an easy pick. There's a hunting rifle in the other display case, good for mods. Some bobby pins and a T-45 kinetic servos mod. Not sure what this is doing in a Civil War era museum, but I'll take it. After looting a footlocker, we get surprised by a rad roach, and we can then head upstairs. Here we find more display cases. We can tag a button against the eastern wall to open them. Inside we find another black powder pistol. Again, if we scrap it, we get great mods, so we'll take it. More Civil War era clothing and a tomahawk, which is a thrown weapon in the game. Moving to the opposite side, to the west, we find another button. In these display cases, we find a Bowie knife, another Confederate uniform, and another black powder pistol. So this is where you hit if you want to stock up on black powder pistol mods. There is a door to the north. Heading outside, we find a balcony overlooking a parking lot. And in the parking lot, oh no, a Yao Guai. And he's level 26, but he appears to be too stupid to figure out that he needs to go inside to climb the stairs to come eat me. So I was able to just pick him off slowly from this balcony. When done, we can climb down and head outside. Beneath the balcony, we find a raider corpse. Then heading up a gravel path to the parking lot, we can loot another raider corpse in the back of a picker-up truck, and then loot the Yao Guai, where we get a bunch of meat. That's it for the museum, but we have a job to do. We need to go find the remains of a Civil War-era soldier from nearby Prickett's Fort. I spent some time at my camp repairing my weapons, so by the time I got around to it, it was already day. Taking the highway north, we see the fort off in the distance, and just outside, a bunch of super mutants. After clearing them, and while looting them, we start the event, The Battle That Never Was. Fight a Civil War battle reenactment with your friends. Or by ourselves. To start the event, we need to talk with the curator, whom we also need to talk with to complete the daily quest Bury with Honor. So heading up the hill, we can try and find this curator. We see two paths. We can follow the road to the north, or there's a gravel path up to the east. I took the eastern path only to discover that I was getting ahead of myself. This was taking me up to the fort, so heading down the hill, we find the curator outside the greeting lodge.
Hello there! You must be from the Archaeological Preservation Team. I have a real problem here. While building new outhouses, we discovered the remains of a Civil War Union soldier. Although the body is highly irradiated and strangely fresh, it's almost like it died 20 years ago instead of 200. Now I need you to properly inter the body in the Philippi Cemetery. And it needs to be done before our next reenactment.
Okay, so not Civil War remains. Well, we can try and bury him anyway.
Oh, a visitor. I am the curator for Prickett's Fort. You've come at the perfect time. We were just about
And him watching my TV.
Okay, a lot of noise going on there. Music from the game and the radio blasting, but I hope you were still able to hear what the curator said. We need to pick a side, either the Union or the Confederacy, to start the battle. We found some tokens in here. I saw some token machines outside the shack, but I couldn't interact with them. Turning around, I saw a handy in the parking lot.
Confederate forces are mustering in the parking lot.
Oh, and I didn't want to side with the Confederacy. Well, simply by walking towards this guy, we picked a side. Since this event was designed for multiple people, it gives us time to wait around for everyone to arrive before the battle begins. So we'll fast forward to the start of the battle. The battle begins, and a Confederate guide meets us in the parking lot.
You want to be a Confederate soldier? Then get up there and take that fort.
We're bypassing a lot of the fort tour, but we'll race up the hillside to finish this event before continuing with our exploration. At the top of the hillside, we find the entrance to Prickett's Fort, and we have to destroy Union soldier protectrons. We are joined by a few Confederate soldier Mr. Handies, but they don't help us much, though we can advance one of our other quests in a nearby shack. Here we find bones on a desk, though before we do, we gotta take care of some more Union soldiers. Heading back into the shack, we find the soldiers' remains. Only 25 years old and irradiated, but we'll go ahead and inter these in the Philippi Battle Cemetery. Then we fight another wave of Union soldiers. We can scale the ramparts for a better view, but the Mr. Handies just charged me up here. Scaling the watchtowers again, we can loot some 44 caliber and 10 millimeter ammunition on a nearby crate, and then the Union forces attack again. And with that, we complete the event, taking Prickett's Fort for the Confederacy. We are awarded with 2 purified waters, some fusion cells, a short laser pistol, and leather armor. This was a legendary piece. Weightless leather armor weighs 90% less and does not count as armor for the chameleon mutation. Not something I need, but perhaps I can sell it. After looting all of the robots up here, I chose to go all the way back down the hill to start from the beginning. Each of the buildings on the tour are marked with a number. Number 1 is right outside the sign for Prickett's Fort, Frontier Monument, presented by the Society for the Preservation of Historical Recreations. We can activate the automated tour guide to start the first recording.
Dick Shale here, welcoming you to Prickett's Fort Historical Landmark. This amazing moment in time is brought to you by Nuka-Cola. The park features a reconstructed refuge fort and commemorates life on the Virginia frontier during the late 18th century. Join me as we mosey on down the trail to the right for the next part of the tour and take a fascinating stroll through history.
We ran through this building quickly when we got here, but heading inside again, we can loot a short pump-action shotgun for the mods, which we missed earlier. Heading outside, we find a building just west of this main building. There's a museum sign on the
Damn
ground.
it.
Inside, we find a bunch of display cases. Toggling a button against the northern wall, we can loot them. Inside one, I found what appeared to be a letter or a note, but I couldn't interact with it. There's a wooden crate here, but I didn't have the lockpicking necessary to pick it. And sadly, the display cases didn't have much of note that we hadn't already looted from the museum. We do find an ammo canister in the southwestern corner and a stack of cannonballs in the southeastern corner. Does this mean we're gonna get our hands on a broadsider sometime soon? I hope so. To continue the tour, we can follow the arrow signs up the gravel hillside. This is where we arrived. At the top of the hill, we find audio tour station number 2.
This is a typical blacksmith shop, where blacksmiths would make horseshoes, various tools, and perform routine repairs by hand. Blacksmiths had a general knowledge of how to make and repair many things, from the most complex of weapons and armor to simple items. Please proceed to the fort to continue the tour.
Inside, we find a bunch of tools, which are great for steel, though steel isn't exactly rare in this game. Here we also find stacks of wood, and we can gather from each of these piles of wood, which will be great for our camp crafting and cooking. Just outside the blacksmithy, we find a chem box on a bench and a box of .308 caliber rounds. East of this is a watchtower. We can climb it, but there's no ammo up here like the others we saw. So going up a hillside,
All
we
right,
find the
got it fully
entrance to
upgraded.
Crickett's Fort, established 1774. Taking a wooden staircase, we arrive at the entrance to the fort, and here we find audio tour station number 3.
Crickett's Fort was surrounded by a tall wall with lookout towers for monitoring the area around the fort. Colonists stood watch around the clock and would alert the settlement if the British were approaching. Inside the fort, we'll see what everyday life was like for the colonists. But first, let me tell you about Nuka-Cola. What gives it a unique flavor is the essence of 17 different fruits mixed in just the right proportions to give Nuka-Cola its trademark taste. Boy, Nuka-Cola's refreshing taste really hits the spot. Now, let's continue on with the tour.
Oh gosh, Abraxo and Nuka, this is becoming disgusting. Heading inside, we can begin to explore some of the buildings we passed by quickly while
Doing
fighting off
here?
the robots. There's a little shack immediately to the
Winter.
south, nothing in here. There's a large
All right, let's go
building in the
finish
middle
that
of the
quest
fort.
up.
Here we find audio tour station number 4.
This building is the Colonist Company Mess Hall. Colonists would also gather here for settlement meetings.
That's it? Oh, that was short.
Oh, yeah, I should probably make
Let's
sure
look
it's
at that word pause
repaired.
Before saying settlement meetings. Is there something there I didn't get? Heading inside the mess hall, we find a bunch of plates and cutlery, butter churns for wood, and a pile of wood in the fireplace. Heading outside,
That's
we
right.
can move northwest. Here's that big pile of robots we killed. Just next to this is a skill 1 locked door. Inside, we find a diseased radroach, and we find a bunch of stew pots, great for steel. Here we can find some corn, moonshine, and we find a skill 1 locked explosives crate with a bunch of explosives inside. Heading out and going directly across, we find the door to another shack. Inside, we find a desk with a box of .308 caliber rounds and another hunting rifle, which we can scrap from mods. There's more firewood we can gather in the fireplace, and we find 750 caliber balls on top of a bookshelf. Moving south, we find what appears to be a bunk room. There's a wooden crate on a pile of crates to the east. On the opposite side, we find a footlocker and some Nuka-Cola. Heading out of the shack, we find a way out of the fort to the west. But let's finish exploring first. We can climb some stairs to another guard tower. Here we find a teddy bear and a path on top of one of the nearby roofs. Jumping down, we can explore these outhouses, not much in there. We find another shack directly east of this location, where we find a tool case and a wooden box. East of here is a fence. Going through it, we find an elevated platform with a bunch of crates. Moving north of here, we find audio tour marker number 5.
This is a typical colonist barracks. These buildings housed on average 14 soldiers.
14 soldiers? Goodness. It's a tiny little barracks. Heading inside, we find filth and detritus all over the place. There's one footlocker and a bunch of beds. The southern door has fallen off this building. But to find the next marker, we need to move out the door to the north. Here we find audio marker number 6 by some stairs.
Towers were used to monitor the area around the fort. Watch your step on the catwalks.
Oh, we see that there was a staircase next to the barracks. We can take this up to the second floor. Okay, this is a little better. I thought 14 people stuffed in that small room. This makes things a little more realistic. We find a footlocker underneath one of the beds, a crate filled with
What's going
vegetables
on?
nearby, some bobby pins next to a candle on a crate. Can't have too many of those.
Doing good.
Another footlocker.
Oh, I just had to go out to Denver yesterday, so I wasn't able to be on yesterday.
To cook up all the food we've collected so far, reducing our carry weight. And next to this cooking station,
Actually getting ready to get off not too long from now. Gonna finish up my Neon Winter quest.
building. Moving northwest, we find audio marker number 7 next to another cooking station.
Colonists would typically keep a campfire going while
Sworn there's a way for me to make the T-65 armor. Must be making it up.
I bet the colonists really wish they had an ice-cold, thirst-quenching Nuka-Cola when those redcoats attacked that early autumn morning. After the tour, be sure to visit the gift shop located northeast of the fort. Grab a souvenir and an ice-cold Nuka.
No, I had to go to Denver, Colorado for some business.
Moving south, we find a huge wood pile. Man, remind me to come here when I need more wood. And then we can do as the audio guide suggested and head out the northern door to find the gift shop. Taking the path all the way down, we see it splits off
John
to the
Denver.
east, at the top of which we find audio marker number 8.
Yeah, I'm just finishing up the Neon Winter Creator Club quest. It's a mouthful. What are you up to today, Bravo? What's going on with you? I miss anything good in the world yesterday?
Anyway, don't forget to take home a piece of American history from the gift shop. Oh, and make sure to grab a Nuka for the road. I hope everyone had a swell
Oh.
experience.
My- There we go.
Signing off.
So it wasn't even a real fort? After all of that, it was just a mock-up. Well, we are rewarded for our time in this shack to the east.
I'm watching a bunch of Oxhorn Fallout 76 stuff since I haven't been able to work up the motivation to play it myself quite yet.
Footlocker, above which we find a first aid kit. Oh, and a rad roach behind the door.
Done.
Okay, moving on. We find another shack to the northwest. This is the gift shop proper. Let's try our luck again. Come on, come on, come on.
How many more expansions do you think Destiny 2's got left in
First
him?
aid kit behind the counter and a 10mm auto pistol in one of the cupboards.
Because they've got quite a few
More
out
tokens.
right now, right?
Still don't know what to do with these. And a duffel bag lying on the floor. There's another cannonball in a display case next to a Bowie knife, some .38 caliber rounds on a shelf, and a bunch of porcelain. On the back of one of these display cases, we find a serrated blade machete mod and some fun decorations. Someday I'll get into camp building, but not yet. Heading out the back door, we can look behind the supply shed we looted, where we find 2 bear-proof trash cans. Moving down the hill, we find a bunch of outhouses and another shack. In one, we find the skeleton of a woman wearing a gas mask with splatter behind her, holding corn next to a fan. I don't know what message this sends, but it scares me. This was my first gas mask, an item that will come in useful, so I'll be sure to keep it with me. Moving to the nearby shack, we find some scrap and foodstuffs, including some Nuka-Cola. Then back to the outhouses, we find another bank of them behind the first bank. In one, we find an ammo box, and in another, we find some blocks. I peed. Thanks for sharing, guy. With that, we fully explore Prickett's Fort. Now we have one task remaining, and that's to bury the remains we found at the fort inside the Battle of Philippi Civil War Cemetery. So, retracing our steps south down Highway 97, we arrive at the museum at night, and from here we can walk to the cemetery where we find an open grave. Activating the grave, we place the bones inside, but now we have to bury
Right, so
it.
that's not too
There's a
many.
pile of dirt nearby,
I thought there was a lot
getting
more
it
for
isn't
some
the big
reason.
thing. Oh, that's right, we need a shovel. Thankfully, there's a shovel lying nearby. Equipping the shovel, we activate the pile of dirt, and we bury the bones. With that, we complete the daily quest, Buried with Honor. Fully explore the Philippi
Now I was looking at the
Cemetery
game Icarus, because I think it's on sale right now, but they've got like over $100 worth of expansion packs and shit, just
and the leather aerodynamic
on sale.
But that's just what
It's a little
I
too
got.
much for me
What
right
did you
now.
get when you completed this quest?
I want
Let me
big
know
sale.
Your thoughts in the comments section below. I publish many Fallout videos each and every week here on my channel, as well as host a number of weekly live streams. So if you don't want to miss anything, be sure to subscribe and to click that bell notification button. I have a shirt shop with completely unique designs you can't find anywhere else. My shirts come in a variety of men's, women's, and children's sizes, and in a wide array of colors. They also come in other products as well, like smartphone cases, pillows, posters, mugs, prints, etc. So if interested, you can find a link to my shop in the description below, or you can click here. If you like what I do and you want to support me in a more personal way, consider becoming one of my patrons on Patreon or a member here on YouTube. But more than anything, I'm just so glad you're here watching this video with me today. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you soon this week with more brand new videos.
Surprise, fuckers!
One day, while walking west up a hill in the middle of the forest, we stumble upon Orwell Orchards. It looks like the Orwells have been away for quite some time. All we find here are hostile Mr. Farmhand robots.
Alert. Possible source of compost release. Potential source found.
After destroying the robots, we can creep closer. We see a couple of buildings here. The main homestead to the south, a garage directly in front of us to the west, and a barn to the north. There's still something out there.
Nice.
While exploring
Man,
the garage,
that must
we
take
get
a lot of
spotted by
coordination.
another robot. Inside a barrel in the garage, we find a holotape. Lucky Hits lottery recording.
Dear Mr. and Mrs.
Imagine it's a lot of work keeping that many people all directed and helpful.
November lottery game held on the 10th of this month. Your names are attached to Lucky Hits. Lotto ticket 59 28 42 88. We are overjoyed to tell you that this ticket was November's lucky lottery winner. It's the largest single month game in Lucky Hits history. You are hereby approved to receive an immediate cash payment in the amount of $300,000. Mr. and Mrs. Orwell, congratulations! A local Lucky Hits prize representative will be arriving at your residence on November 30th, just a few short days away. To avoid any unnecessary mix-ups, please contact our headquarters as soon as possible to confirm your home address. Now, we advise that it's in your best interest to keep this news from the public's attention. We value all of our Lucky
Oh, wow.
Hits customers, and we can't wait to hear from you. Once again,
So you guys have been in it for a long time.
winners of West Virginia's largest ever lottery game.
So the Orwell family won the lottery just before the nuclear apocalypse. Oh, they didn't even get their hands on the money before the bombs dropped. They still had to wait until November 30th, but the bombs dropped on October
Yes.
23rd. And the prize was only $300,000. A lot of money, but remember that Fallout universe inflation. I wonder how much it was after considering that. I get the feeling it may have only been tens of thousands instead of hundreds of thousands. But here we find a bunch of useful stuff In addition to the scrap, there's an armor workbench inside the garage, a tinkerer's workbench, and a weapons workbench inside the barn. Heading upstairs, we find a duffel bag, and here I found a single-action revolver. This was my first single-action revolver. I've found one other in my gameplay. It looks great. If my character was a pistol build, I'd be tempted to use it, but I ended up turning this character into a rifle and shotgun guy. And near to this is an ammo box. And to take advantage of the Scrounger perk, we have to loot, then press space to search. We find a hole that leads out to the roof, but we don't really find anything out here, though we can get rid of another Mr. Farmhand.
Oil fertilization requires additional biological material.
When done exploring the garage and the barn, we can head over to explore the homestead. There is another garage here, but all the doors are boarded up. We can't get inside. Go around back, we find some plants to loot for crafting soups and a tool case. Moving over to the home, we can head up some northern stairs to enter through the front door. The living room is fairly Spartan. Not
I
a lot
love
of
the
decorations
jetpack.
or furniture. Though by a TV, we do
It's
find
too much
a
fun.
skill locked floor safe, easy enough to pick. Here we find some stairs going down. We'll head down there in a minute. Instead, we'll head upstairs first. The second floor is equally Spartan. We find one ruined bed and one ruined dresser. There is a footlocker at the foot of the bed and a zero
right
skill
into
locked
it.
wall safe next to the bed, but nothing else. On the dresser, however, we find a page from Cheryl's journal. October 14th, 2077. Ian went to Charleston today to ask
Hope
for
I didn't
a
hurt
loan.
anybody.
The bank turned him down again. I'm not sure what we'll do now. We knew this year
Looks
might
fine.
be rough.
Surprised
but
Ada
we
didn't
can pick up
die.
even 100 bushels from the trees outside. Those oil traps didn't do much to stop our moth problem, and we can't afford enough insecticide without some serious help. I don't know where we can get that kind of money. No matter what, this fall's crop is mostly gone. So the Orwells were on hard times. Their orchard wasn't producing enough to keep them in the green. This note was likely written before they knew they had won the lottery. Can you imagine being rejected for a loan, not knowing how you're gonna make ends meet? But then you win the lottery and everything's fine until the bombs drop just a few days later. Now to search downstairs. Heading down the stairs, we find another Mr. Farmhand.
Potential soul.
Find a wheelchair by the stairs. Looks like one of them was handicapped. And heading into the basement, after looting some scrap, we find their corpses lying side by side next to a metal crate. I suppose it's possible that these are not the remains of Mr. and Mrs. Orwell. After all, it has been 20 years, and these corpses are remarkably preserved for that amount of time, and they are marked civilian, not Mr. and Mrs. Orwell. So perhaps these are the remains of settlers who came by seeking shelter after the bombs dropped. With Orwell orchards fully explored, we can leave this sad place and move southwest. We crest a hill where we find the orchards of Orwell Orchards. There is another Mr. Farmhand we have to kill, and nearby we find a bridge. The bridge is covered with a few ghouls. And next to this is a creamery, some sort of ice cream shop. We'll have to come back here later. This is the New River Gorge Bridge. We arrive on the western side, and it's a long bridge
look at that.
spanning a huge gorge. There appears to be two sections, the road
Birdie.
above and a utility pathway below. The
Shiny and
apocalypse
new
has
looking.
caused the road to crumble into the utility scaffolding below. Hopping down, we can take care of a ghoul, and we arrive on a catwalk spanning the entire middle of the bridge. Turning around, we see a door, and we can kill another ghoul. Nearby, we find the remains of a radstag labeled Brahmin, and it generates Brahmin meat. So, something weird going on here. There's a Bowie knife
Substitute
stabbed in
renegade
its gut.
outfit.
I already have one though,
Huh.
so I'm gonna leave it for now. Let's start by exploring this western door. As we get closer, a police school charges us. There's a bunch of scrap and a toolbox right before the door. Here I found some plans for office couches, and the door is locked, and it requires a key. Where can we find this key? Perhaps if we explore the rest of the bridge. We see a little path off to the east where the ghoul charged us. This rounds a corner where we find a woman's skeleton. There's a fenced-off area back here. We can get a Nuka-Cola cherry and loot another toolbox. There's a first aid kit behind a cart. Then we see a path leading back up to the creamery. But I want to explore this bridge, so heading back, we can turn east and follow the catwalk as far as it'll go. Soon we awaken another police school. Here we see that someone has erected a bit of a shack on the support girders to the north. I hope you're not afraid of heights. We're gonna tiptoe across these girders. Oh, it's a bit of a fall. Here we find a stew pot with some tin cans inside, and inside the shack a sleeping bag. Don't think I want to rest here. There is a star and an arrow attached to this shack pointing up and to the left. Though we don't see anything
little
in
secret
the
room.
rafters. Maybe it's pointing us topside.
Architect's
Moving around
winter
to the other
jacket.
side, we see a pre-war American flag and a speaker,
Huh.
but nothing attached to the speaker.
That's
moving
pretty
back to
fucking
the
cool
center
looking.
catwalk, we can continue east where we find another ghoul.
I haven't seen one that looks like that yet.
Skeleton hanging over a girder to the north. Looks like we got to do a careful walk again. Creeping on over, we see it's the skeleton of a woman. Next to her body is a bottle of bourbon and a shot glass. Okay, I see the picture now. The bombs drop. Nuclear radiation washes over the countryside. She stops her car on the bridge, climbs down here, and toasts in the apocalypse. Well, I gotta admit it would have been a wonderful view. Back to the catwalk, we can continue east, where we see that the road again has crumbled down, forming a ramp. There is a ruined bus here, but nearby we find a chair overlooking the gorge to the south, upon which is a banjo. Hey, hey, time for a jam session. Almost sounds like a Gaelic or Irish-inspired song. If we jam out long enough, we get the well-tuned
See what these
chorus.
outfits
When
look
done,
like.
we can climb up the rubble ramp to explore this bus. But the door to the bus
Way
is
to.
right
Could have sworn
over
there's a way to
gap.
turn on all these lights.
Oh no! Hope you're not afraid of heights.
Hi,
Creeping
kitty.
closer, we
Hello.
can raise inside. We can loot a duffel bag. There's a golf bag here and a bunch of golf clubs that had fallen down to the south. Looks like at least someone here was headed towards White Springs. We see the skeleton of the bus driver still hunched over his steering wheel. After looting his lunch pail, we can move north, where we find even more skeletons, one of which is clutching an acoustic guitar. We can loot this one, not play it, though we have to be careful if we want to save it because it is added to the junk section.
Okay,
of our
there we go.
inventory. So when we get back to our settlement, we should drop it so that we don't scrap it. Heading out the door ever so
See, where's a good
carefully.
place to
Hey,
set my
lady.
armor?
No.
In the laundry room, of course.
And it hit the girder on its way down. Oh,
Put it right
God.
here.
Okay, move it up. Oh, nerve-wracking. We have two choices. We could go back down.
Alright, let's see
or
what our
we can go south along the road.
hard work
Hopping
has
on a
won
car
us.
And turning around, we see a blood bug. Then one sneaks up behind us.
Not bad.
Oh. Where'd you come from? When the blood bugs are dead, we can head northeast. The road crumbles down again. So heading down the rubble ramp, we can turn around to see what we missed down here.
Architect's
Looks like we
winter
missed a
jacket.
ghoul.
That looks a lot cooler.
Looks like some bloatflies and dogs had a battle here. We see their corpses.
Same
all
issue
over.
though, you can't wear
Continuing
most
west, we find
stuff
that
with
chair
it.
with the banjo. So with this fully explored, we can turn around again and continue along the catwalk to the east. Here a ghoul creeps
It's
out.
cool, but why would I ever use it other than to look cool?
A sedan had fallen down onto these
To what
girders,
end?
and what appears to be his owner is just outside of it. He is lying on a suitcase. Leaping out, we can tiptoe across the girders to loot it. Not really worth our time. We don't find anything inside. Moving east across the girders. What's that? There's a ghoul hanging out on top of the girders below us. How did he get down there? Got some parkour ghouls to deal with. Back on the catwalk, we see a ghoul presenting himself. Can't kill him apparently. And nearby we find a skeleton and a lunchbox. Inside the lunchbox is the East Bridge key. So there must be another door on the eastern end of the bridge. Before we go explore it, we can climb up the rubble ramp behind us to see what we missed topside. Here we see a truck spilling his cargo all over the road. Looks like he was carrying irradiated barrels, and they're leaking radiation all over the place. On the southwestern end, we find a skeleton clutching a metal box. Inside, we find a bunch of food and drink. There's some cement in the back of a
Cool
pickup truck,
place.
but that's it. So turning around, we can head
But
back
I
down the
believe
rubble
this
ramp
has the
and
same
climb
issue
up
I
the
have with
ladder to
everything,
continue
is that you
exploring the road.
can't...
We
I
find
don't
a
think I
clue and
can
a toolbox on the
send
back of
people
this
here
truck.
or
Racing
create
east,
trade
you don't see
routes.
much, just a bunch of
I'll have
ruined
to
cars
verify
until
that,
we find
but...
another ramp with a feral ghoul.
So it's like, unless you use these places as like your exclusive base, you have to drag all your junk
Next
here,
to
don't
this is
you?
a fire engine on his way to a call when the bridge began to collapse. Hopping down to the catwalk, sure enough, we see a door to the east, and we have the key. But first, let's turn around to see what we missed over here. Here we find a ghoul, and the other one that was adopting a T-pose earlier. Looks like something fixed it. We can kill it now. If we turn south from here, we find a corpse hanging over one of the girders. Climbing over, we see that this is a responder corpse, and on his body are orders from Maria Chavez. Paul, I need you to make the monthly scouting run to Vault 76. Those doors have to
Hello?
open sometime. Don't take
Did you want to sit
risks.
with me?
Observe
Is
for
that
a
what's
few
going
days
on?
and come back. Maria. We recall that Maria was the leader of the responders. We have already met Maria during one of my live streams
boy.
at the Morgantown Airport. I haven't done a video on the responders yet, but when I do, we'll be sure to go over her story. Looks like Paul here sadly didn't heed her
What are you
advice. and he took
doing?
too many
What are you
risks, one
trying
of
to
which
do to
was
me
hanging
right
out by this
now?
girder. Poor Paul. Well, with the key in hand, we can turn around and continue east along the catwalk. Here we find a feral ghoul. And the door is already open.
Yeah.
Someone has beat us here. Turning around, we see a skeleton hanging in a tire swing from the bottom of the bridge. How did he get there? We find some stairs going up, but before we go up,
This is pretty
let's head
cool
through the door.
looking.
Inside, we discover
Like how this
the
looks.
New River Gorge Bridge East. There are shelves on either side. We find scrap in them. Beneath one is a duffel bag with money. There's a room to the east where we find
ever
a
make
map
this
of
anything different?
Appalachia. Here we can mark a bunch of locations on our map, including the Charleston Capitol Building, Camden Park, the Monaga Power Plant, Wavy Willards Water Park, Tyler Country Fairgrounds, and the Dyer Chemical Plant. After looting a red toolbox, we can turn around to explore a desk where we find Carl's note.
Doug, it's Carl. I've left for Camden Park to meet our buyer. Doug, I've taken your key to the
Sweet.
west door. I'm sorry, but I can't keep coming back to find new dings and scratches just because you can't resist taking our little project out for a spin. We're trying to sell this thing, remember? Look, assuming this guy shows, I'll be back by this evening. The buyer's a military type. He wants to make the trade while riding the Widowmaker. No idea why. I think he's living out some kind of personal spy fantasy.
All right, folks. That'll about do it for me today. Thanks for stopping by, Bravo. I might be on this weekend, but I'll be back on Monday for sure. And no interruptions, hopefully. But whether you watch me now or later, whenever you are, wherever you are, thanks for stopping by. And this is Ronin Vector. I'll catch you later.